bitches.
Hi, Yaku. Jogging. Are you home, homie? Hello, hello, hi. My brain is bursting. The goosh, you know? Do you like that sometimes? What? You want to break your PC? How come? Hey, Fernanda, why you want to break your PC? That's, not advisable. You're waiting for the people? What people? There's people that's gonna come take you away? They're gonna scold you for your flat battery? I'll stop now, guys, sorry. I'm drinking coffee, it's 8:30. To fix your battery again, oh my god. It's not wanting to set up your new SSD drive? Oh. Shit, fam.
What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching.
Thank you, Liliana Fox. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. Also, the fucking Sumeru soundtrack, because that's what's playing at the moment. 20 out of 10. Easy. Hola! Oh wait, you greeting the chair? Oh well. Fine. I'll just go, not speak then. Sorry. Alright. I've been sitting on the starting screen way too long. Let's go. Let's go. We're doing Genshin things. I'm not on screen. How am I supposed to know you're here? I guess. I mean, I was sitting talking, even though I was invisible. Because, I was taking my sweet time making my socials posts as usual. Also, can I just rage for a moment and be like, I haven't even finished this event yet, and we've got another one. They were really like, listen guys, do you want primos? Because here's 20 events running concurrently. Fuck. Don't forget to log in for your shit, by the way. If you guys haven't done this yet. Hi, Cupcake! Hello! How are you doing? Hi! Probably has to go into the BIOS. Oh, that is a scary place. I definitely agree. Also, why am I an idiot sandwich now? Oh. Yeah, I wanted to try this actually. That gave me a fright. I thought that was a bot. I was like, Nani? What was it? This one. Did I do it right? Your ad block has been updated. Thanks, guys. Oh, this is confusing. Today was doo-doo at first? Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I hope this is gonna work, but I'm not too sure. I just need to check something. No, this seems fine. I tried to use this caption things before, but I don't really know how well it works. Anyway, I'm doing good, Cupcake. Why was your day doo-doo at first, if you don't mind sharing? If you do mind sharing, then, you know, you don't have to, obviously. But I'm just asking. You spiraled? Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's difficult when the brain do things like that. Let's see. This one. Really. Alright, maybe it's working? Whoa! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hi Odite, hi Raiders, how's everybody doing? My name is Tato. I'm a variety streamer from South Africa. As you can see, I'm currently playing Genshin, but I might be playing some other games later. How was your stream? You're playing Genshin today, Odite? What were you up to? Welcome, Raiders. Hi. Let's see. Yeah, I'm doing good. I just started stream because my electricity was off, which is a little bit annoying, but you know, it do be like that sometimes. You finished 2 events, only 6 more to go. They've just added a new one as well. I haven't even finished the one before. They've just added a new one. I don't know. I need to test out with this captioning stuff to see if it's it doesn't seem to be showing anything for me at least. So I don't know. But it's okay. That is another day's problem actually. Because of the rolling blackouts in my country, like it's just it's more effort than I wanna put into it right now. You speedrun that shit? Yeah, fair enough. Thank you for the Lucky's Puppety. I for the Iki one, I didn't get gold for all of them, and I was like, you know what? I got all the primos. That's good enough. That's enough for me. I'm done. I need to do the last bit for this because this just unlocked today. So I need to just do this one, and then I'm done. But yeah, they just added this one today. Now I saw it like as I logged in. I was like, wait, what? What is this? Oh, tragedy. Well and truly. There's no rest at the moment, but it means that we have lots of primos. I know you pulled for Nilo. Will you be pulling for Nahida as well. I didn't make condensed resin earlier today, I forgot. I forgetty, now I regretty. What books do we have today? Papa T's just lurky lurks today. Because he's not listening. You're gonna miss out on all the epic mumbling that I do. The Afrikaans language is amazing. Milo's great. All the juicy blooms. Oh, I want her so bad. Oh, she's so freaking adorable. But I must resist because I want the cheapster. I need the little green cheeb. It's on brand for the channel, so I need her. Yagon, you're not home, right? Should I just make some condensed resin and we can run some ingenuity later? Do the mods not know? Poor Papa T. Oh no. You're not home? Okay, perfect. I will, I'll just make some condensed resin. Are you going for her as well? Sheesh! Okay, I'm not that brave. I'm not that brave. So I have a fair amount of Primos stashed up. I'm not guaranteed though. And, the last time... I don't remember actually what I did last. Oh, Kokomi! I'm going into... I'm going into it with 2 pity. Not guaranteed, and I have 2 pity. So that's my life. So yeah, I need to be well prepared. But I have a lot of this other shit. Like I can buy more, and I have some crystals as well, which you can't see because my chat's covering it, but it's okay. I will get her. I will get her. No doubt. I will get her. There's absolutely no chance I won't get her. I will find her. I'll wait for the little green cheese is happening. I'll get her in 20. Oh my god, imagine. Soon! Alright, I made a mistake. So when Sino's banner was ending, I forgot Nilo existed. And I thought Kusanali was coming out when Nilo's banner was out. So I like pre-farmed her stuff. I have buttloads of the spores. I think I have enough for her. And I also farmed that flower of hers. So I'm just waiting now. I need to do boss kills. You need spores? Yeah. But it really doesn't take long. Like, I don't even go to all the locations, but if you just follow this thing, it'll show you. You only need to do it for, I don't know, maybe a week or something. I kept spending on other characters, so I'm not too sure. You have enough flowers for Nilo, Layla, and Nahida? Ah, that's perfect then. Do you have enough, what is it? It's the lotus that we used for Tinari and the mushrooms for Kale. for this bullshit. I was just like, come on guys. Was it not bad enough that we had to farm these annoying things for 2 characters? Now we have to farm it for this shit as well. And I'm just like, you know what? This is okay. Yeah, that's another day's problem. Surely it's not a me problem, right? It's got to be like a future Tato's problem, or as I like to call her, later Tato. It's later Tato's problem, not mine. I'm not partaking in that activity. I don't want to think about it, to be honest. I'm just like, no, this is fine. Actually, I don't even know how many I need, so I don't want to look at it. But we're not getting more stamina anymore, so I don't know if there's much point in doing any of that. Anyway, look at this random pin that I dropped there because I clicked like a dummy. What was I busy with? Oh no, this is the— oh, I was doing sad story. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, let's go straight back into sadness, I guess. This is fine. I guess I could do dailies as well. My brain's buffering. Let's actually do dailies first. Okay. I'm so indecisive. I don't know if you finished the Aranara story, but it's super sad. Hi Pumpkiny! Hello, hello! Hi! The Aranara story. Make big Sag. You haven't even started it? Oh, it's so long! It's so long! There's so much dialogue. They talk for ages. I'll talk your ears off. Prepare your ears. Oh, this guy. He just wants me to go fetch shit for him, of course. Naturally. Lazy Hyundai. Ayo! Welcome, Raider! You get the individual greeting. How are you doing? Should I call you Pumpkin? Pumpkiny? Either way, your name is very, very cute. Pick mushrooms? Oh right, it's this shit. The stinky man with the stinky fresh mushrooms. The audacity. What do I look like? Mushroom picker. Kokomi? Mushroom picker? Pumpkin! Did you eat? Oh! You didn't eat? Uh-oh. I'm doing good, Pumpkin. How are you? Go eat. Go eat. You haven't eaten. It's, like 20 to 9. In my country, so like, if I ate now, I guess it would be pretty late to eat. I am, however, foolishly drinking coffee, which I probably shouldn't be doing, but here I am anyway. Mochi slept the whole stream? Oh, my heart. And I missed it? Oh. I'll never recover. A 3-hour nap is pretty good though. I don't know if I could nap for that long. My body just is not a fan of naps. Hi Kira! Hello, hello, how are you? Did you have cat cam on, Odite? Because that would have been amazing. The subtitle— oh wait, the subtitles are actually working? The thing is, like, I have such a weird accent. I don't trust things that do subtitles either way, so it's probably writing complete garbage anyway. Because I'm South African, but like, the accent in South Africa is different for everyone, so it's not very helpful, I guess. You did? Oh my goodness. Cat cam for 3 straight hours? I missed out. That's what I get for living in a country that can't keep the electricity on, man. The Sag is real. Wait! Sorry, Tanari. I was busy looking at chat. Wah! Sir, please. Yeah, I need to try out a couple different things for captions. Oh Jesus Christ! Sir, please give me peace. Nope. Just speak like an American. Tomato. Trash can. What's the other one? Aluminum. Yeah. That's American, right? That's how this works. Did it actually work? Because that would make it funnier than it has any right to be. I mean, I got trash can. I'll count that as a small victory. So I tried to use these captioning things before, but yeah, it did basically what it's doing now, where it just does not understand. It's like, bitch, I don't understand the words that are coming out of your mouth. Please keep your lovely accent. Oh, Snow Milk Tea, thank you. Thank you. Don't worry, it's not going anywhere. I don't think I could. I don't think I could. I don't have a gun, so I can't have an American accent. It's actually illegal. It's illegal to pretend to have an American accent if you don't own a gun. So I better check myself before I wreck myself. You gotta talk with a burger in your hand. Oh no. This is well and truly the worst timeline. What are these captions? I got recommended a couple, so I'm trying this one out again. So we'll see. Time will tell, I guess. Hi, is it Ken? Can I call you Ken? Hello, hello. How are you? I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm trying. It's for the peepos that cannot hear me. But at the same time, I feel like it's less helpful because none of it's going to make any sense. But I'm trying different things to see. 4 minutes till people get here to tell me I'm stupid. I mean, sometimes we just need to be told that we're stupid. But you have to... Ah! Dan! Hi. Hello. Apologies for everyone's ears. How you doing, Dan? Why are these ones so spread? You can't hack this one. You can't hack that one at all. That or I'm slow. You want to get your kitty home? Oh yeah, that's fair. Kitty needs to get home. Imagine how confused the peeps who are watching without sound. I know, Odite. But like I said, I think it's definitely my accent, so I wonder if there's any apps that will actually work for South Africans. I don't even think our accent is that strange, but the apps are just like, bitch, I don't know what you're saying. I did not understand the words coming out of your mouth. This is fine. I'm new on Twitch app, found out there's many Genshin streamers. There are. There's lots. You know, I guess depending on what country you're from, you could also search like from whatever country. So I'm from South Africa, but I can assure you there's like many from all over the world streaming. I got friends in America and Europe and Asia, Australia, everywhere. I cover Africa. There's a whole bunch of just people in South Africa that stream Genshin. So yeah. Did I just do all my dailies with Benny Balkan in my team? I'm gonna go cry now. Be right back. Daughter and sewer. I don't even want to know what I was trying to say there. Oh no. Be careful. Yeah, Genshin is a bit of a... It's a time sink. I say to people like, I don't really have time to play other games that much. Because it's like, gotta no life my Genshin all day, every day. You don't really care where the streamers are from. You just want to chill. Well, that's perfect. That's perfect. What server are you? So I play on EU. Oh no! It's lying now. Now the captioning is lying. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. I'm attacking the US now. This is the worst. Should I just turn it off? Is it saying or is it showing anything like coherent? Do I have to speak really slowly and exaggerate my words as if I was speaking to someone who just woke up? Keep it on. I just feel bad for the people who are not able to hear because apparently it says I come not from Africa. Which is a lie. But okay. But yeah, sorry Ken, I don't know if I finished answering, but I play on EU. I do have an NA account as well, but it is sorely neglected. Speaking slowly didn't help. You saw something about Korea? Oh, delight of the Korean? What? Oh my god, I can't. I can't. Sorry, I can't. I can't deal with this shit. Does it let me cuss? Can I say shit? It's gonna say something else. But anyway, it's okay. I need your luck. I'm at 51 pity. And guaranteed. Oh! Oh, that's good. That's good. That you'll be all good then, Ken. No worries. I have 2 pity and I'm not guaranteed. Delight of the Korean. Oh my god. And I feel bad because we have a deaf streamer in our local community, and I know he sometimes lurks my streams, but you can't really follow with you can't really follow with these captions. Oh my god, this is the worst. Gonna bounce till I'm home, no worries, Jargon. Thank you for the follow, Ken. There's 10 days left, and you have no source of primos? Oh no! Are you wanting, you said? Is it the weapon that you want? I actually don't know the names of the weapons. 2 whites in the Korean regard. What am I even saying that sounds like Korean? I don't even know. I can cuss, but it's not gonna show. It's like, I said shit so many times and it was like, no, actually, this is what you said instead. Oh, the jade cutter, that's what you want. Oh. There's events, Ken. There's an event that just popped up today, if you haven't done it yet. Star Seeker's Sojourn, which maybe I'll do. But I wanted to go do the sad story because, yeah, I played it yesterday and I was big cry. So wait, if this captioning can't even understand my normal speech, what happens when I start saying weird things like whooshy whooshy? Because like, oh, why did I do that? I say whooshy whooshy all the time. And yeah, wishy refers to many different things. Animo is one of them. Or like what Ayaka and Mona do when they go into the ground, they do the wishy as well. So it was like known, but actually this is terrible. What's the normal pity for weapon? So I know it's 80 is the hard pity for weapon banner. But yeah, it depends if you set your path and if you have your things set on, like if you've already got them too. She wore she all the time is wishy. You're gonna take a nap? Alright, enjoy. Grab Mochi for more nap time. I'm sure 3 hours is not enough sleep for a kitty. But yes, thank you again so much for the raid, alright. And let me give you another shouty outy. Let me do it right. Can I do like so? Hey! I did it, I did it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. Have a good nap. You got 2 of Nilo's weapon? Oh, no! Is it actually a good weapon? I haven't looked at it. I don't typically roll on the weapon banner because I see it as a bit of a scam banner. Alright, they're not speaking. Do I dare to read the dialogue and have the captioning completely fuck it up? The subtitles are high as fuck. Oh no. But you love them? Oh, I'm sure it's chaos for anyone who can't hear what I'm saying. They're just like, I have no idea what this bitch is saying. She's on. Maybe it's actually me that's high, and that's why it can't understand me. You hoping to catch up on the weapon? I hope so, Ken. Because yeah, like you said, you're pretty close. Especially if you've already gotten 2 of Nilo's weapon. Alright, so Rana was saying, did I fall asleep again? Where am I? She has been asleep for a while now. I felt bad. I forgot I didn't do this. Hey Morgan, Paimon, I'm so glad you're alright. I was worried you'd be affected by the withering. And Arana? Is that you, Arana? Hello, Nara, friend. I've always been waiting for you. You know, I had this long, long dream where I met you for the first time. In the dream, I got lost in the forest. I couldn't find my parents or my way home. I was crying. You heard it, and you found me and sang to me. Then we became best friends. Pumpkin! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. What was she saying? We became best friends. I often came to hang out with you in the forest. You gave me a flower as a gift. That's sweet. And you taught me so many things. So many secrets of the forest. Like how star shrooms are the reflection of stars in the sky. Like how seeing the Nilapala lotus bloom. Oh my goodness, words. Seeing the Nilapala lotus bloom will grant you luck in the next moon. Until the next moon rises. Yes, that's it. And then I dreamed that I grew up quickly into a reliable forest watcher who could protect everyone in Vimara village. Reliable grown-ups don't believe in forest fairy tales. I dreamed that I had forgotten all about you. I came to think that the stories about Aranara were just fairy tales for children, that the forest was just land with many trees, and that there was no such thing as magic. Reading skill. Listen, the words in this region, they're so difficult to say because they just have some letters next to each other that don't make sense. I was so scared when I woke up, scared that I had forgotten all about you. I wouldn't know what to do if that happened, but thankfully, it was just a dream. I'm just so relieved to see you again. Arana, where have you been? I've been waiting for you to take me. Ah, Miss Nino, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Sorry, my alerts give me frights. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing? I don't know. I don't even remember where I was reading. I've been waiting for you to take me to the forest, the magical forest full of mysteries that only appears when I'm with you. Sorry, Arana no longer remembers. Tenandayo, you don't remember? Kitty! No, you, Miss Nino. Rana, it's not Arana's fault. Here's what happened, and then it's gonna be a... There we go, I thought so. A black screen. Was totally not left behind by the raid. This is fine. The fungi in the Mortimer forest, the fight at the rain's end, the inside of the rune golem, the song amidst the roses. Aranara acting as brothers and sisters, the joyful scenes of the festival Utsava. Gently, you tell Rana and Arana about all you encountered, or all that you encountered together with the Aranara. So it was I who forgot everything. Bija grows from memories. Paimon thinks that Aranara must have treasured those memories of you greatly, which is how the fruit could help you bring back some memories while it was healing you. Leaving behind questionable cutie. Unacceptable! That's fine, that's fine. Just, let's just say that you were taking a nap. You were feeling very, like, at peace. And it was peaceful nap time. Then it's all good. Thank you, Morgan. Paimon, you went through so much trouble to help me. Let's see. This was the most rewarding adventure for us too. It was sad as hell. You should thank Arana and Arama instead. Oh, you were getting food? What did you get, Miss Mino? Did you bring some to share? Do you have some to share with the class? How could I forget about you? You must hate me, don't you? Arana doesn't know. Arana has forgotten. Ah, Snow Milk Tea. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the party. Hopefully the stream didn't break. Every time there's that emote explosion, I worry. Share with the class. Pumpkin calls you question. Are you questionable? Are you questionable, Miss Mino? What have you done? What have you done? We need to know. But it's okay. Since past Arana was willing to let memories go for Rana's sake, current Arana knows that you are the most important Nara, even more precious than those memories. You got some chicken soup with veggies? Oh, is it chilly where you are, Miss Mino? So I live in South Africa, and it's like supposed to be like springtime, but it's kind of hot as fuck, so it's very much summer weather. It's a little bit chilly tonight, but I miss soup already. I feel like I didn't have enough soup during winter this year. So cute emotes, thank you. My favorite ones. I mean, I love all of my emotes, but like some of my favorite ones, I think are the follower ones. I think this is one of the follower ones. The Toddy that is buffering, the angry Yelan as well, and the wave, the Yelan wave. I don't have Yelan, but she's freaking cute as hell, man. Spring doesn't exist anymore, I agree. Oh, it's freezing cold? Definitely. It's time for soup. Soups and stews and curries, get in my belly. You gonna go play? So look, thank you, Pumpkin. Have a wonderful day and or evening, wherever you are in the world. Take care, and thank you for the lurkies. Weather in Africa is kind of all over the place. Yeah, it's a little bit confusing. Like we had rain yesterday, but it's a month late. So yeah, we were expecting rain much sooner than it came. I just wanna bump the music just a little. I think that's okay. That one's your favorite? It is pretty cute. You'd love to know how much you used it? I wonder if there's a way to know. I can look at like overall stats, but I don't think I can look at like individuals. I like the fact how it's hot during the day, freezing at night when it's winter. Yeah, if the wind blows, it's cold. The wind is freezing. But if you sit in the sun, like if you park ass in your garden with like a cup of tea or something in the winter, it's actually very nice because the sun will heat you up. We don't get, in my city, we don't get any rain. So there's like almost never clouds in winter. So it's nice and toasty. It's very nice and toasty. Paimon's not sure if it's fair to Aranara to say this, but Araja and Aranara have long lives. Paimon thinks that you two can still create many precious memories together, just like Paimon and Morgan do. That's so cute. sit in the sun for 5 minutes in summer and you're roasting? Yeah, I would never. Cupcake, did you see my sunburn from Comic-Con? That was me spending like, I don't know, I want to say like somewhere between 10 and 20 minutes in the sun in total for the entire day. I still have a little bit of the like color on my shoulders, but like most of it's gone now. You're right, we still have a lot of time with each other. We can explore the vastness of the forest, the world, and the future together. This is so cute. It's kind of enjoyable if you sit outside at the right time. I don't know. It would probably have to be like really early morning. Yeah, because yeah, it would cook you very quickly. It's so easy to get sunburnt in winter. You heard about it, but you didn't see it. I posted, I'm trying to think now. I posted a picture. It might have been on Twitter, but like, I'm trying to think. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure I posted on Twitter. I'll see if I can post it on my Discord later, Cupcake, because it's really funny. So I cosplayed as Aqua from Kingdom Hearts 3, and she has like an X. She has like straps that go over her back that made a huge X on my back. And I was actually quite impressed because it was very symmetrical. I had like a perfectly lined up sunburn of an X on my back. It was very funny. You'd get roasted like a chicken? Definitely. Late afternoon, I find the only problem with late afternoon is like the ground is then hot. So like, I guess not a bad time to water the garden then, but like, yeah, just the heat coming off of the ground, and then there's bugs outside. Ew. Ew. We've got Christmas beetles at the moment. I can't stand them. They just fly straight into your face. Marana, so the withering problem was pretty much settled while I was asleep. The dream. Just sleeping and letting someone else take care of the problems. I don't know how to thank you, Morgan, Paimon, and all the Aranara. I know it seems impulsive, but I would like to go on a journey with Arana. I'm just worried that the children in Vamara village might be put at risk again. Paimon almost forgot that we still haven't solved our bad guy problem. I already have some clues about who we're up against. What? Who? Why didn't Paimon know anything about that? Really? Who? Come, I must give them a few hard knocks to go. Leave this to me. Right. Oh, she's not even gonna fight it, actually. She's just like, no, this is fine. I believe you. She's like, I slept through all the drama. You can go do things. This is fine. This might come out strange, but I do think that this bad guy did bring something other than trouble. I mean, if the children hadn't gotten lost, I wouldn't have increased my patrol frequency. And if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have run into those fungi and met those two... Oh, and met two kind and honest souls who would never leave someone in need behind. Bugs! Yeah. I guess in my garden it would be mostly the Christmas beetles that are offending at the moment, but we get... I'm trying to think what they're called now. Oh, they're these like massive... They're actually very pretty, but they're kind of... They make me scared because I think they're gonna fly into my face. Wait, I'm very curious now. I need to know what it's called. Is it fruit chafer? Schaefer? I'm not too sure about the pronunciation, but let me show you guys. We get a couple different ones. I don't know what ones this is gonna show me. Nothing beats my sunburn. I used to do open water swims. One day I swam 4 different races over 4 hours. Jeez. I didn't put enough sunscreen on, so I had my numbers burnt. For almost 2 years, you had 3rd-degree burns. They still make jokes about it. It should have been your first tattoo. I agree, I agree. Hi Hassan, how are you doing? I want to show you guys these yucky bugs. These yucky boys that will invade my garden. Alright, so we get a lot of like these black and yellow ones. Of course my chat's blocking it. There we go. So we get a lot of these guys. Like a lot of these guys. And they don't give a fuck. They'll fly straight into your face. They're like, fuck you. I don't care if you were here first. I don't care if you pay rent. I'm here now. And then these ones. We get ones like this. They look a little bit more green. I guess it's because they're iridescent. Depends on what angle you see them from. But yeah, they're pretty big. Like... this one, actually, I took a picture of these last year because I have 2 palm trees in my garden. So these guys, they're all over my garden during this time. So I'm just like, you know what? I don't need to touch grass. I'll stay inside. I'm fine. Look how big these things are. Hell no. Not a fan. Y'all can stay outside. But yeah, these guys are common as fuck. But the green one's a little bit harder to spot. But yes, they're also iridescent, so like the color shifts depending on how you see them. It's pretty, but I don't want them near me. No, thank you. Goodbye. They look huge, yeah. Flying ants, yeah. Flying ants and termites, and obviously mosquitoes. Christmas beetles. Christmas beetles are fucks. I had one terrorizing me yesterday while I was streaming. What else is there? Oh, during heavy rain, we get rain spiders. And those guys are scary as hell. They're like fucking huge. Cockroaches in summer. Oh, yeah, cockroaches and flies in the summer because it's warm. Ugh. We don't really get cockroaches and flies during winter. It's too cold for them. Dark Souls boss. I can agree though. I can definitely agree. Thank you for the lurkies, Beck. And thank you. Thank you. It's an outfit from a game that I haven't played in a long time, but it's a game that I used to play. Don't Google what a rain spider is. They're pretty terrifying. And thank you Cupcake for the lurkies as well. I'm doing good, Hassan. How are you? I saw you said you finished studying. Have you caught up with the work yet? Have you done all your homework? And my wrist is fine, actually. Since Comic-Con. Since Comic-Con, my wrist has actually been fine. Alright. It all happened so that I got to know you. Morgan, Paimon, you've both been such a great help. You saved me and helped reunite me with my best friend. I can't thank you enough, Morgan and Paimon. They say our names a lot. It's okay, Rana. That said, Iatam, Kavas, and Sudabe are going to miss you if you leave. Those are the kids, I guess. It's been a while since I played this story. They're stronger than you think, and they know Morgan too. Besides, it's not like I'm never coming back. I will return one day and tell them tons of great stories, and I'll introduce Arana to them, just like how I introduced Morgan. That's good, that's good. Paimon was getting worried that you wouldn't come back. So, Arana, will you go travel with me? Of course! And they have matching hair bows as well, which is the cutest shit. You've lost so many memories because of me, but just as Paimon said, we can create our memories together to fill the void in your heart. My name is Rana. Would you like to be my friend? Yes, Narana, we used to be best friends, and we will be best friends again. Hey, look, that's... Guys! From Rana's chest glows a light with the warmth of heartbeats, faint yet bright. She tries to cover and touch the light with her hands, but the light source burrows into her hands as if consciously. When the light fades out, a delicate ornament appears in her hand. Hey, look, that's a vision. This is the first time Paimon has seen something like this happen with her own eyes. This is so cute! My wish was recognized by the gods. First NPC with a vision? Great, now that I have this, I can embark on this journey with no more worries. I should even be able to handle the remnants of the withering just fine. If only I could look as good in a fight as you. Ah, I've got so many things to do. First, I'll let everyone know I'm awake. Oh, and I need to tell Tanari about my plans to travel. Thank you again, Paimon, Arana, and thank you, Morgan. Thank you, Golden, Nara, Morgan, and Paimon. Arana has lost those memories, but Arana knows that you are good, Nara. You helped Arana meet Narana. Arana is so happy. Wow, tongue twister. It's been a pleasure to know you all. You got accepted into a new uni. Oh, closer to your house. They accepted me on Thursdays, and they told me that I have 3 exams on Wednesday. How? How are you gonna... That's crazy. You're a week late, so you'll have to catch up? Okay, well, I hope it goes well, Hassan. I hope you can work your way through it. I wish you both the most rewarding journey. Rana and Arana, Paimon hopes you enjoy your journey and that you don't forget about us. Oh, you've done the exams? Oh my goodness. How did you do the exams before you... You got full marks? Damn, Boba! Level exams? Oh, like to evaluate to see if you knew things. Do not yield to the wind or the rain. Do not yield to the winter snow or the summer heat. I heard this poem once. Paimon, Morgan Paimon, I'm sure we'll meet again someday, and you'll see a stronger me then, for sure. We'll see each other again for sure. Oh my god. Is that the end of the quest? Oh! The garland! Does it just sit... Oh, I can't use it. That's so cute. Let's just pop the chat back on, just in case. You're lost at uni? So you still need to learn. Well, I would say don't worry too much. Like, you'll figure everything out. You'll find things in time. Wait, what am I doing? I got pieces of paper. But which pieces of paper were they? The stories of you and the Aranara. Oh, that's maybe for that other thing. I don't even know where to find that anymore. Oh man, the conclusion for that story was like so bittersweet. You have an exam schedule already? Oh my goodness. That's overwhelming. So your first one's in November? But you gotta do it, Hassan. You gotta study hard. You gotta become a doctor. Cause you know I'm already very old, Hassan. I need you to, when I'm older, you can make sure that I stay healthy, yeah? Also, Dan, I don't know if I asked you earlier. How are you doing today? Are you good, homie? When stream again, Dan? When stream? Actually, I shouldn't even ask that because I never have fucking electricity these days. So even if I want to watch streams, I can't. You didn't like Wind Chasers? I'll spec. It's a bit annoying. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little bit annoying trying to figure things out, but yeah. It's not too bad. It's definitely different from the last Wind Chasers. You gonna let your patient drink cola? Hassan, no! No cola. No cola. Thank you, Snow Milk Tea. Thank you for chilling with us, and thank you again for the follow. Yeah, go enjoy. Have a wonderful day and or evening, wherever you are in the world. Take care. I'm still trying to finish my coffee that I made, like, an hour ago. I've started drinking black coffee, because it's a little bit annoying. So I still have a little bit of a cough, and if I have, like, tea or coffee with milk in it, I start coughing, and I'm just like, well, fuck. So, yeah. Oh, that's such a cute emote. I love that. Thank you, thank you. See you soon, Snow Multi. Maybe I'll call you Snow. Maybe that's a little bit easier. See ya, Snow. Your course is 100% in English? Ah, skill issue, Hassan. English skill. Snow Milky. Or Milky. You can say Milky Tea as well. Milky Tea would be cute. Skill issue, Hassan. What do you need to take English lessons, Hassan, or do you think you'll be okay? I think the only problem is that it would be like a lot of like you know, like I want to say like professional English. So you would need someone who's familiar with the subject. Some of the doctors are from England. Oh goodness. They speak in a weird accent. Yeah, all English speakers have weird accents. I think it's terrible. It's so hard to understand. Scottish? Oh no. Well, don't say he's from England then if he's got a Scottish accent. He might be from Scotland. It's hard to follow. I can imagine. I struggled to follow when I was younger. My grandparents would phone us. And I would talk to them on the phone. And I had no idea what they were saying. I don't think they spoke fast. I think their accent was just too different for me to understand what they were saying. Like, as a kid, I was just like, yeah. Okay. And then at some point I got fed up with the conversation. I was like, I don't know what they're saying. So I just hand the phone back to my dad. I'd be like, okay, I'm done. But I used to run away because I knew what time they would call my grandparents, so I'd run away so I didn't have to talk to them. Which is horrible thinking back on it now, because all of my grandparents have passed away. But at the same time, I just had no idea what they're saying. It was very confusing. You, Kai, Jargon, and Llama have really good English accents. Easy to understand. I have to make myself easy to understand. I maybe don't always do it for stream, but like when I teach, I have to speak very clearly. I speak very differently when I'm in class compared to when I stream. Some students I'll speak like this because they can understand, but there's other students I need to speak really slowly and enunciate so they can hear me, because if I speak too fast, if I speak like my normal speed, like this, they're just like, sorry, teacher. So I'll say it again. I'll write it on the board so they can see what I'm saying. And then I say it again for them so they can hear. But yeah, it's not always easy to understand. Sometimes I do speak too fast, or I mumble, or you know, that kind of stuff. You keep moving your head up and down. You don't understand your grandma? Wait, where's your grandma from that you don't understand her? It's an interesting list, since we all speak differently. We do, but I think it's not so much about like accent, but more like clarity. So like, how clearly do you pronounce the words? I was oh, she's from she's from Jordan. A different part of Jordan? Does she speaks? Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So maybe the dialect is a little bit different. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I never understood my grandparents. It felt like they were not speaking English. And I had Irish family as well. They were even worse. I couldn't understand them. If the Irish auntie ever phoned us, I'd run away. I'd just run away from the phone. Does she wear Jordans? Alright, maybe. What is this? Huh? Oh, is it for the... Oh, it's maybe for the event. Oh wait, hold on. Let's go finish that last one, because Spec actually reminded me that I need to do this one. So let's go get this business done. Thank God I can teleport to it, not run to it again like I did yesterday. Oh my goodness. Why am I drinking coffee at 9:30 at night? My cat is so mad at me. He's so drugged up and doesn't know what's going on. He yelled at me so much when I let him out. Oh, are you home now, Jargon? How's the little stinker doing? Has he found a spot to hide? Is he okay now? He was slipping all over. Oh, poor baby. Too drunk to stand. You know, you could abuse this time now and just like pick him up and hold him and plop him on your lap when you sit at the computer. That is absolutely what I would do. Definitely. Smother him with affection. Wow! How dare you? With the audacity. There we go. The Lion, the Witch, and the... Oh, there's stuff up there now? This is fine. Maybe he would realize it's quite nice. You see, that's what I did to Sky. So I would, Eh? Oh, I need to boost? Speed boost? When Sky was, like, feeling sick or whatever, I would just, like, go sit next to him. And, Wait, what? Challenge starts. Wait, what? Did I... Oh, was that being timed? Oh my goodness. I was just having a blast. I was just enjoying myself over there. Ow, you stinky boys. Anyway. Yeah, I would just go sit with Sky. Imagine trying to hit Lumine. What a douche move, you know? And now he's all the way over there. Come over here, buddy. Can I call him over like a cat? I tried to I-frame that bitch, and then he was like, no, actually. This is fine. Oh, right, this is... Oh my goodness, this is timed. Oh no, I missed the coin. Thank you. Whoops. Oh, I'm good. What? Am I missing something? Is there something I needed to do? Shit. 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 Wow! This bitch. I don't know. Defeat all opponents? Is there guys down there? Yeah. Oh! Shit! Oh, this is a little bit confusing. This is very different from how they did the other stages, so... The music? So the music is not actually the music that's currently playing, because I turned the in-game music off, actually. It's a playlist. It's the Sumeru soundtrack, which I think came out yesterday, just based on the timestamp on the tubes. Ah, that. You stinky. Ow! But yeah, the music's super good. It's definitely some of my favorites. I still have mad love for the KeyWe music. It's really good. Hey yo! Oh, that one was so easy. What the heck? Big coins, super big coins. That hurt. They didn't accept Hassan GG's. Did you actually try that, Hassan? You hate your last name because no one can pronounce it right. Even your name? If people can't. Do I say your name wrong, Hassan? How can they say it wrong? Unless I'm saying it. I've been saying it wrong the whole time, maybe. And I had no idea. I say it right? Well, how can people say it wrong then? Tell them that they're silly. Do you correct them? Oh. Oh, it's written in different ways? All look the same? Okay, to me, yes. to me, they definitely look the same. But they're 3 different names? Oh, I see. It's fine, you can just put a sticker over it and then just write it. Just write it in, Write Sun GG's. Put a sticker over it and say that. I don't know what this event is about. I didn't even know this event was happening, but you know. The doctor last time has been calling my name and she read it wrong. Oh no! you need to correct them as soon as possible, otherwise they're gonna remember a wrong name. The last one chase was super easy. Yeah, it was super cheesy easy, like it was weirdly easy compared to the other ones. She said who I didn't call whose name I didn't call. You didn't even need Kazuha? Yeah, that last one you definitely don't need Kazuha for. Ah, this is great! It's a well-dressed stranger! And look at Lumine's like bobbing her head. Is this Lumine Jam? I wish I wasn't standing so close to her. But there we go, there's Lumine Jam. It does work pretty well, actually. She checked your name and it was on the list, but she mispronounced it. Oh my goodness. Also, Miss Porn? Her son? Pornunciate? Between your spelling and my captions, people are going to be very confused, I think. She mispronounced it. That's fine, that's fine. I have students say weird and wonderful things to me all day, Hassan, so nothing will surprise me. One of my favorite mistakes that my students will make is they mix up kitchen and chicken. And so I'll ask them, you know, like, where will you make tea? And they're like, in the chicken. And I'm like, I hope not. I hope you don't make tea in the chicken. And then as soon as I say it, they realize, and then they start laughing as well. So yeah, it's good times when that happens. Okay, let me see. What was she saying? I got distracted by the Lumine Jam. Instead of someone from the Eremites or treasure hoarders. Alright, I must seize this opportunity. Wayfaring friend, please wait a second before you venture forth. Hello? Good day, bracket. Address them as sir or ma'am based on their gender, bracket. Terribly sorry to bother you, but please take some time out of your busy schedule to give ear to my request. Did you just say bracket? Wait, please don't interrupt me just yet or I'll forget my lines. My next line should be, bracket, describe the difficulty you've encountered, concisely and politely ask for their help, and then thank them in a formal manner, bracket. And the last line is bracket, example, bracket. I'd be truly grateful for your kindness and generosity. Your good deed shall be remembered forever.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Samurai. How are you today? You wish you could make tea and a chicken? No, please don't. Once I thought a cook and cock are the same. Oh, that's a terrible mistake to make. Oh, Hassan. The problem with cook and cock is that the C, sometimes the second C looks closed because of the K. So it's very visually similar. So yeah, that one is Toby told you not to use. I mean, you can use the second one, Hassan. Cock refers to a male chicken. However, I feel like these days, most of the time when people use the word cock, they're definitely referring to a schlangadong instead. So, you know, use your words wisely. Maybe don't call people a cock. Yeah, male chicken. Sort of like kitchen and chicken. Yeah, it's like they swap the sounds because it's chicken, kitchen. So the k and the ch sound get swapped. I love it. It's my favorite. It's my favorite mistake that they make. Because they always laugh about it afterwards. It sparks joy, you know. Rooster. Rooster's another word you can use. So yeah. You're doing good! Oh, fantastic. I'm doing okay. My load shedding went on well longer than it should have. I had essentially 3 hours of electricity this morning until I started my stream. So, from when I woke up at 8 o'clock until 8 o'clock tonight, I had 3 hours of electricity. So that kind of sucked. But we're here now. We're here now. So yeah. And Jargon, let me know when you are ready. If you wanna do some domains. If you are busy helping Kitty or doing anything else, just let me know. But yeah, stream so far has been a vibe. My captions are spouting nonsense, so that's always a good time. Apparently. In the meantime, I'm willing to pay you handsomely for your hard work, so please, I implore you to give my request some serious consideration. Phew! Now that I didn't miss a single word this time, it shouldn't be a problem at all. Alright, I'll leave the future stars to you then. Sounds like you have a favor to ask us, but Paimon's not really following. Good to go. I'm letting him cool off and sleep it off. Oh, poor baby. That sucks. At least you have power now. That is true, Samurai. That is very true. Just making Lumine jam. Ah! Really? Really, really, really? I need to put it on BTTV? That'll spark joy, for sure. I have some questions. Or you haven't... No, let's say this one. Yeah. How come? According to 50 things every traveling scholar should know, that was exactly what you should say when asking strangers for help. There shouldn't be a problem. You haven't told us what difficulty you've encountered. Really? Please give me a second. I'll look up what to recite when you haven't told them what difficulty. Is she a robot? The girl takes out a book titled 50... Oh, never mind. I didn't want to read that anyway. It doesn't say anything about that, but Salma told me I can just check the book when there's a problem. Paimon's still confused. By the looks of things, you need our help, right? If the book can't help you, you can just tell us what's going on in your own words, you know? Alright. I'm Banu, and I came here following the map to look for the future stars. There are altogether 6 of them. Whoever finds all the future stars can summon the great future star, which is super duper amazing, and that's exactly my goal here. Ah, Paimon remembers that you did mention something about the future stars earlier. It did a weird thing, but it works. Well, that's about it for the future stars setting. Which book is that in? I think the setting was just made up. I don't know what's going on here. Let me see. Oh, I see. It made like a bit of a weird... There's like a weird transparent line there. Let's see if it works. Because I know sometimes it's a bit fussy with the dimensions. That's why I had issues with some of the emotes, actually. BTTV. Oh, I might have to remove all of Dan's ones, actually. I don't know how much space I have. I'm just going to remove the Elmo Fire one, though, because Dan doesn't ever use that one, so clearly it's not important. Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong browser. I was like, wait, what? Oh, this is the right browser. What the f- Eh, poor Dan. He's fun to bully. Oh, it's 50. Oh, Dan, is Dan still here? Dan, are you still here? I now have another 20 slots. I don't know why, but I'll take it. Holy fuck. Also my favorite emote. That I added. The Kiwi Bear! I was just saying they added more emote slots, Dan. So for some reason I can add 50 now on BTTV. So if you have more... mean jam. Jam. Yeah, if you have any suggestions, any requests, you're welcome to just let me know. Where would I have saved this? Oh, it's here. Oh.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Chris. Sorry, I'm busy, like... trying to see if I can upload this emote. No! Invalid dimensions. Fuck. Okay, Jargon. Sorry to be a pain. Those are the dimensions. You're used to it? Oh, Chris. Stop your nonsense. But wait. Maybe let me see if I can add... Let me see if I can add other ones, because I have actually quite a lot of emotes. Does this follow the emote guidelines? I have no idea. Am I going to try and upload it anyway? Yes. Bet your ass. Invalid dimensions! Fuck! Sorry. I tried to do the double guns, Jargon. Double guns didn't work either. I'm so annoyed. Anyway. Oh, shit. I didn't read that. Jargon's made a lot of GIF emotes of me. And a lot of them are very silly. But I can't upload them to Twitch or BTTV or Discord because the dimensions, they're so fussy. Yeah, I think double guns is great, but for some reason it's fighting me. Ta-da! This is Banu's Wisdom. Yes, that's the name. It's a very important item because it can help you locate the future stars. Isn't that impressive? Hee hee. Hee hee. She says. I think it's a really cool name too, don't you? Unfortunately, it's way too tall and heavy for me to move around, so it became less cool. This is the favor I'm asking. You should be able to move it so you can help me find the future stars with it. After summoning the Great Future Star, I'll reward you in a big way. Is that your request? Before I met you... Oh, she's doing jam again. Before I met you, I had also asked others for help, but when they heard about the future stars, they gave me weird looks and didn't want to listen to me anymore. Yeah, listen, you're probably weirding people out. They even told me to stop fussing around and go back home to my parents. That's so annoying. I'm not some runaway kid up to mischief. Adults are always like this. Just because I'm a child, they think I'm talking nonsense. I mean... But the future stars are real. I'm not imagining things. You'll see... Oops, you'll see that I'm not lying once you take this Banu's wisdom with you and go look for the stars. What is this girlie making me do? If you're not willing to help either, I'll just have to wait and see if the next person I meet is willing to listen and accept my request. Okay, I'll see what I can do. You believe me? Thank you! And please take this Banu's wisdom with you. Remember, after it runs for a while, Banu's wisdom will need to rest a bit before you can point it to the location of the future stars again. Kids always lying? Yeah, for sure. My favorite thing is, I learned this when I was in university. I did psychology, like undergrad, and basically learning about when kids develop the ability to lie and how it's a process over time that they develop that skill to lie. And basically it starts off with kids not being able to put 2 and 2 together. So if a kid eats cookies and he's got crumbs all over his face and the parent's like, did you eat the cookies? And the kid will be like, no. And then the parent will ask a follow-up question. Why are there crumbs on your face? Or what are those crumbs on your face? The kid will straight up just be like, they're cookie crumbs, because they can't put 2 and 2 together, you know? But as they get older, they'll be like, oh wait, you know, I gotta be a bit more slick about this. They'll be like, oh, it's something else. And then maybe the parent asks another question. Maybe the kid trips up there. But it's interesting how they learn how to lie. I don't know why it's so interesting to me, but yeah, that was one of the things I could remember. Developmental psychology was fun, and abnormal psychology. Those are some things that I really remember. So we should never ask follow-up questions. I don't know. I don't really know what exactly the process is that they learn to dodge the follow-up questions. But yeah, basically being able to spin like a web of lies. You know, we learn that at some point. We have to have follow-up answers for the questions. So yeah, it's interesting, I think. Okay, what was she saying here? Take this book, 50 Things Every Traveling Scholar Should Know. I've marked the location of the stars on the map in this book, so you may follow the map first. Come back to me once you find all 6 future stars. Then we can go check the great future star out together. I'll take you there. So she knows where it is, or...? I'm so confused by this event. It was out of fear for hidings. That's what motivated me. Yeah. You must use the item known as Banu's Wisdom to search for the trail of future stars. The closer you are to your objective, the more accurately the item will direct you, and the smaller the AoE you will get. Okay. Interesting. When you discover the location of the future star, the puzzle that conceals it will appear. Solve the puzzle to collect your prize. Ooh, puzzle! I'll take that. Please and thank you. Mushrooms? Jargon, you said you're available. Do you wanna... Do you wanna do the mains now? No, I'm not in any rush or anything. And are you still down to... Are these guys not dropping... Oh, the one guy dropping no loot. Thanks, guy. Are you just fucking with the gifts? No worries. That's fine. Wow, imagine dropping no loot. That's stingy. Yeah, so we're gonna do ingenuity, yeah, because the itty bitty needs them. And I mean, technically, Lumine needs them as well if you do end up building her. So, yo. Trying to think, what do we go here again? Is it This one and this one. And then you bring Kazoo and Kokomi-chan. Kokomi. She's got such a cute name to say. Oh, fish! Oh, Bingy's ready. Is this the comp we go for? I don't know. We're gonna take it anyway because it's pretty fun to play anyway, so it's all good. Yes, son. Why are you making a pout face? This works? Oh! Alright, this is the big boys. I see. Should be fine, yeah? Whee! Yeah, not too bad. Out of curiosity, so I have a setting on my chat that highlights the VIP. So there's like a little like pink bubble around it. Do you guys also see that, or is that just for me to see? That's like a setting that I put on. So like her son's name, for example, it says VIP next to the diamond. It's individual. Oh, so I see it, but you don't, maybe. Sheesh! That was a good clear. 41. So wait, can I turn that setting on for other people's chats as well? So the only problem is I find that like I don't have it turned on for mods just because it like it tends to clutter the chat because the mods chat a lot. So sometimes I'll miss like the other people in between. So I set it up just for the VIPs. Sorry mods. Y'all chatty catties. Not a bad thing at all. My eyes is just bum. You're basically a bot anyway. Oh man, feels bad. Wow! So fierce. Kokomi carry. They give us so much time for this one. Like, yes, I see. Nice, we have things. Ah, flashbang! My eyes! How amazing is this music? Holy shit. So, what is it called? YouTube has this function now. I don't know if I can see it on this one. Maybe not yet. Maybe it needs some more time. It's only been out for like a day. Or less than a day. It came out today. Oh no, it came out yesterday. Is it 21st today? Oh my goodness. I can't. Anyway, where you can see like the most replayed things. So like, it shows you which parts of the video are like really dope that people loved. Time to play League? Oh, Hassan, why? If you hate yourself, just say that. just say that you hate yourself. Wow, I had such bad luck today. That's okay, I guess. I think that's it. Alright, what is this? Oh, so this is just... Wait, this stuff is not even unlocked. Oh my goodness. The servers are down. Oh no! I'm sorry. It's time to play Genshin, Hassan. Play some Genshin instead. You got rooster blocked. What is this? Ah. Alright, so what I'm thinking... You need to download it still? You keep telling me you're downloading it, Hassan. Have you been lying it? You've been lying this whole time. Where to download it? So you go to the website and you can just download it from there. Is it just GenshinImpact.com? Just that simple. New Tales from the Borderlands available. Sheesh! Gotham Knights available. Persona 5 is available. Oh my god, is Yoda playing that today? That's so exciting. I wonder if he's playing that today. I wonder if he has it. Sorry, Jackbox Party Pack 9? Didn't they just release 8? Oh my goodness, what the heck? Still no Jade Cutter. Oh, Ken, I'm holding thumbs for you. I'm holding thumbs for you. I hope you do get it. What was that game we were gonna play called? There's a new hero in Smite. Hero of Hawaii. Maui is in Smite. Guys, I haven't played Smite in so long. The link is no good. Yoda is playing. Perfect. As he should. As he should. What is that game called? Oh, I haven't finished Talos Principle. I should play that as well sometime. That game is a lot of fun. Here it is, KeyWe. Binby, I'm gonna kick you out of my world. Are you stealing my ship, sir? Do you want kick? Yeah. Flex us your best characters. Probably this bad boy over here. Let me move my... Wait! Oh, Bimby left. Smoke bomb! So Ito is definitely one of my best. He's C4, as you can see. My fat head is blocking it. Are you done, Ken? I didn't even show you his stats! So yes, C4 Ito. He's got Red Horn Stone Thresher. And those are his stats. He has a C6 Goro, a C1 Zhongli, and then I use Benny with him as well. Don't call me a whale. I didn't whale for this shit. You know very well that I didn't whale for this. He came home instead of Cookie. Ken, can I show you? For my pain, for my suffering, Ken, I have a C4 Ito. Do you know what's painful? In the time that it took me to get the C4 Ito, I got one Cookie. One! I have no constellations for her. Fuck all! Not even the first one. I have nothing. I don't have C6 Chi-Chi. I've got C2 Kaching. I've got C2 Chi-Chi. I've got C1 Jan. And I have C3 Diluc because for whatever reason he keeps coming home. So I don't have any C6 5-stars, but when Ito gets his rerun, you better believe possibly Wele for these last 2 constellations. Because, come on, this C6 is ridiculous. Flex your weapons? Oh, I don't have good weapons, I'll be honest. Oh, but wait. The other good character that I have is my Hime, my princess. Ayaya. I don't have her best in slots, and I don't have constellations for her. But she still do big slapper. She still do big damage. Her stats are pretty good. So I'm very happy with my Ayaka. But yes, weapons I don't have. Sorry to disappoint. This is the only weapon banner weapon that I've actually tried to get. And I can make you want to go to sleep again. Because I did a 10 pull and I got it. That's the end of my history. I did a 10 pull and I got Ito's weapon. So that's the only one. And then recently I got on the standard banner, that's where I got Zhao's weapon. Where is it? Oh, here we go. No. Okay. Kaching. Skyward Spine, and then this page is where I got the spear. I'll sleep again. But yeah, those are the only weapons. I have a lot of the Skyward weapons. How? Yeah, I know. That's the best. I think that's the best luck I've ever had on standard banner. But look, I just have the Skyward weapons. And then this was a 10 pull, and this was lucky as fuck. So, yeah, my weapon's a little bit sad, but it's okay. It's okay. Have I done everything? Nope, wrong button. Oh wait, I'm done with my battle pass. What am I doing? I was like, must do the battle pass. Oh, you play on Asia. Oh. Yeah, I'm on EU. Because I live in Africa, so it's the lowest ping I can get is what is it, 175 right now. That's about as low as it gets. You play on NA, Hassan? Yeah, I have an NA account as well, but it's a baby. It's a very baby account. You're gonna start a 3rd account on Asia? Jargon, no. Don't do that to yourself, homie. I think I'm gonna swap. It's the worst ping. Wait, why would you play on the worst ping, Hassan? Alright, I was opening KeyWe. I didn't... Oh, my goodness, why am I like this? I didn't install it. Apparently. So we get to sit here for a bit. Please, no coughing. Body. Imagine not installing it. I know, what a dummy. What an idiot. But it's fine. It's it looks like it's not a very big game, so it should download pretty quickly. You can get 60 on EU. What do you get on NA then? Not me buying it just 10 minutes ago. Fair enough. No, Hassan, I'm not ending. I'm just changing my game. Jargon and I are gonna be playing KeyWe. Are you a little sick? I still have a little bit of a cough. I think I just need to maybe go grab a drink quickly. Because water tastes boring. I don't know how you guys feel about that. But yeah, thank you, Ken. It's like the leftovers. I had a sinus infection a while ago, and it's kind of like just the leftovers from the sinus infection, so it's not bad. And like, as long as I don't have like dairy, I should be fine. I should be. Water tastes water for you. Yeah, it's very plain. It's very bland. I was thinking of going to get like a Lucozade, because that's it's like apple flavor or something. Water is so nice, yeah. I don't know how good the water is in South Africa for drinking, so yeah, I'm not too sure. Jargon, can I ask you? Oh, this one. I wanted to check. I don't know if I put it on this page or. Let me check here quickly. Notes? Okay, so story beam. Oh wait, maybe it's... Okay, pardon me for a second. I just need to go grab something off a different... That's not here? I'm trying to think. So I have a... reactive thing. Let's see, browser source. So that when Jargon's speaking, you guys can see. Oh, I don't see it. Split overlay, what's that? I have 2 pixel plushes. Oh wait, there we go, Discord reactive. I don't know. Hopefully that's fine. We'll see, I guess. And then I'll just edit it. How much is 980? Oh, I don't know. I've closed the game now. Is that like the $5 one? Hopefully it goes away soon. Get healthy again. Thank you, Samurai. I'm trying. It's so loud. Wait, what's so loud? Ehe? The game? The game is loud? The music's loud? Oh, $15. Oh, when you opened the game? I don't have any sound yet. I can check on my phone. Not me accidentally taking a screenshot. Alright. Let's see. It's a little bit loud, yeah. Just gonna turn off the Genshin music for now. Whoa! What's happening here? I wonder, can I use my controller? I can! Obviously the cassowary. Oh! Wait, you guys gotta see this. There we go. It's 4 AM? Oh my goodness. Ken, should you go to sleep? I got 4 hours of sleep last night. So yeah, I was awake until 4 AM this morning as well. Which was, I think, not so good. You've been grinding, your Raiden is finally able to reach level 80, nice! It's painful with that thunder manifestation. Oh yes, definitely, Spec. That boss is very annoying. You've been awake since 7 AM. Oh my goodness! Should you go to sleep, Ken? This game is so cute. So that's to me an old age. I wanted to check my shop. Oh, it does show in my currency. Oh wait, this guy's just gonna go without me. That's fine, I guess. So for me, in my currency, it's 250 rand for 980 crystals. But I don't know if that will... If you know my currency, Ken. Buckham? What a name. Oh, it's $13. Sheesh. Discount. Okay, definitely want to play co-op. Wait. Let's see if you jump and ring this bell. Wait, but... Huh? How do we do online? Can I invite a friend? Bossu? Bossu, join. Yargan. Do you want to join Discord? I'm in the chat. It's expensive. No, Spec, it's cheaper for us. It's supposed to be oh, Jesus Christ, look how big he is.
I'm ginormous.
Oh, Jesus Lord. There we go. Let me just...
I'm the star. It's all about me. Am I supposed to use a controller?
You don't have to.
I think it's hooked up, so I can. Or is it?
Or is it? Dun dun dun! It's $16 to $18? Oh, damn, Ken. That's... So it's supposed to be $15, but you pay way more for it. That's crazy. This is the other awesome game.
Maybe.
The bot speaks! Let me... Set game... KeyWe. Did that work? Okay, it did it.
It worked.
Yay! I'm so smart. Alright. Sorted. Okay, so... Does it work? Are you in the game?
Maybe. Hang on. Let's see.
I just need to drop my graphics a smidge. Let's see if that's better. How about now?
The controller doesn't work. So... Oh, okay. I think it's working now.
Okay. I just wanna... Sorry. My... This should be fine. I don't know. The stream's just lagging a little bit. But I'll see if I need to drop it a bit lower. You need to go, Ken! Yeah, best of luck. I hope you get the weapon. But yes, go get some sleep. You definitely need it. Alright, so what does it say? We just have to jump up and ring the bell? Like so? This game is so fucking cute. Oh my god, that's so cute.
It's gonna break everything.
Sorry, the sound is a bit loud compared to your voice.
Just gonna cough forever. It's
Drink
okay.
water.
I have some. I'm doing the thing.
Is my name Jeff? Oh no, wait, that's...
Oh.
Did you die? Oh no. No, you need to go pick up the name first. So stick this on your bum and then bring it over here.
Gotcha.
Oh, okay.
Fuck.
Well...
There's like a very slight input delay for me,
Oh no. Okay.
which is a little bit annoying, but
Sorry.
we'll work with it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Can I fight you? Come here.
No. Oh. What the heck? That's not what the picture should look like at all. This is some hacks.
Perfect.
Dan wants us to fight.
I'm trying my best.
Do these people, do they seriously hire Kiwis to do paperwork in New Zealand?
Absolutely.
Press anything. Okay. So what is it? Is it online or is it play? Because we're already technically connected?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just play, I guess.
Oh.
We can try both. That's fine. That's pretty cool.
Oh, we can change. Well, we don't have anything yet, maybe. Oh my god, I need these.
Oh man.
A rainbow.
Love it.
That's so cute.
Oh, the arms. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Ah! Oh, that's so cute. Are you going for standard Kiwi?
Yeah, I'm just gonna nude KeyWe.
How about I take the hat off? You can have the hat and I'll be the rainbow chicken.
Okay, that works.
Hairstyles. I
Some
need
shoes.
I need the mohawk. Can I have a beard? I love the fluffy one. The shoes look kind of weird. This is so silly.
I need it. I need the arms.
Okay, I think I'm fine.
Cool. Oh, thanks.
Okay, cool. So, should we do just play? Because it
I think
shows
so.
you here.
Yeah, sure.
Incoming transmission from Buckham, your boss. Let's do the tutorial. Just in
That's a
case.
good idea.
You'll be typing outgoing messages and wiring them into the residents of Bungalow Basin. This is Juliet, our telegraph machine, fully customizable and mostly reliable. Lovely. She was installed way before my time, so she can be a bit unpredictable. It's part of her charm. So we need to write this word. Oh, so oh, there we go. There's caps lock. Okay. So now caps lock is off. Where? Oh, E is over here.
Oh,
And B.
amazing.
I like how like most of the letters were on my side there, but okay. Oh, we need to. Oh, we need to do it together.
Oh, do we really?
Oh wait,
Oh, no, I
wait.
think we
There's
just keep
another
going.
word. Oh, I didn't even see
keep
that. Why does it say send? Whose idea was that? Where's the? Oh, the O's at the top there.
Oh, weird. Okay.
Yeah,
Jeez Louise.
it's
Shit's
QWERTY,
everywhere.
I think, but it's like confusing QWERTY. If that makes sense. So, oh.
Oops. Oh my god.
Oh, there we go. Need more bagels. I see.
Oh my
Uh-oh.
god. Come on. You can do it. There we go.
Hey!
Amazing.
I was like trying to figure out, I was like, what is his delay and how do I make it work? Oh! New message. Okay, so uppercase.
Oh my god.
You'll be fine. It's okay. Breathe, friend.
We'll see. No, breathing's the problem, actually.
Oh, don't breathe?
Oh, get over there.
Bonnet's back. In. Style. Okay. Man, I keep forgetting where the fucking T is.
Oop.
Oh, sorry. Everything's like on your side there.
Hit it. There.
Nice. Back in style, yeah. Oh shit, sandstorm. Okay, so uppercase is. No. That's not an uppercase anyway. Hello.
Oop.
Did I not
Perfect.
make a butts? Eh? Oh, do you need to stay on it? Oh.
Maybe.
Interesting.
Oop. Jump, idiot.
Ah! Okay, I'll stand on there.
As expected. There.
Thank you.
Oh, no. No. There we go. It's like just enough of a delay so that I'm not quite sure if I made it far enough.
Oh, I see.
It's pretty obnoxious.
The delay things kind of suck though.
It's a little sad.
I don't know if there's a better way to do it. Why'd they make the game this way? Oh.
Correct. Where's the... Oh, it's way over.
Ooh. Uh-oh!
Flares.
This is fine.
Oh no,
Oh, no!
come on! Don't do this to me, KeyWe, please. There we go.
It's when your autocorrect just keeps doing it wrong.
Yeah, exactly. The ducking autocorrect.
Oops. I love that I can be a rainbow chicken.
It's pretty
for some
amazing.
reason.
It's stuck under the thing. No! God.
Oh no! Oh!
Oh my god, this
There's a timer?
microphone.
Ah!
Apparently. Come on! No, alright. Anytime that I go for a tea, just like sit by the backspace.
Yeah. Avoid the yellow. Yeah. Ah, we'll be fine actually. Berries! Oh, my berries.
My berries.
Hey!
Fantastic.
We did it.
Flawless, of course.
10 out of 10.
Zero mistakes.
The audacity. Look at this shit. They didn't even give us gold.
Can't
Unbelievable.
believe it.
I'm so offended right now.
5 stamps.
A minute and 45 seconds? Damn. That sounds like a... for another time, you know?
Yeah, definitely. That's for tryhard times.
Yeah. Because that's definitely how we play games. Yeah, let's do we'll do all the tutorials. Because I haven't
Good idea.
watched too much of it. I don't know if you've watched any of it.
I've watched
Transcribing...
basically none of it.
Oh, we have to stick it to our bums. Cassowary courier team, impatient and stubborn. They can run like the Dickens. They'll be delivering your letters today. I'm pretty sure a cassowary would definitely eat a KeyWe. But you know.
Why? And then... oh my god.
Happy birthday, Mom! So now we have to find...
This here. Do we need capital H? Because there isn't one.
I don't think so. Oh,
oh, there's like a thing that's... oh, there's the pie over here. Oop. Gotta wait.
I don't think I can stick this part down.
No! How do I get rid of this?
I actually don't know. Oh, you just stick it down somewhere else.
Mom's right here.
Oh, I think we do need to do it. Birth. Day. Mom!
Woo! Oh, both sides. Got it.
Oh,
Wow!
that is adorable. Uh-oh. You good?
Oh, I go up
How do
here?
we take it to him?
Okay. Oh, and then you feed him. Adorable.
Him hungry. How much
Can I
food is
take-
he gonna eat?
Give.
Do we jump on her back? Oh my goodness.
Oh.
It told me to tap Y, so I don't know.
Oops. Shit.
Oh, we have to do it like at the same time. Hey! Stop getting off!
We have to feed it again.
No!
Yeah, they disable.
No, you need to...
Look, they're disabled right now.
But we were on at the same time. There. Okay, so mine's done. That's so weird. I thought it was buckling us
Okay.
onto the thing.
What the?
Do we both need to do it? Oh.
Oh, God.
Don't know if we were supposed to go with, but yeah.
Let's do it. Zach's not. Just ripped my jeans.
Why is that a message? Why would you be sending this? I'm just curious.
It's important information.
Yeah? Out of curiosity, who needs to know this? Who needs to know that you ripped your jeans?
Maybe your mom needs to bring you new jeans.
Oh, smart. I don't really understand how that part works.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, really.
Do we need to be on at the same time? Whoa.
All right.
Okay, that's definitely a message you would need to send.
Oh, it's right there. You got it. Nope. Okay.
Toilet. What? Oh, there goes bad. Nuts!
Rip.
This is so cute, man. Oh, I'm so confused. Hey, yo!
Alright.
What happens if it runs away with us?
I don't know, we should try it.
Yeah?
We'll probably just die.
Oh, no. Okay, maybe that's
Oh,
not
fuck.
then.
Stuck under the shelf.
Yeah, I got stuck a couple times as well. Out of peanut
Out
butter!
of peanut butter. It's very important.
It is.
Oh, it's over here.
Oh, I was right on the of, and I was like looking around for it. I was like,
Oh, we need the nut this time. Hell yeah.
you need the pea first. Pea first, then nut.
And then the butt is up above and the turd is over here.
This game is so fucking cute.
This is pretty great. Oh my god, will you...
Hey! I'm so confused by that. Are we doing it wrong?
Doesn't feel like we're doing it wrong, but I don't really...
Ah! Oh shit,
ya.
I got carried away.
See ya! You're going wherever they need peanut butter.
Oh bitch, we got silver, look at that.
Incredible.
10 out of 10. Give me my tickets.
Actual teleposters.
GG's the sun.
Man, playing with controller is so nice. I'm
It
being so lazy
is.
right now.
Oh,
I'm like,
same.
I'll lean back and shit. It's so nice.
Oh, maybe I should actually... I have so many levers on this chair, I don't know which one will let me lean back.
You want the
okay,
one that
I found the one
that makes
that
you
lets
think
me
you're
lean
gonna
back.
completely fall out of it.
No, so like this is one of those like ergonomic chairs, so it's like the way it
Mhm.
leans back is like weird. I don't know if that makes sense. Is
Yeah.
Jargon having a skill issue?
I always have a skill issue.
He was
I
born,
was born
having
with
a
a skill issue. Yeah, exactly. Glad we're on the same page. Of me basically being an idiot.
That's a mood. Relatable as fuck. If it's bigger than an envelope, you can bet it'll pass through here. Okay, so this is the packages. Incoming package!
Packages.
Painted
Ooh.
clips. This hefty baby's brought me back in 24 tournaments. I call her Cleopatra. Now she's all yours. Remember, lift with your legs, bowl with your heart. Okay.
Big Susan.
Okay. Hey, Lil Phil. Because his name's Philip Little. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's so silly. Painted cliffs. Okay, so that's where it's going. So what do we have to do? Oh, we need to... Oh, I see. So...
What was the code? Oh, 6243. Got it.
And then pick up. And then paste the code here.
Oh, you picked that up and put it here?
Oh.
Oh, do we need... Oh, okay.
Oh.
And move crane? Oh my god, what is happening?
Oh wait, the lid first, right?
Oh, and I do the... Oh, I see. Okay. Love it.
Wait, what does this do? North and south.
North and south.
I don't...
I'm not sure. The crate to the north or south depot. Check the map if you're not sure which direction it's headed.
But where are we?
I guess south, since it's in the south? I don't know if it, yeah, I don't know if it cares that much. So
yeah.
probably just going south. See ya.
Done. You were born with the skill issue too. Is your skill issue falafel?
Oh man. Falafel cravings are definitely a skill issue.
Gumtree Grove, okay, as ordered with your custom carved hourglass. Guaranteed accurate to within 30 grains.
Wow.
Okay. There's a lid.
3562.
And then you go bonk. And you stick this on the box.
On the
Like
box.
so. And then...
Do we need the sticker?
Is it heavy?
I don't know.
Or is it perishable?
It feels like it's neither.
Okay, that's fine. I think we have to have a sticker though.
It's heavy now.
It's heavy. Okay, that's fine.
Get up. There we go.
Nice. Oh! I died.
Rip.
Okay, so this one is Gumtree Grove, so it's going north.
Oh, I have to hold it?
You have to hold it, yeah. Oh, what the? That's not what I wanted to do at all. But anyway, this is fine. Oh!
No? What do we do?
Oh, we can review tag. How did we do that?
Gumtree Grove.
Yeah, it didn't say anything about...
Okay.
I wonder if it was this thing that was wrong.
Maybe it's perishable, not heavy. I think we need a new lid if we do it.
I don't think it is perishable though, to be fair.
Yeah, I don't feel like
Oh
it's
wait, yeah,
anything.
fragile!
Oh, shit.
So we need to maybe take this lid off.
Yeah, yeah.
We do a fragile
In there.
sticker on my
In there,
bum now.
nerd. There we go. Oh. Over a little, I think. Or do we not? Maybe we just put a new one?
I don't know.
Try I don't know. Okay, so we can do that at least. I'm not putting that one over the top of that one, maybe?
Maybe?
I don't know how else to do it. Nope. So how do we remove the old one? Okay. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, do we just... Oh, we just restick it.
Ah,
That's all.
I don't remember where I put the other sticker. There we go. Alright.
Okay, now to the north. Oh my god. Alright, stop it. That's good enough.
Yay!
Oh my god, we did it. Incredible.
Okay, let's go.
Give lid. Thank you.
Okay. Lake
Lake
Bessie.
Bessie.
We found this in a storm drain. We thought you'd know what to do. Hope it arrives quickly. We suggest getting it back in the water as soon as possible. What is it? In a storm drain. So it's
So
urgent.
it's perishable?
Urgent.
Is there an urgent one?
Yeah.
I see. Ooh, give me the sticker. Thank you.
You can push it. Oh, that's cool.
Oh wow, make it go even faster.
Wait, why are we already holding
Nope.
one?
Oh shit. I don't think it matters because it... it does matter. So how do we get rid of this one? Do we just stick it on there and then change the
Yeah,
tag?
change the tag.
Yeah. That's a huge pain. I mean, I guess not a huge pain, but... Nope. Give me the... Thank you.
Is that good? And we're going north. Nice. Incoming package. A pineapple. Okay, well now we know what that is.
Salty flats.
Salty flats. So 5113, we've been tending them all year and the pineapples are finally in season. This one's quite ripe. We recommend eating within 3 days to avoid spoiling. Sounds about right for fucking pineapples. So it's definitely perishable.
Nope. Oh.
Yeah. And it was salty flats, right?
Yeah, so south?
Yeah. Done!
Easy.
Hi, Benji. Thank you for the head pats. How are you doing?
Hassan, this is way more fun than League.
Yeah, this is definitely way more fun than League. Okay, we could have done that better, but it's fine. I think
It's okay. It was a learning experience.
We'll be sweats in this game another day.
Yeah. I think Apprentice is pretty fair. You know, we're still learning the ropes.
Yeah, we are. Oh wait, I wanted to get a juice. Okay, before we get
Go get a juice.
Next one, I want to go get a juice. I'll be right back.
I double dog dare you to get a juice.
Ah! How dare you? Be right back.
Juggins a possum, who would have guessed? Definitely not me. This is news to me, in fact. Oh. I'm moving stuff. Don't tell anybody, it's a secret. Oh.
I got juice! And chips.
Great success.
Great success.
What kind of chips?
They're KFC Zinger Wings.
Ooh, I've heard good things about those.
They're fucking tasty, holy shit. Ray buys them for me all the time. Oh, bonus pay? What is that? Overtime shifts? Oh, that's maybe like, once you finished all the basic stuff. Maybe. Oh, and there's different seasons as well. Summer at the top.
Ah, very cool.
I've been having a roller coaster of emotions. Oh, you just chilling now? Oh, sorry to hear that, Bengi. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely having fun. I don't know about Joggin. Are you having fun, homie?
Definitely.
Yeah? Such a
Chugging water, sorry. Yeah, it's very cool. I want some arms, though. I need to get the arms.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go.
Flibberty gibbets.
Whatever that is. Was Joggin throwing things?
I did nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't done anything. I did nothing.
Or?
What do I do with this?
Send
that letter up the correct sorting tube. Oh. Oh, where's it supposed to go?
Where is it addressed to? Can you put it down, maybe?
That's a great question, yeah.
Or put it under the... Come here. So...
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if this would...
Maybe? No?
Oh. Wait, this one says place here. No? Not me.
Oh,
maybe you?
Is this just where we go? How did I know where to put it there, though?
Oh, it had a sticker on it! With that picture.
Poll? Oh, pull to there.
Oh.
Oh my god, please.
How to know when to pull or push though? I'm so confused.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh.
I've died.
The little squeak that you make is like so weird. Is the game choppy? Oh, my VTuber is not also visible as well. So let me just maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I might need to just drop the graphics again because yeah, my PC's struggling, man.
It's trying. It's trying so hard. You just gotta get a new video card. It's
I
easy.
think there's just a... I'll just shit a bar of gold then, I guess.
It's the Hassan solution is just do the thing. It's easy.
It's still very choppy. I think it's just because there's a lot happening on the screen. Maybe stop jumping for a second?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I think it's just because there's no other settings I can change though, like... Now my controller's being a dick. Oh, it's because it keeps bumping the mouse, so the mouse is like trying to...
Oh, that's awkward, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if making it windowed mode will help at all. I'll desync. It looks like it's still struggling a bit. I don't remember what video card I have actually. Jargon, do you remember by any chance?
I think you have a 1070, I think.
Oh, I think so, yeah. So what, we need to take the mail now, or?
Wait, that's death. Oh, don't jump in the water. Okay.
Oh, okay, so this one's going out.
Hassan.
Hassan, you can send me the money for it, thank you. So we need to deliver this one to the out. I don't know how we're supposed to know that it's... Oh, it says at the top there, it says his name.
Oh, I see, okay. Got it. Man, this one's hard to do. There's a lot going on here.
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna do it. It's gonna be okay. Come on, Iverson.
How do I know? This just says 2. Oh, it needs... Oh, okay, I see. So this goes here. This goes south. And then this one
This one else goes south.
goes this way. Oh, and then the... Oh, okay. Don't jump in the water.
Nope, water's bad.
Ah! Okay. Wait, I went straight back into the water. Cool.
This one? Oh. It looks like you can jump up directly.
So
but
that
you
one
definitely
goes...
can't.
That one goes up here.
Oh, painted cliffs. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
What do we... Oh, the bell.
I already rang the bell.
Did you? Do it again.
The confusion is real.
Did nothing. Oh, we have to chirp at this.
Oh. There we go.
Now we ring both bells.
Ah.
Good. That one goes to 1.
Okay,
This one goes
so-
north. Oops, shit. You go ahead and do that. I'm gonna do this.
This is fine. Hold on. Let me...
God, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I
jump in
think-
the water so much.
I think it's a bit choppy just because there's so much going on the screen.
Ring the bell. Do you have a bell? Let's do
Do
the
be like that
Christmas
sometimes.
dance.
Oh, this one goes
Ring
north,
the
so-
bell above your head. Ring the bell above your head.
Actually, hold on. Yeah, you
Ring
can...
the bell
No, yeah,
above
go
your
go
head.
back.
Let's do
Push
the
this one over to
Christmas
north first.
dance.
Go, go.
Come on. I was trying. I promise.
There you go.
And then up to 1. What are we missing? Oh, Hugo Hurley.
Oh.
Oh, I've
sorry.
died. Got it.
This one goes
Cool.
out.
Alright, I'll go to this.
Nice.
Easy. Alright, this one goes north, so I'm just gonna get rid of that one first. Get it out of the way. Cool. This one goes to Belby. This one goes to Lake Berry. We need Grelba Grime Pot, which is this one. Cool.
Nice.
Come on.
That one, they weren't very clear on the instructions, but I think
Yeah.
we figured it out.
Yeah, once we figured it out, it was actually pretty easy.
Oh, we did pretty good.
Yeah, I got silver. We're amazing. Born to be teleposters.
Do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna close something. Because, yeah, having Chrome open is probably not helping the situation.
Oh yeah, it's eating all your RAM. Gobbles it up. It's delicious.
Apparently.
Oh god. I'm dying, it's fine.
How about you don't do that?
I'm really trying.
I almost closed Discord.
You don't need it, it's fine.
That would have been a little bit funny. Yeah, boy. My mouse was hogging the controls again.
Just get rid of it.
Mail flies.
Ew.
Oh, what? Run through them to scatter them. Okay. Wiggle to break. Oh my god, they're gonna pick us up? Okay.
Fantastic. Okay. Oh, there's my...
You've already forgotten.
Yeah, something is holding downward on my
Oh, shoot.
controls. So I'm running straight south constantly.
Is it... Are you on keyboard or...
No, I'm using my controller. I wonder if it's like my... I wonder if it's my mouse or something. Well, this is working fine, so I don't know why that would be... It's pretty weird. I'm not sure. Strange.
Is it fine
okay.
now?
No, it's still broken.
You don't seem to be running down though. Or
Yeah,
is
it's because I'm running up instead.
do you want to restart the game maybe?
Maybe. It's so weird. Because obviously it's not doing it to the menu. It's not like holding down on the
So
menu.
let's exit. And then if you want to... I don't think I need to restart my game, but maybe you want to restart?
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
kick myself out. Somehow.
Ooh.
How do I kick myself out?
I just got booted.
Cool.
Game was like, no more keys for you.
Here, I'm just gonna...
Oh, you buy these with tickets. Oh my god, the pineapple. Oh my god. This pineapple glasses.
Okay.
The settings are reduced to sun. Unfortunately, I can't reduce them anymore.
Alright, I'm quitting.
But Jargon's just having an issue with his controls at the moment.
Okay.
Could you rejoin or?
Let me see. I don't think so. I think you might have to reinvite me. Let me relaunch here. I'll reduce your setting, Hassan. You can't see it, but I'm shaking my fist. Play game. Alright.
Yeah, I think that's fun. Looks like all the arms are for challenges.
Oh, really? Okay. That's fine.
Shoes as well.
What is this doing?
Ah, thank you, Hassan. It's okay though. Ooh.
Did this work?
Did it not?
I'm like I'm in the game, but I don't know. Oh, you're now connected, playing KeyWe via Steam. Okay, should be working.
Let's see.
Let's go.
Also, why? Oh, you blame Kai just because everything is Kai's fault?
Yeah, everything is Kai's fault. It's definitely true.
Oh, was that you? Oh, no, goodbye.
Am I still running?
Yeah.
Too? What the fuck? I'm like not even in the game.
You don't want to use keyboard? See if
I can try.
See if that changes anything.
I'll get my controller. Controller's old and junky anyway. But it was working.
Yeah, that's so weird.
Jerk.
It's like randomly stopped working. It was like no longer.
Okay, what am I even doing here? Okay.
Is it still not? It's no working.
Yeah. You can try inviting me again.
It says you're not in the game.
Yeah, I quit.
Oh, okay.
That's weird because when I go to play, it like opens a second client. Like one is the remote play with you, and then the other one is like my local client.
It's still showing you like drifting.
I'm just running down.
Yeah.
It's great. Yeah, it just like puts me in the main menu. So I don't really. Let me try starting this and see if I do play. No, it's like a new game with plain Kiwis. It's like not putting me in your game.
Okay, hold on. It's weird that the other Kiwi's just like running straight down then.
Yeah, it's like still there and still connected somehow and just dying.
Oh, I can create a room. Maybe you can join this way?
Sure, we can try that.
This might be better for you. I don't know about the remote play thing if it's like working properly, but
Yeah. Maybe better for like the input and stuff.
yeah. The last
see my mouse.
letter is D.
Okay, thanks. Oh my god. Online. I don't have a mouse pointer now. It's very frustrating.
Actually can't win.
J card. Oh no, we're not doing that.
Oh man, I was trying to get them. Hey, bossy!
It's me.
Yeah.
Swap kiwis. Do I have any other kiwis? Oh, it just like cycles.
Yeah, apparently.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay, now what?
That's a great
Are we...
question.
Are you good? Is there a thing for you to be like confirm or anything?
It does not.
Um,
Leave room or swap kiwis.
yeah, I see that as well. I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Morgan in the online menu. Are we just in the room now? Can we do whatever we want?
I don't know.
So if I go back to... Yeah, okay. He wants to play a shift, and I say view, and then I can say play.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this works.
We'll skip the tutorial because we know what to
Yeah, we don't need. Well, I don't know the controls anymore, but we'll try it.
Oh shit, okay. It should still
So this is jump. I don't know how to butt bump.
if you go stand over something, it should show you, like if you come stand on a button.
Doesn't give me anything.
It's the down. So down on your keyboard.
Oh god, okay, this is gross. Alright, sure. Also forgot about sprint completely, so that's cool.
There's a sprint?
Yeah, it's left trigger, I think. Thief at large and Belby.
Oh, okay, I died. Oh, they stole a thing off the
There's
paper.
thief. Motherfuckers.
Thief at large.
Thief at large in Belby.
In.
BE, yep, okay, so BE and then over by those flies is LBY.
Hey, no! Shits. Nice.
Yay.
Oh, you bastard. Come here.
What a jerk.
Right?
I don't like these flies much.
Oh no, they're awful.
How do I do the thing? Oh, it's like over, okay. The input lag is actually completely gone, so.
Oh really? Oh, okay, so that's much better then.
Yep. Oh, he grabbed me, no!
Ah! What?
I grabbed the thing, no! You jerk.
They do that every fucking time. Those assholes.
Bugs ate my biscuits, I believe it.
Hassan, be careful about Bugs ate.
Yeah, I'll ban you, Hassan.
Yeah, be careful about posting links, Hassan. Do you remember last time? What happened when someone posted a random link? Hey, attack! Bugs ate, what was it, my biscuits?
The my, yeah, the mine's over here.
Here's
Hey, Ben.
Hi, Ben.
Kits. No, give me kits. Thank you.
How you doing, Ben?
Ben. Hey, Ben. Oop.
You any Balkan? Not quite. I think we don't have to do it at the same time. So if you, maybe if you feed the guy.
Numpad 3? What?
Huh?
It gave me like an option of numpad 3.
There we go. Yeah, so we don't have to do it at the same time. These bugs are driving me insane. I hate them so much. Gullible investors
Gullible
wanted.
investors wanted. Investors is
here we
up
go.
here.
Gullible.
Ibble is where this bug is.
Hey, no,
Investors
you
is both
bastard.
up here. In the stores is up there too. And one. Ted.
Ted.
Noise. Nice.
There we go. I see. Ah, I'm stuck.
Easy.
Fuck. I hate
Figuring
that.
this out.
Oh, okay, we did pretty good. You know, problems aside.
Yeah, not too bad.
So
Last time I got banned by Jargon? Yeah, Hassan, I'll ban you. Watching you.
This game is fun, Dan. I think you can play it single player as well. But I feel like it's more fun with a friend.
Yeah.
How's the weather
Most
been
def.
in the mountains?
Oh, view. And then play. Nice, okay. Got this all figured out.
It's nice today. What is nice?
Oh, this is the same thing, just nighttime. So we can skip.
Oh, really? So it should be same.
Yeah, it looks like the same thing.
Oh!
Wait, why is there a triangle here? Wait, what?
Please?
Yeah, it must be, right? It's... Oh, and it's... What the fudge?
Uh-oh, sorry, I got off.
Oh.
No.
Oh,
you
I need
screw it.
backspace.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Nope.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I was still on it.
And then A, and then S, and then E again.
Oh, my bad.
Pizza.
Please meet? Is it M-E-A-T or M-E-E-T though?
Probably EET, I would hope.
Ah!
I was too busy laughing over meat.
17? Oh, 17's not
That's
too
me,
bad. It's so cold though.
I love 17.
Oh no, below 20 is way too cold.
At Pokeball? Oh, it's up here. Tight?
I don't know, there's other letters that are also like blocked, so they don't
Oh,
tell us
yeah.
what letters they are.
Night? No. What am I missing?
Fight? I don't know if it's like a... Well, let me... Okay, so...
Nope. Okay.
So it's not these letters, it's one of these letters. E 8!
8. Okay,
Ah.
cool. Schnoise. Is it this one? Yeah.
Nice.
Kablamo.
Quick math. Uh-oh.
Oh my god. Okay.
Cool. Well... So S is V.
And E is Y.
Wait, what? Okay, so no. I dumbed. So do we want to press the... No.
Okay, so... Do you want to push the E then? Because they're swapped. Yes, okay.
I see.
And then A.
Hey, go to your side of the keyboard.
E?
Oh.
No.
V?
Yeah, V.
And
then E again. Leave.
well, this is confusing.
The I, which becomes the.
The? What do you mean fight, Ben? There's no need to fight.
No, I think you thought he was saying the word was fight.
Oh! Oh, because
bundle?
I think Dan
Bundle.
said earlier that we should fight.
We
Bundle?
should fight. It's impossible though.
As Kiwis?
Yeah. Yes. Wait, what are you? I'm not a. Okay, never mind.
Ah? Oh, we both.
Leave the bundle. Below?
Below? Yeah.
Below, yeah.
Below the...
God, my throat. What a pain.
Do you need water?
I got some, but I suck. Fridge.
Bridge.
Bridge. My brain.
Hey.
Jeez Louise.
You got this.
Yeah. Nope. Get over there. There we go.
What?
Ugh. Symbols and swaps. Cool. G is WH. Who? WHO? Oops.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the BTS symbol.
Eh?
Mod. Okay. CHA.
Changed? Who changed?
Who changed? Love it. The. Yep. Brain. Oh my god.
Uh-oh. That was a long one.
P is P. A is A.
There's a
G
W.
is W.
Password.
Password.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh! Oh! Okay.
Why is it not working? What the fuck?
Because the light was red.
Garbage.
I think. We need more of these tickets, so we need to come back and do this again to get more tickets, because then we can buy more cosmetics.
Yes, it's very important. The most important, in fact.
I thought your voice sounded different, but it was jargon. Yeah, it was jargon all along, actually.
No. No. Same person. Very talented.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I hate these flies, though. Oh my god. How are you doing, Llama?
Pieces of shit.
Llama. Do we want to view the tutorial, or do you think we got it?
I think we're probably fine.
Yeah.
Right? I think we're okay.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hey, protect.
Oh, we're just...
There we go. Okay, this is going to Belby.
Oh, I might be disconnecting.
Yeah?
I'm just running in place, so...
Oh, okay.
I'm back. Okay, cool.
So, this one needs a... It's going to Belby. Hey!
Oh, I'm running in place again.
Is your thing broken?
Belby, 4162. Got it. Oh, they
fragile.
printed a incorrect thing, assholes.
Zach, go away. I don't want them to pull the sticker off. I don't know if they will.
They probably would.
Is that the right?
Give me fucking incorrect tags.
Is that the right tag?
Is this right? It should be. Oh my god. These fucking flies.
Hey, what? So yeah, we need to remove the...
Oh, is this
No way.
not... Did they just like completely remove my...
Yeah, so it's
Fuck.
printing random stickers. I don't know why. So No!
This is fun. Get out of here.
How do we get a new one?
Motherfuckers. You can backspace. There you go.
No, I meant like... it was 4166.
Motherfuckers. Get out of here.
Oh, okay. I thought you had to like make a new one.
Is it fragile?
It is fragile, yeah. It's like
Nice.
a fossil or something. Yeah, I'm doing good, llama. We just try not to lose like goddamn
good,
marbles.
Mama. Oh, I can't see the box at all. That's fun.
What?
I can only see it on your stream.
That is... did it do that before? Oh, I just died. I'm so glad.
Oh shit. Okay.
Okay, so it was going to the south. But yeah, llama, I'm doing good. We just we're having some technical issues. Huh?
That's what I'm saying. Wait, did it work? What happened? Yeah, I can't see the box.
Oh, it's not.
Oh, it's going north.
Oh. I hate these fucking flies. Holy shit.
Oh no?
They're just putting stickers all over everything. Bunch of assholes.
Okay.
Look at them.
Did it? Oh my god. So now I'm seeing the box from the previous one.
Who's... Oh, they're controlling the crane. I was like, what the heck? Go away, you.
Oh my god. These flies are fucking the worst.
Gumtree Grove. This is heavy.
3562.
Where was heavy? Oh, okay.
Oh, I can't even...
So, yeah.
So I think I just have to put these down and then have you put them because I still see the previous box.
Oh, there's no lid? Oh, there we go.
And then chase these fucks off of here.
Okay, that's done. Now we can do the lids. Just... Oh, shit, I died.
Rip.
Go away, you. Okay. Can you see the box? Oh wait, the thing's not in the box yet.
Nope.
Shit. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Mama. The game looks so dumb. I love it. It is pretty dumb, yeah. I was wondering why the brain cell was so active. Yeah, it's the most active. These fucking flies. They're putting stickers all over everything. I hate them.
This is the fucking worst. These motherfuckers.
Actually, oh, we need to post it still. Where did it go? It was north, hey.
Gumtree Grove, yeah. Yep.
My goodness. Okay,
Get that
last
shit
one.
out of here. Oh, good. The other one's back now. It's lovely.
Okay, this
Like,
is
what am I even picking up if this isn't even real? I'm so
salty
confused.
flats, and it's perishable.
Salty flats. 5113. No. Oh my god.
Okay, I'll remove it. Do you need me to take that, or?
I think I can see it now.
Oh, they're taking it back. Look at these
Did it
little
work?
assholes.
Okay, I did it. Alright, sweet.
Okay, lead time.
Get out of here, idiot.
Nice.
Cool.
Okay, and that went to the south. Hey, salty something.
Yeah. Jump.
Hey, we did it.
The easiest.
Time to shut the window. I agree. Get the bug
Flawless.
spray. Fuck
Yeah, seriously. Fuck these guys.
bunch of assholes. Give me more stamps. I need cosmetics. So can we go back now and just go collect all the get gold on everything?
Sure.
I'm not enjoying this
Yeah,
week. This week is
first
just full
week.
of bugs.
We know how you feel about bugs.
Ugh.
First week will be easy as fuck now. Oh, I'm supposed
Yeah,
to view,
that's true.
sorry. View and then play. Good gravy.
Good. Poor pugs. What pugs? Hassan? What? Whose stream are you watching?
Okay, I'll just take this one. This is like Bessie.
My stream is like, hey, shit.
Hey.
There's like vines.
Hey.
Look at these fucks.
What are they doing? What is this?
Like holding onto the package. Like I couldn't...
Oh yeah, motherfuckers. What do you do? Like?
You just have to pull it out.
Oh. That's annoying.
So like. Oh wait.
Trying to pull. The fuck? Okay.
Whoa.
This is all fine.
So you can pull and push. I think it's easier to just push.
Yeah, I was trying to pull that previous one, but gave no fucks. No, I don't want to pull it this way. It doesn't want to let me pull when there's vines.
Yeah, so you have to pull in the direction the arrows are going.
Yeah, I was trying. It wasn't working.
Oh, okay. Not too sure then.
Yeah,
That's
same.
weird.
I'll keep trying.
Oh,
oops, we
need
didn't
to speak.
send this one. Cool, cool.
Yeah, for some reason
Easy.
this scene makes my stream lag hella.
Oh. Let's go to Belby. I'll just put it down on the ground. That's fine.
It's fine.
Also go to Belby.
Okay. Oh, you butts.
Did I? Oh, I died. Huge idiot.
Don't do that.
What's this one? Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so... Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what the point of those arrows are.
I don't get it. It's fine. Everything's fine. No! I don't really know. It's fine.
Dunzos. Oh god. Ah! The fuck?
Whoops.
Ah!
Oh, what did I just grab? You died?
Yeah.
Yikers.
Fucking rude.
I think I was supposed to save you, but
Oh.
I think I pushed the wrong button or something. What's this do? Oh, I can pick up this flower? What do I do with this?
Gotta learn those.
Here, you can have this. Take this flower. Oh, we don't need this one. Pam Limbo. Pam Limbo's still down here.
Oh, I can't push it in? Oh, there we go.
Wait, Pam Limbo. What the fuck?
Out. In the outbox.
Trying.
Oh, is the thing blocking you?
It's no. Oh, maybe it is. Yeah, maybe I need to grab this one first. Yep. Oh, no. Still not letting me.
Oh, there's Pam Limbo on the other side as well.
Oh, weird. What?
So are there two, or...?
Confusing. Well, that one worked, so... Yeah, there's another Pam Limbo here.
Oh, piss off you. Ah! Oh.
It's gonna eat one of us, maybe? No?
Oh, come on, man.
Jesus.
Can you not grab it at the same time?
And it doesn't give me the prompt, so maybe... I don't know. Noise.
That one was only
I don't like these
mildly
things
annoying.
interfering with our work. Yeah, it wasn't as bad as the bugs. The bugs were way worse. New personal best. Incredible, considering it's our first time.
I mean, it's not wrong.
Technically correct.
Yeah. The best kind of correct.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, dust storms. Anything that's not bolted down is liable to get blown around. Including small flightless birds. Oh, I'm so bad.
No.
Cool.
Incoming massage.
This guy's got a little miner's cap on with a little light on.
Bless him. Got grit in my gills.
Oh!
Oh.
Okay, so that's what
See
happened.
ya.
Oh, Jesus!
Oh, jeez.
I was busy looking at you.
I'm doing it. Ah, worth.
There we go. Okay, that one makes a lot more sense now. This is a lot less annoying than the...
Yes.
You outies, Cupcake! Have a good one. My beard blew off.
My beard blew up. Love it. Oh, okay.
Oh!
Oh, you motherfucker. Where did beard end up? Oh, that was nice. I'll scrap off.
Oh! Eh?
Easy.
Eh?
Yay.
That sound.
It's the only time I'll get to fly.
A lot of sand out
A lot
here.
of sand out there. Okay. Oh, lots there. Lots here.
Oh, there's
SA,
sand.
yeah, I got ND up here.
Out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cows, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no. So I guess as long as you keep that boy fed, then I can just do the
You just keep going.
the buckling.
It's a twister.
Oh, that was so close!
Damn.
What's a twister?
Oh, that's just what Ben said. It's
Oh.
a twister.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Ben, do you have to deal with twisters?
In the mountains?
Yeah. That's where most of the twisters happen in the US.
Do they start at the top of the mountain and they work their way down?
Yeah. Of course, yeah.
Okay. What the fuck is this?
Oh my god. This place is fucked.
Do you want to do the tutorial? Because, like, we know what to do, but, like...
Sure. Keep your feet on solid ground. Oh, the
Oh my god.
floor is lava. Run over pieces to uncover them.
Okay.
Use whatever scattered lids and stickers are available.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Alright. Sure,
Well-
why not?
Lake Bessie... and it's a perishable.
Perishable. Oh, what the fuck is this?
Okay, so...
Alright, I'm gonna stop playing with this.
Perishable...
Lake Bessie is what, 2241.
Oh wait, there's a sticker.
Ah!
Can I use the stickers? Ah! There we go.
Yeah, perfect.
And then there's a lid. We'll use this lid because it's
yeah,
close.
I love that lid.
Oh my goodness.
Pick up lid.
And then this goes north.
We.
Yeah, bitch.
We the best. Oh, don't sink.
Oh, Gumtree Grove.
Grove.
It's milk. Cool.
3562. Don't sink, idiot! Get out of the sand! Oh my god.
What a ding dong.
Seriously.
Let's use this lid over here since it's there. So it's
Love
perishable. Got that location. Oh wait, we need to put the thing. Okay, hold on. Let me go push it in.
Oh, the item. Yeah, yeah.
Ah! Because the thing's not working. Hello? Can you move the thing? I can't push it for some reason.
Oh, is it in the way?
I don't know, it's just not letting me... There we go. Oh, that was
There it
weird.
goes. Okay. I was trying to do both, but it like resets.
That's weird. Okay. Where was that to? Was that Gumtree
Oh shit,
Grove?
right. One more step. Gumtree Grove, yeah.
Yeah. Noise. Okay.
Schnoise.
Belby.
Belby.
Urgent.
Urgent.
Yeah.
4162. Fuck out of the sand, idiot. Jeez.
Oh, I just fell off. Cool, I'm glad that happened.
This is fine.
And then the last lid is over here. If I can just get my ass out of the sand, that would be amazing. I'm like, I got stuck. That's fine.
This is a-okay. You
Alright.
kept the sticker, so that's what matters.
Yeah. Apparently stickers don't come unstuck when you're in sand. Don't know how true that is, but you know. And this was
Makes sense to me.
Belby, which is north.
Yep.
Nice. Got him!
Well-oiled machine.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Look at all them tickets.
Oh my god, we're incredible.
8! Shit, bitch!
Holy shit.
Bouncing boxes and blimps.
Oh dear.
What on earth? As if the last one was not enough of a clusterfuck. What is going on here?
Move packages using the color-coded buttons. Launch letters where they need to go. For the love of fuck.
Oh my goodness.
Letters from the in slot get launched at the matching mail blimp. Oh my god. Okay, sure.
You know,
Scroll to find your customer's name, then launch at the out slot. Alright, so move the packages around with the buttons, the rest of the stuff gets launched.
so...
Yum
What?
Peppers goes to...
Ah.
Oh,
Haha.
I died.
Oh, did I kill you or?
No, I fell off.
Okay.
Wait, this is Shumai. This one? I'm on this button. Get off the button. This is interesting.
Is that all the packages?
Launch. Launch? Why isn't it launching? Oh, I gotta...
How do I know where the thing needs to go?
that one I don't... Oh, that goes... That one I don't know. It doesn't go anywhere, right? Oh, you can go through.
Oh,
So you should be able to find Yim Pippers, I would guess. Or Palo Hornsby.
here's the Pippers.
I'm going to...
Wait, how do you launch it?
Mine's spacebar, so probably whatever your jump is.
But do you just...
Yeah, you should be able to aim it.
No, because it says right trigger, but it doesn't actually shoot it, so... Oh, it has to be, like, green? No?
Yeah, it has to be green, yeah.
Still not. Oh, wait, now it's changed the names. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah. This is fine.
Oh, there we go, okay.
What are we missing over here?
I think it's probably just this.
Oh, the Palo Hornsby, right.
Yeah.
I'm an idiot. Pay me no mind.
That was so
Palo Hornsby
confusing.
no mind.
Ah! There we go. Okay. Sorted.
Okay, we got this figured out.
Yeah.
Noted, thank you. This one has to go here. Shit, I fucked it up.
Oh, it can't go back now?
Wait, why is that not? Oh, because it changed. Gotcha. Okay. Wonderful.
Whoops. Is that all
Corn
the...
Cob Collins.
You do all the letters so far? Hey,
Yeah,
are we done?
everything's done. Yep.
Ah!
Oop, shit.
Why are you pressing buttons, sir?
Man, I don't know.
I'm gonna take your
This whole
button
game's pushing
pressing
buttons.
rights away.
Can you try?
No?
I don't want. I don't want the
think-
responsibility.
I don't think there's an option for that, to be honest.
I don't think so either, but there should be. Some people just aren't worthy, you know?
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Simon Spiffwelter.
Ah, yes. Simon.
Oh, they were really nice to me. They pointed me right at the ones every time. Good old Simon.
Not gonna lie, this part is pretty brain dead.
Yeah, this is all pretty... This really isn't so bad at all.
Yeah.
Pretty easy.
Once we figured out how everything works.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Oh, so close.
I guess
Bullshit.
we gotta do it again.
You want to?
No, we can just go through everything and then maybe we can do like a try
Yeah.
hard thing afterwards.
Perfect stuff a little bit.
Yeah. I want to see what the overtime shift is if that's just like oh shit.
Pick the little flowers to get... Oh, the flowers get rid of the vines.
Oh, reattach
That makes
keys to
sense why I
topple.
can pick them.
Big flowers are carnivorous. Peck pods to free trap rats. That's cute.
Fantastic. Okay.
Alright. Water.
New message.
Do you wanna come?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Water.
Whoa!
Wait. Oh, I got eaten. Shit.
How do I...
Peck.
The plant burped. I don't know if you heard it. Balloon. Oh!
Where's the... Oh, I need to get rid of that shit.
Pop! Pop. Let me go put this back.
All over here.
Okay, and then E. Yeah, boy.
Can see shit.
Use.
Use. Oh. Let me fix that before it becomes a problem.
Uh oh. Wait.
What? Oh, did we mess up?
I don't know. Should be L. No?
Is it not? What? Did we send the first one? We did.
Oh, Caps is stuck on.
I've been eaten.
Because of the fucking plant. It was.
Gosh, my throat.
The plant was holding the caps lock in, by the way. That's
Motherfuckers. Oh, duh. Of. Sunscreen.
Oh.
Get up there, moron. Oh. Ah! Oh no. Yeah, that worked. Oh, he's hitting backspace, this motherfucker.
Oh.
Oh, I've been eaten. No. Stop eating me.
Why is it always you that gets eaten?
I don't know, motherfuckers. Straight dickheads. Oh, this plant's gonna be a dick. Yep. Shift?
Plants?
Plants,
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
plants. No, you did it.
Took.
Bergentuk. It's all me. Fucking, come on.
Sir,
It's fucking
I'm
garbage
starting to
plants.
think it's a you problem. I'm not gonna lie.
It must be. It must
It has to be, yeah? Oh, these
caps
assholes.
lock again.
Oh, I got eaten this time. Do you know
Oh,
why?
shit.
I got betrayed by you. No, don't squeak at him. Motherfucker.
Don't squeak it. Oh no, fuck. We're never gonna finish this.
You want a flower?
Thank you.
My pants!
Pants. Oh shit.
Pants took my pants. Sounds like a bad
We
time,
don't need
buddy.
the O. We don't need the U either. Plants
Plants
took
took
my
my
pants.
pants. Whatever that means.
It's never happened to you before? Happens to me all the time.
I ran out of words. Rain was just like, nope, I'm
That
done.
was just such a fucking stupid statement that I'm just gonna like buffer.
Just stuck on like the
Oh, watching the
processing screen.
cinematic.
Yeah, can you see it?
Yeah, well, I can watch stream.
I mean, yeah, but there's a delay. Don't worry, you didn't miss much. I literally caught a leaf. Can we go wardrobe?
Do
But there's
it.
a box. Oh!
Picking something to wear.
Lilac-breasted roller. That's a birdie that we get here in South Africa. And a red-headed
Adorable.
woodpecker, which I don't think we get here. I need to decide. Oh wait, these are like achievement ones, right?
Yeah.
It makes bubbles. Oh my god.
Times 20.
Okay, well I know I definitely want these. Hats?
Those are fantastic. Oh my god, these are so cute.
Is the one that make me look like a pineapple? Because that would be like 10 out of 10.
I love your pineapple.
I can be a mango.
But you hate mangoes.
I do. I can be a Nemo.
These are all
Okay. Have you seen the super fluffy one?
Yeah, it's so fluffy. Looks insane.
There's the one that looks a little bit like an owl. Very fuzzy pants.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, I wanted the mohawk one, like rainbow mohawk chicken. Yeah, fuck it. Are you changing yours?
Yes.
Oh, I can't see it for some reason.
Yeah, I think it's because of the way we're connected.
My guy with his mohawk, he's definitely on vacation. Oh, so we're on fall now. So we finished summer.
Oh, cool.
10 out of 10. I just wish my graphics card wasn't wanting to die.
Ideally, yeah.
I don't have anything else I can close though, because I need Discord open. Yeah, everything that's open needs to be open, unfortunately.
Ooh, I like this one. Oh, that one's 50. Motherfucker.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, you still, okay. You're still buying stuff.
Yeah, I think I'm good though. I don't need to buy anything else.
Yeah.
I'll save up from now on.
All items now need 2 different stickers. Okay.
Cool. Oh, so like
Sweet.
heavy and fragile. Cool.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's it. Okay, sweet.
Yeah. Oh, now we have to do 4 things. Okay.
What the deuce?
Okay, Belby, dinosaur, so it's heavy and fragile.
Heavy
I
and
think.
fragile. Makes sense. Wait, where's the thing? Oh my god, it's way over here. Fuck.
Heavy.
Oh god, it goes and... I hate it. Heavy and fragile. Is that it?
And where is it going? Belby, so it's going north there.
The LB.
This way?
Splendid.
Nice.
Easy peasy.
Lemon squeezies. Whoa, what's that?
Chili pepper. Gumtree
Okay,
Grove.
so yeah, I think it's gotta go Sanic fast, but also maybe perishable because it's food, or fragile. What do you think?
Maybe fragile. So I think it said something about if it breaks, then it's gonna be like hell to pay or something.
Fragile and perishable. Oh my god, what's perishable all the way over there? Ah! Oh damn, Spec, that's hardcore. That's hardcore grind. But congrats, yeah, that's quite intense, I think. And where was this?
It's going north.
North.
Gumtree Grove. Wait, what?
You sure?
So not...
What the fuck happened to me? So it said Gumtree Grove, yeah?
Yeah, it did.
Oh, there was one of the stickers wrong, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So I was trying to review the tag.
Oh, sorry.
If this bottle breaks, you're on your own. So definitely fragile.
Yeah.
And urgent? Yeah,
Yeah, I
probably
think so.
urgent. Yeah,
But it's food.
I agree.
Silly buggers. Oh, you have a
Some
bag!
bullshit.
I just saw that now.
Yeah, I bought a pack back.
That's so cute. GG's, Hassan.
Belby.
Belby. As soon as possible. What?
Don't forget to brush your tusks. Alright, so ASAP is urgent, right?
Yeah.
And then I don't know. I don't know what the other one is.
Oh, fragile, because they're spectacles. I think.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Makes sense.
It's 4162.
That's why I kept closing the thing, because the jump button was the same as like the close thing.
Oh, it's like the go on. I gotcha.
Yeah.
That's funny. What the? Weird. Belby, so...
That was Belby.
North.
No. We got this.
Noise.
The last package is a pumpkin! Like Bessie, biggest pumpkin of the harvest. Make a dozen pies with this thing. Keep it somewhere cool and dry, it'll rot, so perishable.
Perishable.
And have someone help you carry it, because it's heavy as fuck, so it's heavy and perishable.
Heavy. And Belby, 4162.
Why is there a dinosaur sticker there? I wonder if we could have used that. Oh wait, where am I going? Lol.
Oh, for the dinosaur bone? Totally
Yeah, I
possible.
wonder. Oh, we can use this perishable sticker that I grabbed before. So?
But why? I'm so confused.
Can you see it light up?
Yeah, it lights up
Oh.
eventually.
And that was like Bessie, yeah?
Oh, was it like Bessie? Shit.
Was it not? No? What's the code?
Was it like Bessie?
You're the one who
Did I
typed
fuck
it!
up? I fucked it up. I fucked it up. It was me.
Jagan!
It was me.
Jagan!
2, 4, 1.
You fuck!
I don't know why I had the other one in my head.
Ah!
Okay. Sorry.
You chocolate covered fuck.
Yeah, I fucked it up. That was me. That was my bad.
You owe me tickets,
blame
man.
Hassan,
Look at that.
I
Look
think.
what you did.
Did we? Were we? Oh, we were fucking really close. Weren't
Oh.
we?
Unbelievable.
Oh wow! Like how actually close were we?
Imagine if we
428.
didn't
We were
mess
8
up.
seconds. 8 seconds.
Took you 8 whole seconds to type. Damn, dude.
Yeah.
Did you see my little holiday kiwi?
Yeah, yeah. It's super nice.
I kind of want to buy the mango color. Because it's a kiwi
It's fitting.
mango and it's got pineapple glasses on. I'm like a whole fruit salad. Some words must be created from several bits.
Oh my god.
Oh my
okay.
goodness. That's terrible.
Outline bits can be cut in half. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay.
What?
Sure. Why not?
10 out of 10. Stepped in poison
Stepped in
ivy.
poison ivy. Step.
At least there's no fucking flies here.
Oh, ped should come out here, I think. Yeah.
So what is it? Stepped in poison
Stepped
ivy.
in poison ivy. Yeah.
Can we pick up the leaves as well? Poi? Poi? Anybody got a poi for me? Poi, 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 poi. Oh, points.
There's ivy.
Points.
Cut that shit up.
Poi. Son.
Sun.
Person is up here.
I see, I see.
I'm straight Newman. I can't. Can you pick this up?
Oh shit, yeah. Weird. Whoops. Will you? The answer
No
is
flies
maybe.
yet. Ben, please. Don't curse us. Have you just had ivy stuck to your ass this whole time?
Yeah, basically.
I keep
Imagine having
pressing the
ivy
wrong
stuck to your
button.
ass.
Oh no. I don't think we have ivy in South Africa, to be honest. So like,
Poison ivy's the worst.
it's one of those things that you have like an irrational fear of, like quicksand.
Harvest festival tomorrow. Right, yeah.
And like,
Vesta's over here.
yeah, here's
So
Haro.
Haro. Oops, there's a thing still on here. I wish I could just put this anywhere, but it won't let me.
Okay.
How do I do it? Not that
So-
way.
Oh,
Oh, you jump on here and then push.
Yeah.
Got it.
harvest. Here's Tom.
Fast. Evil is over here.
Oh, festival tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah. Oh, the other side of Haro.
Wow.
Wait, no.
We're missing something.
Timo.
Or it's yeah.
Oh, it was all there. I'm an
Yeah.
This is fine.
You're not allergic to poison ivy? Oh, is it a thing that you're just allergic to?
Oh, really, Ben? That's fucking lucky, dude.
Wait, I didn't get the thing. This guy's eating for free.
Yeah, I think it's extremely rare to not be allergic to it.
Oh, really? Shit, man.
Yeah, that shit fucks me up, like, big time.
Yeah, I don't think we have it here. Like, yeah, this is something I was always scared of, but I just... Who squashed my...
Who squashed my gourds? Who indeed? So we're gonna have to rip Goudas in half for gourds.
What letters do we need? Oh, DS.
RDS? Oh, chards, yep.
Oops.
How? I don't believe it. They're lying to us.
Last melon.
It's weird, my brother will get it from petting our dog. Dude, I get it. I'm the same way. I'm super sensitive to it.
Hyena stole my
Hyena
pies.
stole my pies. That's something I don't have to worry about, but you might.
Do you think I live in the bush? What the fuck, dude?
They just show up, right?
Oh, there we go. Pile at the top.
Ooh.
You need to cut it.
Maya's over on the conveyor. Is there yes?
Yes, bees. I'm covered in bees.
Oh, for bees. Fucking bees.
I can't get up there. Fuck.
Let's keep this guy. Keep him well fed.
Oh.
We're amazing. Eat up, motherfucker.
Whoa. Goodbye.
No problem.
From petting the dog. So wait, if the dog touches the poison ivy.
Yeah, and then you touch the dog. Yeah.
What the?
It's like the oils.
Fuck? Oh my god.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked. Poison ivy is awful. It's like the itchiest thing in the entire world.
In other
it's
countries,
so bad.
Like, I honestly have no idea if we have it in South Africa. And I'm just like, could I be allergic to it?
And just not have exposure. I mean, probably.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like,
Yeah.
maybe it's an American thing. Because yeah, quicksand and poison ivy, never in my life. Also getting lost in the snow.
Was this just getting lost in the snow?
Yeah.
It's very danger. Oh, I need the S. Sorry.
Yeah. That's why I was going.
That's what the was.
Yeah.
You can't me. You can't do it.
Says who? That's literally how you get people's attention. No? You sure?
Yes, positive. Oop. Oh my god, shit.
Oh my gosh, Jargon.
It's spinning. It's not my fault. It's spinning, dude.
Oh
it's
my
spinning.
goodness. Imagine.
It's like it's spinning like the rims, you know?
Yeah? Stop raking my
Can't hit this M. Not gonna happen.
You want me to do it?
No, I got it.
Motherfucker.
This is going south very quickly.
Stop raking my leaves! Hi, Crazy
Do as I
Mug.
please. Oh. Easy peasy.
Lemon to squeezy.
Where? Get the fuck over here.
Oh, so the thing here is that the things are moving around.
He's spinning.
Where yo?
Back up there, idiot. Oh my god.
What?
Can I stop dropping down?
Court?
Coat.
Todd!
Oh, we need to do a thingy. Don't. I will quit this game, I swear to God.
Oh, shit.
Motherfuckers!
We are
Are you
quote Todd. Fuck,
Yeah,
man.
fucking Todd. Jesus. Visit. Nope.
Oh my. One job. Literally one. You literally are a tiny bird. You have to press a button. And you push the wrong button. That's so embarrassing.
That's me in real life.
Oh. Oh no.
The. Oh, the H is over here now. Fungus.
Fungus? There's a fungus among us.
Fungus among us.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry. That was.
Visit the FU.
Also, it says Dagon here.
Oh yeah, you're right.
You?
Oh. Mm-hmm.
What?
Me and me.
Farm.
Fungus farm. I love it.
The F's over here.
The F's over here.
My F's have runneth dry.
The M and up. Okay, it's spinning.
Nice.
Cellar door. Where's the C? Oh. He's over there. Hell's over here.
Just watching your little kiwi like bounce around.
Cellar door stuck.
That's actually not a bad telegram to send, to be fair. Cellar door stuck. Clearly they need help.
Especially if you're inside.
Well, I'm guessing that's why they needed to send the message.
Maybe. Maybe.
Yeah?
Yeah, maybe there's just something down there. They need to
Oh
get
god.
to
I mean, maybe it's locked down there for a reason. Maybe the door's stuck for a reason. You should let sleeping dogs
Leave it
lie.
stuck.
Yeah. I want that mango skin, but I don't know if we have enough.
Oh, one more and then check.
Yeah, yeah. Drink some water.
You drink some water.
And the bitch, I've been drinking my Lucozade. What you talking about?
That's not water. What the fuck?
There's water in it. Do you want me to read the...
Butt slam the button.
Pardon? Butt slam the button.
Butt slam the button to rotate mail tubes.
Oh. You know we read different instructions, so...
What, we do?
Yeah.
What?
The first ingredient is carbonated water. Do you remember when you made that excuse as well?
Yeah, I used it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It's as relevant now.
Alright, let's see.
Lake Bessie.
What the... Nope.
Yes.
Yeah?
Butt slam. Nope, goes over here.
This octopus got so many idle hands. You think he'd make himself fucking useful?
Give us some help.
Yeah, god. Well, a waste of oxygen, bro.
Tina Bitters and Mike Saturno. Tina Bitters is here.
If you move my packages, so help me god, I'll send you down one of these chutes with the package.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. There are packages, thank you very much. Oh shit, I'm on the wrong side. I'm a fucking idiot.
So what do we do? Mike... Oh,
Yeah, you just have to find him and put it in the thing.
Bunk! Nice!
Woo!
I fucking... this package sorting
Dash
one,
Nova.
I don't know why. It brings me joy.
Yeah, I like this one a lot.
It's nice scratchies of the brain.
one's going to motherfucker.
Did you say this one's going to motherfucker?
Mm-hmm. Oops, I forgot to chirp at this one. Fuck.
I'll send you down that chute.
Fucking wish you would. Quit talking about it and be about it.
Fucking coward. Do it already. Terrell. Oh, of course it's the fucking last one I look at. Piece of shit.
Is that here? No, it's the other side.
Where?
Wait. Oh my god. Harris Jamal and Jamal Horace. Motherfuckers.
Is that, do you think that's intentional? Oh wait, hold on, what am I doing?
Probably.
I would have thought it would be like random.
This one's Jamal. And this one is...
Ooh.
You get the fuck in there, thank you.
Oh, I just want to say hello. I had caps lock on apparently.
Very excited.
but like lowercase E, so it's more like hello, like that. I was like, how do I say that? Done. Man, I tried to get the captioning thing to work, but it was spitting out some weird shit.
Very strange results.
Still, I don't know if that one works very well. I'm gonna try another one. Manic Streamer sent me one, so I'll take a look at that. I got I think another response on the actual post. What's different here? UV lights. Oh my god, that's adorable.
God. Okay, cool.
Also, it's fucking midnight.
No, it's not. It's 6 o'clock.
Oh, shush you.
You're very confused.
Oh, I picked up something instead of... I brought
cool.
sneaky snacks. Fuck. Oh.
What is here? So BR. Oh, we can't split that though.
Yeah. Oh, you can... Here you go, bro.
Bro, what? Sneaky, so...
Here's snacks, I can cut this along. Oh, Sneaky's here.
Sneaky is right there.
So we need the back end of snacks.
The back end of snacks.
Yeah, Flux.
Flux.
These lights are so cute.
It's pretty interesting. Lost my backpack though.
Ah! Oh, that's a bummer.
That's alright. The light's cute.
It is. But the backpack is cuter. Oh, sorry.
Oop. No, you're good. Jade is...
Strange lights in the sky.
Ooh, fuck. There's ST somewhere.
There's lights.
Cut stun.
So sky and lights are here.
Okay, gotta cut stun in half. Get rid of flow.
There's in.
Range. Lights.
Ah.
In.
Does it need to be this guy? Oh, there we go.
Got me.
Nice.
One for good measure.
No, no.
Stolen.
That's my job, sir.
Nope, we swapping. Nope.
Think someone saw me? What the fuck?
Yikes.
Okay, so here's think. We need some. Here's one. So here's meme for the ME, and then there's another word. Can you... Oh, SO's here. Can you come remove the thing here? Oh, fuck.
Is this one play? Okay. Mimi.
So the SO here?
Why don't I pick this up? Fuck.
Oh, you put down already.
Yeah, I got it.
Someone saw. And then where did you put your Mimi?
Way up here.
Ah. Wah!
Cool. That's where I'm drinking.
Stay in disguise.
Stay in disguise. This right here. Stin. Yep, so I gotta cut these two.
Is Stin even a word?
Probably not. Jump, idiot. In... Oh, because of Stin. Right. And then this, and then...
Guys. Oh my god.
All the butt bumps. Oops. Shit. Timing was a little off. GG, Sasan.
Bye!
That went pretty okay, I think. Ooh, so close to gold. So close. What is the gold?
Oh! Look how close that was.
425. Shit. That was really close.
We can do it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be a mango.
Mango 59. Cool. Oh, I want this one.
Spark's joy.
There we go. Did I not? Did you save? You didn't save, you little shit. There we go. Okay.
You good?
Good to go.
Oh, you got the little parrots.
Yeah.
Electrical
like
interference. Uh-oh.
Cool.
Changing rules.
Balancing rules.
Type on keys that match your... Oh!
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Okay. Oh, shit.
What? No. Oh my god, okay. Sure.
Keep track of what letter you're on. Oh my god. This is gonna be
Lovely.
interesting. Kites. Okay.
Okay. Okay, he's over here.
Was that K? Because that looked like M.
It would tell us if it was wrong. At least it should.
Would it?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh.
Fuck, I just lost the eye.
Yeah.
Assholes. Did it just switch again on me? Oh my god.
Oh, T's down
Where
here.
did the T go? Yeah, fucking asshole. And the E's over here now.
S down there. Kites discouraged. Oh my god.
Oh my god. C. Oh, the O stayed. That was nice of it.
U R. Oh. Oh, did you press something?
No.
Am I wrong?
DISCO. Oh, we got disco, so we need U.
I did press. Oh, I'm so confused. I pressed U.
And then R.
Oh.
A. GED.
E. D. Kites discouraged in the storm.
Overcharged. Cool.
Evacuate. Okay.
Okay.
Oh wait, you need to caps lock so I can do the E. V is
V,
mine.
that's you again.
Oh.
A is me. C is... What the fuck is the C? It's me again. U is you, top right. A, and then T, me, top right. Oh, it stayed.
And then
Thanks.
E again. Oh fuck!
Oh, motherfucker, where'd that go?
Oh, it's yours
Oh, it's
instead
me
of
now
here.
over here. Low.
Which one's... Oh, fuck. Oh, it's yours now.
Yeah.
The M and the W are on the same rotating thing,
Spinning.
and I was just like, well, which one?
What a pain.
A...
R is me again. E is you over here on the spit.
A... And then,
And
it's...
then S is me.
Wait, you can't spam. Because if you spam
want
it, then
to
the light
spam.
stays red. Oh! Lightning!
Lightning.
Uh-oh. Oh, right.
Can you shift? Sorry. Ah, fuck.
L-I... G...
G,
H...
T,
T... N... I...
N,
N... G...
struck. S, T,
T... U... Huh?
R.
Oh! I thought I did R.
C. Fuck you.
It's right there, it's fine.
I didn't move far, yeah. Like, as I butt bumped.
Struck Y... Lunch! Okay.
Sure. And H.
Oh, you did.
H.
Where's... Oh. I don't have eyes, apparently.
Yeah, it happens. I don't have eyes most of the times.
Are we Kiwis today? Hi, Yoda! Yes, we are Kiwis
Hi, Yoda.
today. Keys must
Oh, we
be
have to type
typed
them
two
at the same time.
Oh, lovely.
So,
Ah!
where the
Where's...
fuck?
Oh, here's
okay,
M.
So the M's over here. Where's the Y? Oh, okay, it's here.
3,
1,
2,
2, 3,
1.
go.
Ah? How?
Wait, we have to... Wait, no. This doesn't make sense. Just try it, I guess? I think it's if they're both.
Oh, if
No,
they're...
'cause- yeah,
oh,
yeah.
yeah. So it's...
I have to do the shift.
Yeah.
So I think if they're both charged. Yeah, okay. Like this.
Ah, there we go.
My hat, okay.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, 3, 2, 1, go.
Blue?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go. I can't actually see that you're on it, so
We did
I'm
it.
sure. Okay, we did, okay. Why did you move away?
Oh, my E moved. Fuck. 3, 2, 1, go.
So you moved away from the W to go to the E.
That's fine, right? It's all fine.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
I did that way early, but that's fine.
Ah!
Oh fuck, where'd that go? Way over
Not
there.
me crossing the map twice. 3, 2,
Yeah.
1, go.
I'm glad they're a little bit lenient with the timing.
I think they have to be.
Yeah, I agree.
God, how did that take us so long?
I know that's like the longest one we've done in a really long time. You got apprentice fucking week.
A weak sauce. How embarrassing. Let's avert our gaze. Flooding! Oh my god.
Fantastic. Also, literally, the whole thing is the floor is lava now.
Yep.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. How you doing, Vice?
Chirp the tube.
Okay, navigate packages to the dumbwaiter. Chirp it into the tube. Okay. Bring letters to the matching baskets. Call them up. Zoe can give. Zoe!
Oh, we have little floaties?
Yeah.
This is cute. Okay.
Is that Nintendo in an Obey Me outfit? Vice, you know Obey Me? Oh my goodness. Okay, so... Not quite sure I understand. Hello? Fish? Oh?
Fish.
What did the fish do?
Fish.
I don't really know what
This
to
is
do
letter?
with the packages.
Okay, this is letter. This is letter as well.
Do the baskets move around? Oh, they do.
There's fish.
I don't understand about the packages though.
Packages.
Like,
Do we get? Gotta get them to the dumbwaiter, I guess. Is this stuff just in the way?
yeah, it's in the way.
Did I just put this like right in the way? Yeah, I did.
Hold on.
Sure.
Oops.
I'm just gonna hide over here. You got this.
The little floaty. It's so cute. I swear to God, Joggin.
What? I didn't do anything. I don't know what you're talking
Immediately
about.
moves a box in the way. Newt. Yeah, I'm doing well. Vice. How are you?
Can I push?
Push him and then
you.
make Newt.
I would not push.
Okay, perfect. Hey!
Nice.
Okay, I'll handle packages. I didn't know what to do last time
Yeah.
because I was like, where did they... Despite reading the instructions, I was still like, where are these supposed to go?
This is a-okay. Oh, there's one like up on the pipes. Okay. So I gotta figure out how the fuck to get up there. Oh, I used it. Thanks. What's her name?
Avocado.
Marty.
Boris.
Her name's Boris.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just
Penelope. Sandra.
Did I get all the letters?
Oh, go
going.
get the fish. Go get the fish.
Oh, what's the fish do?
Throw it into the water. Oh, there's a gene.
What's the gene do?
The salty scale. Finish the ship to add it to your collection. Okay.
Okay,
It's a shiny.
will do. I got them all right. I feel like I'm missing one, but
Nope,
I don't
you
see
did.
anymore. Cool. No. Thank you, Boris. Appreciate that.
Honestly, I
Well,
think we
once
can
more.
just call her whatever. She got 8 arms, yeah? Maybe she got 8 names too. Move you!
Maybe.
Fuck! Oh wait, I didn't do it. Never mind. That was on me.
Oh my god, can't believe it.
I can especially believe it.
Oh, there's one down here. Shit.
I made Newts! Why you not send?
No. Lies.
Nice. I love the little floaties on these KeyWes. They're so cute.
Yeah, it's really adorable. That was not so bad.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Fuck you, game. What the hell? Eat a big old bag of dicks.
I'm fine with it as long as we don't get bronze.
Yeah?
I still feel like we shouldn't get bronze on any of these. We're smart enough to figure it out.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah?
I
Question
think
mark?
if we get bronze, we done fucked up.
We done goofed.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to stop and like buy any cosmetics, just shout. Whoa! There's little Robros walking around.
Sweet.
I have to chase them
Oh, they
down
have
for
the
stickers now. Hold
yeah
jump
for
for
the
a
stickers.
boost. Butt slam their heads to dispense stickers. That's cute. Catch the one you need. Oh my god.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Pilots, it's to attach lids. Oh my god, what?
This is a drone. Oh, for fuck's sake!
Oh, that's adorable as fuck. Okay.
Okay.
We keeping our same jobs, yeah?
Yeah, works for me.
Okay. Gumtree Grove.
Gumtree Grove.
Heavy. It's heavy, but it's food.
Gumtree Grove is 3562.
Hey, come here, you fuck.
Fucking jetpacks. This is so tight.
It's a little chaotic.
It's still double, right? Yeah, heavy and... This is insane. Wait, oh shit.
I don't know. Am I doing left or right still? Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to be.
Okay, and it was to north.
Gumtree Grove 356. Yeah. North.
North. Eh?
It did not like that.
Oh shit. I missed that. So not fragile. Oh wait, it's not fragile. It's
Perishable,
perishable.
maybe? Yeah.
Wait, that's... I really suck at this jumping business.
These motherfuckers.
I don't know how I picked the wrong sticker. Brain no work?
Most of the time,
Definitely.
correct.
I think it's because they're moving
Incoming
around, so
package.
my brain is not...
Yeah,
What the fuck is that? Belby?
Belby.
That's where Binby's from. Meteorite,
from
Speedy, and
Belby.
weighs a ton. Okay. So it's going to Belby.
2, which is this guy. You're going to Belby.
I didn't say it was urgent. Hey!
Maybe. Pardon.
Speedy.
It's heavy.
Yeah, I think it was speedy.
Weighs a ton. Heavy and urgent makes sense to me. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry.
That's fine, I forgive you. Others
Do
might
you?
not, but I do, yeah.
Oh, you're so
Nice
merciful, thank
person.
you.
Where the fuck's Belby?
Belby is
it's north.
North.
Noise!
Easy peasy.
Whoa, what is that? Is that a salty,
Salty
flats? Pavlova,
Speaking of pizzas.
delicate. Okay, so delicate and, or like perishable. And the other
Oh, where's it
one.
going? Salty flats?
Yeah.
5 more.
Look at this fuck over here. Not urgent. Oh wait, wait. That one definitely should look like it said urgent before. Losing my fucking mind over here. And salty flats
Salty
is in the
flats
south.
is south.
Got him! Whoa. Painted clips.
Painted clips.
brittle, and heavy.
Fragile and heavy.
I just fell off the thing because I was looking at your bird.
Oh, where's it going? Fuck. Painted cliffs,
Salty Flats, I think. Oh no, Painted Cliffs, yeah. Was it fragile and heavy, hey?
Fragile and heavy, yeah.
This is so cute. Fuck. It was Painted Cliffs, yeah, south.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
Nice.
Got him.
Fast as fuck, boy.
Nice.
All the stamps.
Now we need to go back and make sure they're all gold.
Watching a cinematic.
Halloweeny! This is on brand.
Yes, this is perfect right now.
Not me sitting in the middle of summer, but it's okay. We don't got pumpkins!
Well,
I mean,
apparently
we
you're not
probably
spring
do.
either, so that's fine.
Don't remind me. What the hell, man? Ooh, there's a new thing in wardrobe.
What? No.
Birdie floaty. Cover.
Oh, that's amazing. Love it.
What is that? I want that. Is it on the face? Pumpkin? No? Hat?
Oh, that
Pumpkin
does-
hat! Pumpkin hat! I got pumpkin
Oh my
hat
god,
now.
that's amazing. Where'd you get pumpkin hat? How come you got
You-
pumpkin hat and I didn't?
I don't know what to tell you, mate.
It's shenanigans. I'm gonna write them a
Strongly
worded
email.
email. Yeah. Oh, the floaty is a fucking back item that we got
No ways.
for
Oh,
fuckers.
that's cute as hell, man.
But my backpack. The backpack that I paid for.
I don't have a backpack.
I know. Mistakes were made.
I mean, you couldn't have
A
known.
monocle.
I've already. There's wings. Oh, these things unlock when you find stuff. Oh my god, there's a shark fin.
What the fuck is this? A hay bale? I love it.
The box.
That's adorable.
I like how there's a hole in the back of the box for the tail.
This is super good.
Okay, so some of these you have to find stuff. Oh, I actually don't want the tube on.
Pretty cool.
No, the hairstyles. Unlock this by completing all challenges in the Painted Cliffs Telepost tournament. Oh, that's fine. I'm just gonna be a pumpkin now, so this is fine.
Yeah.
Let's
Lucky.
go! I know we're going out tomorrow, but I have no idea like what actual time we're going out or anything like that. Okay, let's see. Bring cassowaries. The face. Their favorite candy before they get impatient. Peck the ghastly ghost to get rid of it. Okay.
Okay.
While we have to do everything else. Fucking hell, man. Look at all
Yeah,
the candy
that's fine.
everywhere.
Can we eat it? Oh.
Hey,
you don't have
rides.
candy. I have candy now.
No, put the candy down. You only need the. Now you need the sour worms. There we go. Piss off. Okay, did you make the H?
No.
Why are you laughing? What's funny, dude?
I was
This is
so
super
distracted by
cereal.
the candy.
Focus! Lollipop!
No. So.
Lollipop! Lollipop! Lollipop!
Oops,
Okay,
I
we're good.
backspaced. Fuck. It's really rude. They put the.
You fuck! Why give me a fright, bro?
This is a fucking horror game now.
Ah! The fuck is a hayride? We need a
Hayrides.
candy bar! Candy bar! Candy bar! Candy bar! Ah!
You don't know what a hayride is?
Where? Where does your hayride?
Oh, shit.
It's upside down. Cum tree?
It definitely says cum tree.
Pardon?
What the fuck?
It's gum tree.
What is
but...
this? No, it's cum tree.
Oh wait, it's capital.
Capital G.
Yeah. Lollipop! Ghosty!
It's uppercase.
Go get lollipop, go get lollipop. Lollipop. Go give it to the man.
Why does he want? What happens if we don't give him lollipop?
They get angry!
What's he do?
I don't know. But it's probably not nice.
No, I hit the R. Fuck you.
Lollipop. Happy squiddies. Hello.
Grove.
R.
I don't have R anymore.
Ah!
Got that V and the E.
I don't know what the... Hello? I don't know what the ghost does.
I think he just blocks our view. Like, I don't think he's
Oh.
much of anything. I think he's kind of a chocolate-covered fuck.
Yeah. I'm doing good. How are you? Caramel?
Wait, what is it?
Caramel? I hate it here.
It's fine. This is all fine.
Why is all the letters on your side? What the fuck?
Because they
Lollipop.
punish me for saying it weird. Where's the E?
Yeah. Caramel fuck?
Yes. Fucking T's in the corner.
You.
C. Fuck.
Candy.
Smack it. In.
And yeah. Teeth.
Teeth.
Oh no. What's your... You have
Teethers.
candy corn, you sick fuck.
Oops. Let's do T twice. Why not?
Stuck in TT? I hope not. That does not
TTs.
sound very comfortable.
Why don't I just stay on the T? Why am I an
You know what?
a
Why are you
fucking
an idiot? I don't know. You tell
Yeah.
me, mate.
It's because I learned it from watching you.
Oh. Okay, wait, stop.
Are we spamming or?
Go. Oh my god. Go.
I'm
Ah, now
Why
he's typing buttons, this fuck. And go. Oh my god. He's typing buttons again.
oh my
Just
God,
go chase
this
him.
Fucking...
Oh, it's that guy. It's the because we didn't give him a lollipop. I thought it was the
Got a lollipop
ghost. Okay. 3, 2, 1. What? Excuse me? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. God.
Holy fuck.
Why was that one so painful?
That was so
Stop!
bad.
Stop it!
Still beat.
So that's what they do when they're impatient. They press buttons.
Yeah,
little
let's start
assholes.
pressing buttons, motherfuckers.
Stop! It should be P, hey, not...
Yeah, it should be P, yes.
Stop sending... I see the boy.
Yes.
S-E...
Eat a dick.
N...
And again.
N... Oh, wait! Okay, let me go feed the guy.
Go feed the mans. Stop
Clowns.
sending.
Well, hold on.
countries.
L... O... W... N... S...
How'd we get so bad at this?
I don't know, man.
At the synchronized pushing. We're usually so good at it.
Yeah, I don't know. It was the caramel.
It's definitely the caramel for sure.
No, caramel.
The caramel? Are you saying caramel?
Yeah. That's what
There's
I'm
an
saying the
A
whole
in it.
time, bro. No, there's two, actually. Some people don't know that.
145. Holy fuck.
What's 145?
The gold.
Oh,
45.
I can't see it because it's like bosses deciding what to do, and I'm like, well, okay, fucking boss.
Yes.
Push carts.
Waiting on me.
There's signs
7.
to tell
Oh,
you.
for fuck's sake.
Oh shit. Okay.
Okay.
You want caramel now, Yoda? At this hour, carts first go to
always a
either
good
castle
time.
or forest to be scared. Butt slam the ramp button. Okay.
Okay.
Butt slam again. Carts
That's
either go up next to the door or
scary
down a
button.
slide. Track switching. Oh my goodness. This looks hectic. What the hell?
This does.
I don't know
Having
what I'm
7
doing.
tutorial pages is never a good.
Yeah, bro. I didn't take in any of that. It's okay though.
Yeah, we'll just trial and error. It's fine. This goes to Castle Place. Wait, they all go to Castle Place. What?
Oh, this is not... I'm so confused. Yours is... Oh. Mine's gone to the wrong place then.
I don't know what I'm doing.
So,
Switch.
how...
What's this do? Oh,
Oh, it switches tracks. Oh, I see.
okay. So we've got this guy.
Yeah, bring that this
And I can
way.
drop this down.
Oh. So hold on. Let me move this guy actually. Because this one is like supposed to be here.
Oh, it's already, yeah.
Oh wait,
It's
I
already in
need
the right
to.
spot. Shoo.
And then this one needs to come. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that goes.
And
And
then
swapsies. And then I'll pull mine out. To go back up where it already went.
and then this comes this way.
It's all fine.
And then we butt slam.
So what do
And then
I...
this
Scare
one.
button? Okay. Got this figured out.
Oh, we have to press the button at the right time.
Yeah,
Fuck,
it like
okay.
prompts. Oh, there's a... Oh, okay.
So now yours is ready. Now you can drop that one.
Yep, now I can go on the other thing.
Just gonna steal your track.
Scare this one. Yep. This one's got to go down there. Oops.
And then...
Dump this one away. This one's also good to go.
There we go.
Nice. That one goes to your side. This one goes to my side. Swap my check. Swap it back.
Okay, now I can start doing these ones.
Push, you fuck. Why aren't you pushing this?
You need to push it up further. So like push it
I
up
don't know.
closer. Like...
Yeah, I was trying. I was saying I was running against it and it wasn't pushing.
Oh, that's weird.
I wasn't like trying to push the button or anything.
Oh.
I'm not a total idiot now. Jesus.
Well, I wasn't saying that at all, but, you know, if the boot fits...
See, like, this isn't pushing. See what I mean?
It's caramel time somewhere, I missed that.
You don't push. You don't push, I must pull.
Huh?
It wasn't working. Like, I can't push this one
How
for
do
some
I...
reason. That one's yours now.
That's fine.
Please enjoy.
This one's for you.
Do not want. No, thank you. Yeah, I can't push anything anymore. Literally will not
Oh,
let me.
sorry.
No, put it back.
There we go.
Okay, now take it. Oh, I have to get in the button. Shit. Probably already did that once and I missed pushing the button.
Man, this one's rough.
Yeah, this one's not super great.
It was a little bit confusing.
This one has to go in the top door on your side.
Huh? Oh, shit.
The number one.
Which one? Which one? So I assume it just goes through here. I don't think... Do you have
Yeah,
to
I think
speak
so.
it, or...?
I don't know, it popped up. Maybe we do. But it's just a number one, so I
Yeah.
don't really... I would assume it just goes through. Yeah,
it
okay.
just goes through. You ended streaming? What, Yoda? Oh yeah, Yoda, were you playing Persona 5? Oh shit, we got silver. Nice.
Hell yeah. Even though it was kind of a mess.
Yeah, it's fine. It looks like I gave her like a lot of time.
Oh, you want to play a shift? Oh, okay.
Casa's scary? Oh my goodness. These guys are assholes. What the actual fuck is this?
Wait, what? I didn't...
We didn't get a tutorial.
Yeah, I didn't get any
my God.
tutorial. Where's the message? Oh, still way over there. Holy fuck.
Yeah, it's fine, I got it. Where do I put it in? Oh, over here?
Yeah, and the... Oh,
Oh my
the
goodness.
thing moves around. What a pain in the ass.
Just heard
Just
a
heard
horrid
a horrid
holler.
holler.
Just over here.
Okay. We're gonna have to cut taller in half, I'm assuming.
And here's
There's
horrid.
horrid there.
Oh, Jesus. Oh my god. So just...
Herd is over there already. Oh, you made it.
horrid. This fucking jumping shit is...
Yeah.
Is it
Oh, we
a
need
horrid?
hollow. Shit.
Is it not horrid?
Yes? Just heard a horde? Hollow.
A
Yeah, it
horrid.
is.
Oh, it's a...
Motherfuckers.
There's a... horrid.
Hollow's
Hol?
right there. Yep. And then I got the lure.
Hi, Reds!
What's up,
It's
Red?
getting late. All friends went to bed. Ah. It's all good.
I'll feed this motherfucker.
Are you feeding him
candy?
Ah, that's...
No, it's fruit.
Missed opportunity, definitely.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Oh, Christ. Okay, let's go.
Oh, this is hectic. Peas? Wait, what is, how do you say that?
Creeps? Crepes? Craps? Shits? Fucks? Where are the... Oh, these is over there. Okay.
Oh, we're gonna have to cut Crow too.
Ah! Jesus Christ on a stick.
It's fine, I'll just jump right into the shit. I'm not gonna
Yeah, I don't even remember what the message was because I was... So are we cutting creeks, you said?
Maybe. Yes? Shit. Well, I cut Craw, so...
Now we just need a Pez.
These crepes are creepy. Well, I have creepy already, so that's good. You got a Pez?
Grapes!
Oh, it's over there. Jesus fuck. Okay. Whoa. Clear this up. There's so many things over here.
R. What were they? Creepy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Noise. This is fine.
You only saw the possum jogging now, yeah. Go.
Easy. It's me, Yoda. It's me.
Yes, a jogging. What? Man, that part's so tricky. My scarecrow run away.
Sag. I got my.
I got scare. There's owl.
We can build Crow out of these.
Yeah.
CR is already cut.
No. Oh man. Oh, good luck picking up. Ah, Jesus Christ!
I got it. I'm coming.
My scarecrow.
Ran away.
Yes,
where's-
ran. And
wait,
then
it
the
comes from-
fray at the top of the recorder.
Fray, yep. So on.
Alrighty then. My stream is so laggy.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it is kind of. Yeah, it's kind of a little angry. It seems.
Yeah. I
Doesn't
can't
like all
drop.
these
I
particle
can't drop
effects.
anything else. Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately. What?
The moon winked at me. And, and at.
Oh, shush you.
We're gonna have to cut Foon, because Foon's a thing, right?
Fun. That's Afrikaans.
I'm pretty sure it's not.
Fun! It is Afrikaans! What do you mean it's not?
No.
Oh my goodness, do you wanna die?
In this game, it is not. It is most certainly not. Oh, you had that.
Yeah.
Cool. I didn't grab fruit. What the fuck?
I think this might be a bronze one.
No. Yeah.
Bye!
Probably. We heard the whistle. I think the whistle's bad.
Yeah. Oh.
Nearly 6 minutes.
Oh. So close. So close.
Just a fart away.
Oh man.
We'll get him next time.
Yeah. Let's go, bossu. Ah! Chicken and macaroni.
Oh shit!
Chilling with the homies.
Let me do this.
Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni. Chilling with the homies. Huh? Welcome, readers. Chilling with the homies. Welcome. How was your stream, Krazzy? You playing Overwatch? Did you have fun? Did you shoot all the people? That's what you do, right? You just shoot the people.
Definitely.
This is pew pew pew.
A cinematic.
Oh, you gonzos.
I pushed the button. Oh, you got it too, though. That's good.
Yeah, I had to push the button because you were like, oh, a cinematic, and I was like, fuck. You shot your mental health, Krazzy, no.
Oh no, you don't want to do that. It's the wrong thing to do.
Yeah, definitely. Wait, what are we doing?
I don't know, but I found a key.
I didn't get a...
And they got no tutorial. They just stopped giving us tutorials.
They were like, fuck you and your tutorial.
Oh, there's a message here.
Massage?
The final trick of this wicked tide night can only begin with the lantern's light. 4 packages all must be sent before dawn, and they're each missing something. So let them pass on. The mystical map will reveal each location, but only to those who use cooperation.
Tomorrow set sail. My heart is heavy, sinking at the thought of leaving you. Oh, you first from luck. Remember, I shall return with all urgency. Okay, it says my heart is heavy. It's an anchor, so it looks heavy.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says something about urgency, so...
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna go with.
Like Bessie. Do we not have a map?
It's the... I think it's this thing here.
Oh, I have to move this shit around.
I think we both have to.
We have to move this shit around? For fuck's sake.
I'm trying to get the sticker here. That's cute music though.
It is, yeah. It's a good tune.
What? Where did it say it was going?
Lake Bessie.
But wasn't Bessie...
Or Loch Bess, whatever. 5261. Sweet.
Played rank and you lost 5 games in a row? Oh. Oh,
It's something on
the
fire?
light's gonna... No, the light's gonna go off, I think.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, where's my tag?
Oh, it didn't disappear on one of the packages?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, it's like fucking... Yes.
You're enjoying the stream, Samurai? I'm glad to hear that. This is a very, very silly, fun game. But the thing's not in the box, Dragon?
Oh, is it because the key's there? Is it in the way?
I don't know what the key is for, though.
I don't know either. Let's move this bone, too.
Need the...
Key and a bone, and... There's a match here.
What did the note say about... The telepost duty.
It's a lot of junk.
Oh. Oh, is it this?
Can I keep this on? Oh, that made me so happy. Oh, it's to pick up the...
So we need to use something to make the thing move. Yeah, we also need to keep that lit. Something's supposed to move this though.
There's so many things to...
Fuck, I don't know, man. I don't know how to make it move. Maybe the stickers are wrong?
Oops, shit.
We definitely need two though.
Oops,
Hey.
shit. Sorry.
Oh,
Oop, I
apparently
died.
died. We both died.
Oh, we both died. Cool. Super cool.
I don't know.
How do we...
Maybe the light needs to go out for it to move?
Maybe?
Let's let it go out and see what happens. This one's a
Okay.
total bust though.
Yeah, for sure. No clue what's going on.
I died? What the heck?
Rip.
Because yeah, none of these things seem to do anything. It just looks like crap laying around. Shall we move the lid so long, maybe?
Oh yeah, we can do that. Well, we're gonna have to wait for it to go in anyway.
No, I know,
so...
but like we can move it so long.
Yeah, but it's gonna go back if we let go.
Huh?
It's gonna go back if we let go.
Wait, it's...
Just everything disappeared. So.
Okay,
Put the light
so
out.
that doesn't help. Oh no, the thing is, like, I was
Unfortunately.
trying to figure out how to make the thing move because it's still not.
What the fuck do we do? Fresh rose up on the dock. There's a rose over here.
Perishable? Oh, there is.
Where's the rose go?
Oh, it's over here. So, do we have to put that in the box, or?
Maybe, I'm not sure. Assume we have to do something with it. Can you interact with the thing at all? This thing?
Oh.
Okay.
I'm restarting that.
Start that one over.
That was some A grade fucking bullshit. Like, fuck
Got
you and your
fucking
tutorial.
Bamboozled. Okay.
Let's go.
Okay, it's
All right. Fragile. Plays non-stop. Loud, heavy brass roommate. And music sheets.
Wish I just knew these.
Oh, let me...
Oops, shit.
What did I say? Was it heavy and fragile? Hi, Kay! How are you? Where are you looking?
It's Potter's Field or whatever.
I would say at the top. Top left. How did I know that?
6512. You didn't.
Yeah?
We checked everyone else.
Huh? I checked what?
We already checked everywhere else. Where else would it be?
No, I didn't know if there was one in the middle.
Oh.
What was it? Heavy and...
Light it up.
Fragile? Yeah, fragile. Hi, Converse Foxy, heading to bed. Sleep well?
Oh, probably tuning fork?
No, it was a music sheet.
Oh, is there a music sheet over here?
Yeah.
Oh, there is. Okay. Cool. Super neato. Neato burrito. Pottersfield is north.
North. Nice.
Love it.
Good news and bad news. Make haste. And fragile. What the? Oh, no, hold on. Large, so maybe heavy. Fast and heavy. And then it needs the hat.
Oh, where was it going? Shit. Thornwood thicket. Got it.
Oh.
Lead.
Oh, did you already put the hat in, or?
Nope.
Oh. Oh, I don't see it.
Ooh. Fig.
Oh.
Need fire. There, 4532. Love it. Whoa. These Fopsies.
Yeah, we did the Fopsies. Oh shit!
What?
No, don't get off.
Why?
Don't get off.
Oh, because it's not inside.
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay, so as long as one of us stays on there, it's fine.
Yeah, that's good. It's good to know.
We got
Fire?
2.1
Shit.
patch quests. I don't know. Oh, there we go. Oh, shit. That was weird. Oh, we didn't send it.
Oh, we didn't send it. Fuck.
No.
North.
Ah!
What?
One of the stickers is wrong, I think.
I'm not heavy. Or not. Yeah.
Haste.
So definitely urgent. Brittle? Fragile?
Yeah, I thought so, but that was talking about the plum. I think. In Genshin? Yeah, I don't remember what the quests were though. But was it good? Did you have fun?
Did you enjoy it?
Okay, lock best, so it's in the south. Heart is heavy and sinking. Oh, the fresh rose. Yeah. And okay, so heavy and fast. Where did I see the rose? There it is.
I don't remember what Lake Best was.
It's bottom right.
I know where it is, but I don't remember.
Oh, the code, yeah.
Yeah.
What? There we go. So we said heavy and urgent, hey?
I believe so, yeah.
You didn't have fun? Part of it was really sad? Oh no! Yeah, that was literally me yesterday.
5261.
The music says make it snappy. It's like the music just suddenly got faster. Some sense of urgency.
North?
North? Oh.
North?
Uh-oh. 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 Need a matchstick. Ah!
Desperation.
Matchstick!
Carrot nose.
Perishable. Maybe perishable and fast?
Looks that way.
Oh, I got killed.
Rip.
And he needs the carrot. Which is up
Carrot. Yeah, I wish we could keep that. It's really cool.
there. Yeah, especially on my character. Because I got a pumpkin head.
Oh, with the pumpkin. That's way better.
We said... Perishable.
Perishable and urgent. Yeah.
What?
Perishable.
What did you say?
No, you got it. You're good.
No. I just said perishable. I didn't hear what you said.
Perishable and urgent.
Oh, okay.
Right? Right.
I think so, yeah. Stay awesome. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Ah, thank you. Yeah, take care. Get some rest. Sorry, coming out. Where are we going?
Desperation.
What? Oh.
2, 3, 4, 3. Oh my god.
Why does it move so fast? The thing literally fucking moves. I think we're gonna need the match to move it. Oh no, I already moved it? Oh.
Ooh.
And it's south.
Tough as fuck.
Done. God, that was tough. Stop eating bugs. I'm not eating any bugs today, okay? Don't worry. No bugs have been consumed during the stream, I hope.
She got her bug filled before the stream.
Yeah. That's why I started stream late today, because I was eating bugs.
Eating bugs in the dark.
Yeah. The glow-in-the-dark ones.
And just gave up. Just fucking eating bugs in the dark.
Yeah. Just sitting on the floor sad. Picking up little bugs. Ah, we made a little snowman. That's cute.
Adorable.
Oh, we have a package. Whoa! Snowcap. Toasty topper. Frosty fuzzy. Oh!
No packages for me.
Poofin?
Ooh, the poofin. That's so cute.
Oh, flashy splash. And blue jay. Oh, that is so pretty. Surely it unlocks for you as well. I have 69 tickets. I can't use any. How do you have 159? What the fuck?
What?
It says you have 159 on my screen.
Oh, that's a huge lie.
Oh, okay.
I have 53.
I want the spooky one. That would be so cute. But this one? Oh my god.
Pretty cool.
The temptation is real. Do I get the poopin? You look like a little penguin.
Yeah. It's probably the best one.
You just sticking with the same boy.
Yeah, I don't have any of the cool stuff.
Why
and I only have
though?
50 tickets, so.
I'm confused by that.
He's fine. I like it.
Yeah, I'm going for seasonal burbs. Since we're in winter now.
Comrade.
Yoda, this game is
Comrade
so much
Puffin.
fun. And I think you can play it like single player as well. But yes, it's very fun, very silly. Boss?
Get ready to use your butts.
Boss? Thank you.
Trapdoors and tentacles.
Wait,
Zoe.
are you like ahead
Her
of
name's
me?
Zoe.
No, Zoe's her cousin.
What?
Tutorial, please. These packages move in the
Yes,
direction they're
finally.
pointing. This makes sense. Stop a mover by placing a package or a KeyWe in front of it. Okay.
Okay.
Making progress will give you extra time. Okay.
Oh,
Cool,
Shit,
coolios. I might need your help with that
Need
then.
Albreda? We'll see.
Oh, wait, there's maybe no letters? There's just packages?
There are definitely
Oh,
letters.
are there letters? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you fuck!
Yes.
No, I just can't do this by myself by the looks of it.
What, really?
Yeah, because it's, I'm gonna need a body to block. Not right now, but...
Makwando and Darla Scheme.
Alright, let's see.
William Makwando.
Ah. Ah. Big brain.
Hugest.
Hugest of brains. You know what, actually? Let's make like so, and like so, and then like so, and like so, and then like so, and... Wow!
Voila.
So big brain!
Incredible.
Don't need nobody. we're in the green for time, so that's good.
Hell yeah.
Help me! Please.
You need?
I need you to move the south box down. Because I'm blocking it currently. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Puffin, move.
Please.
Please, Puffin. Ah! I died it.
Another leg. Oh shit, I'm getting shoved around by these packages.
Yeah.
Can you guys relax, motherfuckers?
Why can't this one move? Oh, there we go. That was weird.
Deal custard.
Yeah, I'm gonna need help with stopping these. I can't actually stop them by myself. Ugh, what the fuck? This is so annoying. Yeah, I actually can't do these. I can't do it by myself.
I'm done with the things, so.
Oh, okay. Scooty Booch. Alright. Can you stand... Ah! No, no. Okay, never mind. It needs to come back around again. So we need to stop the 2 when it gets here. So, yeah, if you can push him. Yeah, that's fine. And then number 1... Oh, number 1 we need to stop here. You won't be able to do that by yourself.
What the fuck?
So just push that one off. Yeah. And then we'll do like here. And then you can push him. Done those. And then this one. Yeah. And then, oh, okay. Wait, let them...
Yeah, I gotta spin again.
Now they're stuck.
Why?
They're like stuck in between.
They're like completely stuck. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Can't even pull them or anything.
Yeah.
Why are
The
you
thing
this
doesn't
way?
even pop up at all for the north one for me.
Really? Come on. Oh.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Okay. Now you can push the one.
I'm trying. I mean, maybe.
No, I mean the one, not the north.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Can I? Apparently not.
Okay, hold on. There. Why is it not...
Why is it being
up...
a piece of shit?
There.
What the fuck?
It wasn't picking up my weight for some reason, so like
That's
it wasn't
being
actually...
super annoying.
Yeah,
Dang.
it wasn't stopping at the right time. Wow.
It was big bitch.
The biggest. Okay, where's that going?
Oh, there's no end for that one. Okay.
Yeah?
Need to go south. Can we just...
No,
do
no, no.
this?
No, no, no. That needs to... Because they, otherwise if the conveyor belt moves, it will, it starts the thing again. Alright, so these ones need to...
Twitcher.
go like so,
Like a so.
and like so. Okay, so this one I need to help with, because we need to pull these bad bitches this way.
Downward.
Or we just send it. I think we have to send it around like this. Like so. Oh, and then I need you to stand, or I'll stand here to stop the conveyor belt. Yeah. And then like so. So. And then... yeah. Nice!
Push. You fucking push. My god. Apparently not. There. Jesus. I can't push things again.
Go stand by the conveyor belt?
Love when that happens.
Yeah, I don't know. I've had some issues with that as well. I just, it gets stuck.
Noise. Didn't go the best. But that's okay. There's no way we're
Yeah.
getting silver. Yeah. Halfway through bronze even.
But the things kept getting stuck, which was the most irritating part.
Yeah,
of
it was really fucking annoying.
That was dumb.
That was miserable.
The movement's a little bit janky. Oh, well.
Sorry, I was messaging the wifey.
No worries. Oh, not these guys again.
These motherfuckers.
Tutorial,
Tutorial?
please. We'll be working on a group of messages at the same time.
Okay.
Bottlebee will play messages automatically as they come in. Oh my goodness. Stand on a message and chirp to ask Bottlebee to replay it. Okay. Making progress by extra time. We'll give you extra time.
Okay.
Cool.
Sure.
I don't fully follow, but... Invented
Invented
a cool new
dance. Dance.
dance. Well, here's new. Here's pool, so we can cut.
Lukewarm cider first.
Coda, we can also cut.
I died.
Don't died.
Oh, warm is probably from wake. Or wave.
So something about
Christ.
cool new.
Invented a cool new dance.
There's earth. So it's just the invented part that we need. Oh shush! Why is this so difficult?
So here's vented.
Invented? Yeah. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah, this one. Invented, this one's cock hard. How are you supposed to do it? Cool.
It's a bit of a bitch. Oh, I need a
New.
harm.
Dance. There we go.
Oh, lukewarm. Fuck. So, learn. Oh, fuck.
So what was it? Lukewarm?
Lukewarm, yeah.
No, lukewarm what?
Cider for sad.
This one.
Oh, there's more than one
Cider.
RM.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Same with WA.
Yeah, lots
And
of that
then 4.
shit. And
God,
then
why is this so
sale.
hard? Sale.
Sale's that one. Oh, we still have to do this message that we did before. Still waiting on this. I guess we can just do them all.
Dang, I forgot how to ski.
Take a rip desk.
So, do we have a desk?
Yep. See this one? Nope. This one.
Dang. I is up here.
Forgot. Forgot are both up here. How is over here?
2.
I got it. Hell yeah.
Ski.
SK and then I.
I'll get the I.
Another I over there in case we need it.
And then this one. I have a ton of warm pants.
A ton of warm pants.
Here's ton. Here's pants.
Have HAVE.
Is it a ton of?
Yeah, I have a ton.
Oh, there.
Oh, it's up there. Shit.
Yeah.
The most miserable place to get to.
Oh shit, it's warm pants, right?
Ton of warm pants, yeah.
What?
I gotta put the F.
RM. Whoop.
I figured you'd get the RM.
No.
For obvious reasons.
Oh shit, bitch. Wasn't gonna say anything earlier.
Are you ready?
Are we done?
We gotta do the rest of this.
Oh.
We gotta do the rest of this. We still have to send them all.
Oh. I was wondering about that part. I was like, did we not send them anymore?
Yeah, they're all just lined up for us.
I mean, these guys are busy barking orders at us anyway, so...
Yeah,
I didn't realize we could
jeez.
just... I thought... Oh, okay. They were all just sitting here waiting to go.
Yep.
What are you holding?
The fruit.
Oh! Oh, my brain. Where?
This kind of makes it easy, though. Doing all of them at once like this. We did the hard part
Yeah.
already.
Hello? Can I... What? The bitch almost went away with me.
Oop, fuck. Give me that back. Damn. Oh, it worked anyway.
Damn, Booba.
Give me the fruit. Motherfuckers.
Bye.
There it is. Great success. Easy.
That one was
peasy.
not bad. It was kind of rough though, like
Yeah.
because there was so many messages at the same time. Look at
So
all
close
them
to silver.
stamps.
Look at all them chicken.
Actually, they're kiwis. The sigh. No other response, just a sigh. It's like, fuck. All items need 2 stickers, just like last month. They'll come in 2
Cool.
at a time. Fuck.
Okay,
Use the lids
neato.
and sticker dispensers moving around the track. It's
Great.
back! Pilot it to attach lid crates. Making progress will give you extra time. Okay, perfect.
Cool.
Cool.
Neato burrito.
Jesus Christ, on a stick. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so I'll look
Bessie
on
and
the
paint the
left
cliffs.
hand
I'm about to
side.
die.
Do you want to do the right hand side? Oh,
Sure.
rip. Okay. On
Painted
ice. Heavy. It says keep it on ice. Wait, am I supposed to like do something then?
Is it perishable, probably?
I know it's heavy.
I don't know what
Oh,
mine was.
fuck.
Hang on.
Ah! Sorry, I was gonna die.
It's fine. So urgent.
Okay, so actually, wait.
And then
You
heavy.
do the locations, maybe.
Oops. Shit.
I'll do the
that every time.
stickers.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll keep it that way.
I don't remember what your location was.
Lake
Bessie.
Bessie.
I don't remember what my location was there. Paint the cliffs in Lake Bessie. Got it.
Okay. Would it be perishable? Fuck.
Seems like it.
Wait, where do you look at the... Oh, it's here. Review tag. Urgent.
I'm gonna die.
Urgent and heavy, sorry.
It's alright. 6243. Oop, shit. Nope.
Oh, heavy comes back this way anyway. Man. Where's the lid?
Here's hoping I didn't swap the tags.
Oh no, these things are like
They're
moving
just
around.
there? Oh, dear lord. Okay, cool.
I hate that. Okay. Oh, shush. Okay,
Not a
so...
huge fan.
This one is this one here.
Whoa.
And then...
Oh,
Wait,
that
it's
thing's
gonna
so
come the other way?
terrible.
Nope. Am I going up, down? Yeah.
Yeah, you're going up down.
Okay.
Down? Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
It just flies back? Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So Lake Bessie is north and Painted Cliffs is south.
Hey, that was right somehow.
Fuck
Thank
yeah.
the fucking foe. This was south, you said.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I
Perfect.
mean, it was fine, I guess.
So 2 at a time, we just have to do that 3 times.
Jesus Christ, honestly. No, we have to do it 6 times. Oh, wait. Okay, never mind.
2 at a
I'm bad
time,
at math.
yeah.
Okay, so...
Cliffs come true, bro.
Urgent, delicate. Okay, I can only do 1 at a time, so urgent, delicate, that's what I'm gonna
That's
look
fine.
at.
Yep.
Did you see what you had to do?
Oh, I died. Shit.
Oh,
Yep, I did. 562.
I love that the
fuck.
stickers get stuck to their bums. I should need to check this one. Oh, hold on.
243. Perfect.
What? Urgent? Urgent's perishable, I guess.
Makes sense.
Because it's
643.
cookies. Yeah?
Yeah. Cookie's very urgent. Think we're good, right? Yeah. Oh, nope, nope. Thank you.
Which one
The
was
fuck?
this? That was this one here.
I believe you. Good enough.
Because this is the cookies, so the cookies gotta be perishable, yeah?
Hell yeah.
Okay. And then...
Gumtree Grove is north, which is this one.
nice.
And then this one is south, Painted Cliffs.
Eh? Eh? Eh?
Oh!
There we go. Yay!
Nice.
Okay.
Perfect.
Quick math.
This is something.
Gosh, my brain. Okay.
I've died.
Rush order.
Gumtree
Perishable.
Grove.
Oh, sorry.
Let's see. Yeah, it's okay.
Urgent. Whoa, that looks fragile.
Shit, I forgot. What's this?
Which one?
Like Bessie. This one I already knew. It's like Bessie. forgot what the other one is. Maybe Belby? Shit,
Heavy
I
and
don't
fragile. Oh, it even says at the bottom. Lol.
Gum Tree Grove. I think this one goes over here.
Yeah.
562.
Ooh.
Fuck you.
I hate that so
Spitting
much.
out the other side. I hope I got those right.
Same.
I guess we'll see. Might have to swap them, but we'll see.
So this one was the fishbowl. And then...
And it'll come out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 2241 is like Bessie, so that's north.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, didn't swap them. Great. 562 is shit. It's north as well. Okay. Sorry.
Yay, we did it!
Great
Fuck.
success.
That one
That
was
was
so challenging.
fucking hectic. Yeah.
For space cadets. Yeah. I barely made it out of that alive. Thank
Yeah,
God
that
I'm
was
not
rough.
playing this alone.
Also 130 brain, probably not helping.
130 brain.
Yeah.
What?
You realize it's 130.
Oh my god, it's late. I'm not done though. We still have to go through the whole of winter and then spring.
It's a lot to do.
Yeah.
Why is it not working? Play? Thank you.
Lemur cookies.
Ooh.
That sounds terrible. Okay, juggle two messages
Tutorial?
at a time, of course. Butt slam to swap messages. Watch the clocks. If one runs out, your time is up. What the fuck? Making
Oh
progress.
shit.
That looks like some A-grade bullshit.
Okay. So I gotta triage this shit. Fantastic.
Today?
Today.
Where's the T?
It's here, but you gotta shift.
Yep.
Oh. Oh, they swapped it. Great.
O. D.
D.
A. Y.
And then Y is spinny. Button.
Canyon.
Canyon. Coming. Oh yeah, okay. It made a noise, that was weird.
Yon.
Y, O...
O.
What's up there?
N.
I was literally on the end.
Oh, hold on. We didn't put the today through.
Oh, okay.
I think I switched it.
Oh, all
I.
right. That's...
It's over here.
Oh.
Top left. Oh wait, eh? Oh, today I met. Oh my god, it's 2 different messages.
Yeah, that's a pain in the ass.
Oh, we need to stop it then.
Do the other one?
Yeah.
Guide.
G, U. Ah, they
here
swapped it
now.
as I bounced.
Yeah, they moved
Fucks.
it, yep. The eyes are over here too.
D and E. Stupid. Okay, let's swap.
Swap it.
M, E is over here.
E, and then...
T was here.
Oh, it's way up fucking here now. We can do it, huh? That's easy.
Let's swap.
Okay.
W.
Wanted.
What?
A.
N, N, yeah. T.
Oop, shit. Sorry, that
Oh.
was me. Go back. Hit the T again.
T.
My bad.
Oh,
Wait,
fuck.
what the fuck?
It switched.
Oh, it's swapped. Motherfucker.
Yeah.
Got it. Man, I really
T.
fucked the whole thing up. E.
E. D. Let's swap. Oh, wait. I should have bumped it.
Yeah,
in.
we can just boop this one.
Ah! Yeah.
Jeez. Tiny.
Oh, tiny. T.
Move
I.
the eye on me.
And.
N is here.
Y.
Y.
There we go.
Horse.
Horse.
Didn't move far. That's good. No, it swapped. Fuck you.
Okay, 1, 2,
Wait, what?
3. Today I made a tiny horse. Okay,
Snowman
caps.
Frost.
SN. Oh shit! Sorry, that was me.
Wait. Oh shit. That's alright.
Ah! Okay,
Darkness.
go. SN. O. W. M. Oh,
A and
sorry,
M.
that was me.
Yep. So both there.
A. N.
Swap.
Frostbite.
Frostbite.
Caps lock. The F's here.
Literally right next to you.
Yeah, fucking stupid ass.
R is way up here.
R. O.
O S
S.
T. I still have. B is down here. I have I. They swapped it. There we go.
Assholes.
T
T is
as
at the
well.
top. Oh, and then
Swapped it. Left it the
E is
same.
over here. And then send it, and then swap.
Builder.
Builder. B. Oh, sorry.
Already did.
I didn't hear.
UI.
U. Fuck. No.
Got it.
U.
You're good. Continue. Where'd they put the I over here now?
L.
The
is
L
there
is
as
also
well.
spinny.
D.
D.
Oh
and
shit!
then-
Can you backspace?
Oh sure. Yep.
E.
Where'd they put the R? Oh, it's fucking way up here. Cool. Swap piece.
Feels F.
Oh, they
E is
fucking moved
here.
it.
You need to do L.
I got the L. Yep. Okay, maybe I got the L.
S. Send it, swap it. F.
I got the R. Nope.
I got the R.
Okay, I got the O. Fucking assholes.
Oh, we can send that.
We need higher, and then we can.
It's letting us send.
Yeah, but
Or is it-
we have to finish it first.
Oh, let's do BAD.
Bad.
A D.
AD got. Frostbite feels bad. Show enough.
Yeah. One,
Come
two,
on.
3. There we go. And then higher.
And then higher.
H.
Got the I. Got the R. Nah, I had the
What the
E.
heck? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I don't know why I bother counting.
I push it on like you're 2.
Oh my god. Hey, we got silver! Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah.
Never doing that one
That
again.
didn't seem so bad.
Yeah, it wasn't that. Oh, yeah, it was okay.
Gosh. The water is not helping.
Get some coffee.
I would love some coffee, actually. I have a bunch in the fridge. I just keep forgetting to drink it. Cinematic.
I want to know why
It's
there's an
Christmas time.
octopus literally living in the snow like this. Like, no water inside.
That's a great question.
I feel like I'm missing something here.
it's just Zoe. Don't worry about it. It's just normal.
No post? Should we,
No
should
post
we,
on Sundays.
should we do this? I don't want to go to bed.
I mean, it's 7:30 for me. I don't give a fuck. Like,
Fuck time zones, man, is stupid ass shit.
I
Create
agree.
the cookies that residents are asking for. Oh my god, we're fucking baking. Boy, let's go. Why is there so many instructions?
Jesus. This is
Each batch
overcooked
calls for
now.
either chocolate dough or sugar dough. Bring 3 dough balls. Ray calls stupid people dough balls. Bring 3 dough balls to the tray and butt slam them flat. 2 toppings per batch. Some batches need the same topping twice.
Okay.
Put an ingredient in the blender and butt slam the button to dispense the topping. Trays will travel to the oven when they're ready. Use the
my
springboard to quickly bring all 3 cookies. Sorry, no snack bribes required. Making progress will bring you extra time. Okay, okay, this looks
Okay.
challenging and or fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of shit going on here.
I can't even, my brain is not coping. Okay, so, cocoa. Okay, so,
With both type of berries.
but where do we bring, oh, here's the tray. Okay, and then? I think it'll just keep coming around. And then we need one with sugar
Can I not?
cookies. So you put it in the blender and then you butt slam the...
Yeah. I was.
But you need to butt slam it when the thing is in front of it.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I'm an idiot. I was thinking it would just be prepared and I would have to...
Wait, what's on the sugar cookies? So we need one with chocolate and one with gooseberries. I assume this is gooseberry.
And both kinds of berries.
What did the chocolate one need?
Both kinds of berries.
Okay. And then this one was chocolate. Oh, sugar cookies with chocolate and strawberry. Okay, sorry about that. That's my fault. So chocolate. Oh, fuck, I missed it.
Okay, those should be good now.
And this is sugar.
Gooseberries and chocolate.
No, fuck, man. You know what? Maybe I'll stick to being a dough ball, because my brain is no worky.
Ah. Aren't they supposed to... Cocoa cookies are both type of berries. Shouldn't those go to the oven? I'm confused.
I don't know. This
What are
one's
these?
gooseberries.
Sugar with gooseberries.
Gooseberries and chocolate though, so this one... Yeah, there we go. Alright, so this one is...
This one is
chocolate
sugar
and
cookies
strawberry.
with chocolate and strawberry. Give me a strawberry.
And I can do this one, that slam. Yeah. Those types of berries. I love chocolate!
Oh, chocolate. So chocolate with chocolate?
Yeah, I'm guessing. It needs chocolate though, so like, because everything has two.
Oh, double chocolate, I feel,
Yeah.
What the? Could have swore I grabbed the chocolate.
That's fine, there's two
Apparently
chocolates here.
Oh, fuck.
We didn't get
Man.
anything done. Oh.
I'm so confused. Oh, we have to pick them up after they cook. Wait, did they ever
didn't
cook, though?
No, they didn't.
Yeah.
Let's retry.
Okay. Yeah, weird. Back with snacks. What kind of snacks, Yoda?
Snacks?
Snackies. Love snackies.
Trays will travel to the oven when they're ready.
Yeah, I don't... that one was ready, right? Like, it was...
Okay, let's
At
maybe
least
do
that
one
one
at a
was
time.
ready.
We'll ignore... So we'll just
Okay.
focus, like, one at a time.
Sure.
So the first one,
So
I
we'll
love
just do
chocolate.
chocolate.
Yeah. Oh, the tray's already gone. Cool. I'll just
Cool.
go fuck myself! Alright, so this one's chocolate. So when it
should
comes
be able
around...
to just butt slam these. It should be done. Chocolate, strawberry.
Oh, we need to butt slam the cookies! I forgot about that.
Oh, to flatten them. Shit.
That makes all the sense now.
Yeah, I forgot all about that.
Okay, that's fine. That's my job. There we go. Okay, so this one was chocolate, strawberry. Yeah, so this needs chocolate then. And then this one was... Oh, and then this... They need to be delivered.
Oh, then they have to be delivered, yeah.
Oh my god, this is
This
insane.
is pretty crazy, yeah. Chocolate. Is this not chocolate, strawberry? I'm trying to put strawberry
It's
and it
because...
won't put strawberry.
No. There's strawberry already. It's because I'm busy delivering. There's no space in the oven. Yeah?
Or...
That's-
Well, maybe.
Okay, that one's sent.
I think we can't flatten them until we have all the ingredients on them.
What?
Because I can't put strawberry on this
It
one.
had strawberry on it.
Did it already?
Yeah, the pink shit.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, I couldn't see it.
Okay, sugar. Wait, you couldn't see the
Wait,
pink?
this one?
Huh?
Right?
There's nothing here.
This one's chocolate, strawberry, but...
There's nothing
confused.
there.
Sounds...
So this is
It's not
gooseberries and
working.
chocolate. Gooseberries? This one.
You got it. Like, shouldn't this one be going into the oven?
There isn't one there. I don't see one there.
There isn't one there?
This
Are you
one
serious?
didn't go in the oven. Yeah, I can't see
that's
it. If you look at the
fucking-
stream,
okay,
like there's nothing there.
fantastic. That's what I've been trying to fix is that one because it wouldn't go in the
Oh
oven.
no,
It's just
there's
showing.
nothing.
It's just showing me a tray of cookies over and over again.
Oh, we're gonna have
that
to retry
I
this
apparently
again.
can't do anything about.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, there's nothing there.
It's fantastic.
But this,
Yeah,
this
I see
is
it.
ready
I see
and
it
it's
on the
not
stream
going.
now. Yeah, that's
So
pretty.
I think we're
obnoxious.
just gonna have to restart this because I think
like
it
all
broke or
fucked.
something.
Yeah.
Also,
looks
Yoda,
like-
what snacks did you get? Hi, Brymiester. Why are you still awake, homie? It's so late. When I see my
Why
South African
indeed?
peepers here, I'm just like, guys, go to bed. What are you doing here? Okay. Yeah, I think we don't need. So I'll put the dough on. Again, we'll go one by one. So chocolate, strawberry.
Strawberry. Okay.
Okay. So when that comes around again. So that's your one.
Boot. And boot.
So this is chocolate and strawberry.
Okay. If I can get it in here.
Oops.
Yeah. I just need chocolate for that one.
No. Alright, this is the chocolate one. So this one's chocolate. Uh-oh.
What?
Is this one done?
Yes, that one's done.
Okay. I think we got
Yay,
boys.
more time.
Oh fuck, I died.
Oh shit.
Okay, what is this one?
God, delivering
Sugar.
takes so long.
It does! It's kind of bullshit, actually.
It is. I completely
You should
agree.
just automatically deliver. Okay, what was this one? I love chocolate. Okay.
I love chocolate. Okay, everything's cleared up. Chocolate.
There we go. That one can go.
Love it.
Okay, and then this one.
Sugar and lots
Strawberries. So 2 strawberries then, I'm guessing?
of double strobes. Comrade. Oh, you know what? There's a fucking dash. God, I always forget about the dash.
Oh, yeah.
Considerably more helpful for delivering.
There we
Cool.
go.
Oh, dash right off the edge.
Rest in peepos. We have a system.
It's working.
You're busy
Oh.
sorting out last pass? Oh. You were compromised? Shit. Sorry to hear that.
Oh no.
Also, chips and Astros? What flavor of
Ooh.
Simba? Damn!
Oh, we fucking killed
Oh my
it.
fuck. After
Hell
failing
yeah.
it how many times?
So close to the
There
goal.
was a lot of steps to like go through though. So
Yeah,
to be
yeah.
fair. Shit, bitch!
Damn.
Damn, Daniel.
4 seconds off.
4!
4 seconds.
That's buttsicles, man.
It is buttsicles. Next time.
Oh, what is this?
I don't know, I'm excited
Parts
though.
and crafts. It looks amazing. The kids' projects came apart and are scattered around the room. Each Holly Jostle card
Holly
will tell you.
Jostle.
God, I can't read. Tell you how finished. Oh, Jesus Christ! How finished projects should look. There's like things going all over the place. Bring
Her
the correct
crafting, this is
pieces.
fun.
Once project is fixed, leave it out to air dry. Okay.
Okay.
Are we gonna co-op on this, or we each take a different thing? Is it two at the same time, or?
Oh, is this? Oh, I guess we have. There's a number of them. Yeah, we don't have to do the same one.
I don't fully follow what I need to do. So,
So there's these pictures here,
I
like this
see.
one, and there's one over
This
there, and one
belongs on
next
the
to there.
orangutan.
This
This also
Nope.
belongs on the orangutan.
apparently not.
Oh, fuck.
Where's Big Purple Face? Come here, Big Purple Face.
And then, is there a blue
Oh,
button
this doesn't go here?
somewhere? Oh, there is. There's like random shit on the floor as well if you can't see something, by the way.
It's helpful.
Oh, Mrs. Balls? That's quite nice. Fucking weird thing to say out loud to people who have no idea what I'm talking about. I just realized I'm
fuck.
like,
Mrs. Balls.
Shut up, man. That's my culture you
There's the
mocking.
flower. There it is.
How
No,
dare
I've
you.
almost ordered Mrs. Balls a couple of times.
Don't let Jenny.
I think she'd love Mrs. Balls.
Ah!
Who wouldn't, you know?
I mean, it's true. Use that shit in everything. It's good.
Yeah.
How do you send it? How do you, like, finish it?
I think you just leave it because it said leave it out to
it
air
said
dry.
leave to air dry, yeah?
Yeah, so I think you just
This
let it
guy,
complete.
what does he got for a mouth? Some blue shit.
Some fucking blue shit. What's this black
Oh,
hole
it's this
thing?
one. Pardon?
The mouth on this big purple bitch.
Big
It's just
purple
like a
bitch.
big black
Oh,
hole.
it might be something that's just like
Oh,
on
it's
the
this.
ground.
I found it.
Yeah,
I found it.
okay.
There's a way over on the
Okay,
shelf.
this one...
Big purple bitch.
Words are hard, man.
Oh, he fucking. Why is he down here? You learn the shit, buddy. Come on. Okay, he's
This
done.
guy got a strawberry on his head.
Maybe.
Maybe. No.
No, he's got that thing.
Where?
It's got a tongue. Tongue.
Oh, the tongue is here.
Oh. Need a
Oh, he
burrito.
needs eyebrows. Where's the
Oh,
other
it needs
eyebrow?
two. Where's the other one? Oh, it's up here.
Nice.
Where's he gonna come out?
This side.
Top or side? Yeah. Alright, that was a little confusing to start, but
Oh, you got it sorted
got
by
there.
me, so nice. Yeah, this was actually a relatively easy one. Probably took the least trauma
yeah,
out of all of the ones we've done so far.
the least amount of trauma.
Yeah. That's how I would describe this game.
Yoda, yes,
How much-
please.
How much trauma did it give you? Yoda, just when you pack your suitcase, just pack it full. Just fill the entire thing with Mrs. Balls.
No tutorial?
Snowball?
Oh, where's even shift?
Oh,
Where's even backspace? Okay, there's backspace.
there's shift. Yeah.
Oh, it's way there. Okay, gotcha. I'm blind. It's fine. Where'd the S end up? Still coming around.
It's at the top left.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. What?
Oh, because there's two things.
Holy shit. Oh,
okay.
the eye. Oh, of course
Oh,
the
did
eye
I
would
click
be
done
super
by
quick.
mistake? Fuck.
Maybe.
Heading out to
That's
bed.
okay.
You have a dinner date. Oh shit, yeah. Get some rest. Get some rest, Prime Minister. And enjoy the date. You bring ghost pops for your brother-in-law? I don't know. I don't understand the fascination with ghost pops. I'm not gonna lie. Alright. W?
Winter.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, I missed it. Motherfuck.
By a fair amount. The W's here.
I can't process this right
Fucking
now.
scuffed, man. What do you mean right now? What time is it for you?
Man. That's,
Oh
it's
my god, I want to die.
2:30.
Yeah.
I was, and then I was watching
Ah!
yours.
I think we should swap.
Where's the T?
N,
What do you-
capital N.
Where's the N?
Spinny on the right.
For now. Oh my god,
Oh,
climb
it's gone already. Oh, fuck.
Oh, it is gone. I put 2 Ks.
Oh.
Where is the end
now? Kill
now?
this one again.
Yeah, this is terrible.
Oh yeah, definitely Brimius, so you can't be falling asleep on your food. That shit ain't comfortable. I'm not speaking from experience or anything.
It's a bad place to fall asleep for sure.
Yeah, it is pretty bad.
Unless you have like a...
Great
you need like an
pudding,
angel
Jim!
food cake? An angel food cake would probably be pretty comfy to sleep on.
No, bro.
You don't think so? I think it'd be
No.
comfy.
Out!
Got it. Where's the U?
Okay.
I can't
Send
keep
it.
track of these things. There's too much movement.
Yetis. Capital. T is under you. Eyes at the top. S is on the right.
Oh,
Send
it's
it.
fucking...
Oh, of.
Oh shit. Where's the F?
Send
Way
it.
up there. Ah!
Okay,
Pudding.
might. No, might.
Might.
I. D. H. No. Backspace.
Oh shit. Got it.
T. Okay, pudding.
Oh shit. You did pudding. Got it.
P.
Did I get the P? No, I didn't. Shit, it moved.
Backspace.
It moved.
P is here. U. D is on spinny. I.
I's up top.
N.
Ooh, I'm falling off.
G.
No.
Oh no. B. B,
Oh
B.
shit.
Oh B. Oh fuck.
God damn.
Yeah, I think we need to pay a bit more attention to that one. This
Yeah,
is
it's hard with the small ones, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I got them as well today, Yoda. Has the new one started yet? Because I missed the last one.
Who
Okay,
knows?
cats. Okay. O. S. E.
Send that.
Swap.
Let's do is quickly.
Capital O.
Oh, okay, never mind. That is gonna go fast, that's why.
Yeah. Okay, never mind. Let's swap.
Bundle. B's there, okay.
I.
I's there, S is over here.
Okay.
Send it. Okay,
then
now swap to bundle.
B is at the top right.
Got the B, yep.
U.
U. Where the fuck is the U?
Fuck.
Oh, it's right next to you. Shit.
Ah, that's a tree for me.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, N is on the.
Oh, it
spinny.
is.
That's
Oh
a
my
V.
god.
That wasn't a U. That was a V. By the way. Did you hear me?
What? No.
It was
Mine's
a V.
fine.
No, it was
No,
red.
mine was fine.
It was red.
Mine was fine though.
Okay. Do you
Mine
wanna watch
was
the
green.
Stream? Do you want to watch
I
the
watched
stream
the
and
stream.
see that it was BB?
I saw that yours was red. Mine was green.
I hate this game.
I don't know why this is breaking so much.
Like literally, there was a tree, so there was no letter there.
do you think I'm like dyslexic or something?
No. But I'm telling you, like you said, oh, it's right next to you, and I'm like, there ain't shit next to me.
No, that was a tree next to you. Yeah, I legitimately saw there was a tree
So
next to
N
you.
on the bottom. O.
Where's the S? Up top.
S at the top.
Yeah, we got it.
And
E's
then
over here.
E.
Got it. Now Yetis quickly. I got the Y if you can do the shift.
E is
E's
at
at
the
the
top.
top again. Yep. I got the T here and the I.
I and the S. S is at the
S
top.
is top too.
Oh fuck.
Oh my god, it's so stuck.
We need to. we need to
come
swap.
on. Okay. Yeah, swap.
Oh shit.
Oh fuck. That's
IS.
fine. Got the I.
Where's the S? Oh, okay. Okay, Yeti. We need
Gotta
to
back
remove.
up.
And then the S.
And then the S.
Send it.
Cool. Perfect.
Frozen.
Do Frozen first. F. R is at the top.
R.
O's here.
Oh.
Oh fuck. The Z is also there. It's right next to you.
O.
I already got the O.
T, and then
Yeah.
E is at the top.
And then N is here. God, getting onto this one is such a pain in the
Come down,
ass.
come down. Whoop. We need to send it.
Oh, we have to both send. Jeez.
Yeah.
I was like, why? I was like, oh, okay. I'm a big idiot, basically. I is here, G is here, H is here, T is here.
That. B.
B.
The E is at the top. Oh, they're both at the top.
B's
there.
over here. Yeah. Real.
Real.
Yetis might be real. Got the R. Whoop.
E. A.
The A. And the L is here.
Ah.
Cool.
Whoa. My god.
Nice.
This. Capital.
Where's
T
the
is at the top middle.
Top.
H.
is here. I is here.
S is here.
Oh, cool.
Snowball.
Capital S,
Capital.
snowball. S is here now. Cool.
N.
And
O. W's on spinny.
ah, got it. B is here too. If I can fucking jump on these.
A. And then L.
Double L.
Okay.
All right,
And
then we
then
have to do
pi.
pi quick.
P. I is there. Ah!
Get the I.
And then E.
E's here.
Ah, perfect.
Got it.
Fights. F.
Fight smells. Oh, F is here. Ah, I didn't get it. It's gonna come around.
F. I. Oh, G is
Where's
up
the
here.
G?
Get the H.
Okay. Get the H. Yep.
And then T.
T is in the corner. And then, oh, we have to.
Smells.
Where's the
S.
Cool.
M. M is at the top middle.
You got it.
E is here. L. And then S again. Alright.
This pie smells odd.
Lost. L is
Where
at
the fuck
top.
is the L? Oh, yep, okay. Oh, it's here.
L O S T.
Yep, got it.
Okay, and then odds.
O. D's up here
D is at
too.
the top. Sweet.
We did it!
Hey, fucking finally. That was
Took a
an
couple.
actual fucking nightmare. Christ on a bike.
That's a tree. No, no, not a tree.
How so close? What a load of
Very close.
bullshit. I hated that. I hated every second of that. My god. No thank you. I never want to do that one again. Tickets my ass.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this looks fun.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm.
Tick packages
We have to
for the
wrap
paper
them.
pattern they need. Love it. Oh, cool.
And then we need to peep peep.
Great. Okay.
Mm-mm.
Plus there's everything else going on.
Okay, so there we go. This bitch
Go
is
over to
wrapped.
country.
Wait, where was this one going though? Now I can't remember what it said. Can I?
I do not know.
Fuck. Okay, well this one needs to go this way.
That's one sorry.
That one was going there. I know that much. Nope, wrong way. This way. Eh? No, no, no. Okay, I can't do this by myself.
What you need, man?
Because I need things to stop. So.
Yep.
Okay, so that's going to 1. This one's going to north. So I need you to stop it from moving. So if I... Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you. Okay, and then this one is going south, but I need to wrap it. There we go.
Cool.
Okay, so now I need to move it to south. So, yeah. So stand on the other one. Yeah.
Oh, shit. Yep. Okay.
And then this one is going to 1. So yeah, stand there. Yeah, because I need it to not get wrapped. And then... No!
Oh, shit.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I just need to... okay. You need to speech a pooch. Can you come block this direction? So the top right. Yeah, because I need to send it back. I need this one. The poor person who's receiving this. Okay, so now this needs to. You need to stand on the wrapping one, I think. Yeah. No. Okay, wait. I'll send it again. And then. Okay, maybe I need you to move over once I push this. No, okay. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah. Move at the same time as the package.
No. So you need to move essentially to the one in front of it.
Oh, yep.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I have to anticipate because of
Yeah.
the difference. Which unfortunately doesn't work very well. So if we have to move like at the same time.
So is there like mail
It's
as
kinda
well
sad
to
shit.
send?
There was, yeah. There's the same regular shit too.
Can we maybe do the mail at the end?
Yeah, we can do the packages first. That is a-okay.
Alright. So don't move anything yet. Okay, so wait, they changed it.
Of course they did.
What? Oh. Okay, so this needs to move this way.
Because it needs that wrapping.
And this one we can move out of the way. So this is number 2 with the red wrapping. And then this one can go this way.
And then we can move this one. Yeah.
And then this one's going south with the blue wrapping. And then we need to move this one. No. Okay. Just a sec, don't move anywhere. This needs to go.
Oop.
Oh,
Died.
Jesus, what happened?
I fell off. I was pulling the thing, got too close. Should I just send this one?
Does it need to go to south?
Yeah, it's supposed to go to south.
Oh, okay, then yeah. Okay, now there's mails?
Oh, okay, we're done. Okay, sweet. Yeah. Get up there, idiot. Oh.
Nice.
Cool. Cool.
Okay. This one's going
Yeah.
south.
This red one is 2.
Alright, I'm gonna need you to push it out. So push it to the right, from the left. Yeah, and then we just extend it, and then... this
Cool.
one. So you said the red one's also going...
This one's going to 2.
Okay, yeah. You can send it this way. No!
Oh, nope.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Oh, then we have to... Yeah, it's kind of annoying. Trying to move it at the same time.
Just push it.
Push. There we go.
Alright,
It's there
there we go. And then this one's going north, so we can just go bonk. And then push them out.
Get out there. Okay, and then
And
that
where was this
one's...
one going?
Great question. Did it get like insta-wrapped?
I did it in the beginning, but then I think it's going to 1. I might need your help pushing it.
Yep.
No! Oh, fuck. Okay.
Fucking agony.
Yeah, I think this is going to 1. Hi, Toto! Wait, don't move.
Yep, it's staying here.
Can push him?
Push.
Push him.
Apparently not. It's doing that thing again, right? Where I can't push.
There we go.
It's lovely when that happens. It's so helpful. There's like, it's like both of these, I think. Here's Lightfoot. Oh, that's that other one.
Ah, fuck.
This one here.
Ah, shit. You lurked before you went to sleep and now you're awake.
Oh, we have to ring the bell.
Oh, fuck, fuck, fuck. Ah! It's tired brain,
Okay.
it's 2 AM, Toto. It's going well though, I think we're having fun. Okay, so this is number 2.
Number 2.
Because it is shit!
Exactly.
Okay, and then this one is south.
I'm moving this because it was in the way.
Okay.
This one's north of red.
Okay, so this one I can't move just yet, but I can...
I love that I can't push these packages. It's very helpful.
It's very strange though. I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know why it randomly happens sometimes.
Okay, then this
Pretty
one.
annoying though.
I'll just need your help to finish off these things. The last conveyor belt's a bit of a pain. All the letters done, or?
This last one's going in now.
Oh, okay. Can you push the south one in? Imagine being a degen.
Hey, I can.
I went
Fuck
to sleep at like 4 AM yesterday, not entirely by choice.
This one's north.
Yeah. Danzo.
Nice.
Can't relate. I know you definitely can relate, Toto. Mr. touching grass, but it ain't even grass. The lies on the Twitter even. Bronze? Suck
Yeah, I'll
my
take bronze
ass.
for that. That's fine.
Nah, fuck that shit, man.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker! I'm done. That's why they put the done button there, because I'm fucking done with this shit. Also, Toto, those emotes are fucking terrifying. What the hell? Imagine touching grass at all. Yeah, I can't relate. What the fuck is going on?
Grass is outside. I'm not interested.
Whoa? Blizzard! Don't they own enough games? Fuck, man. I'm doing good, Damien. How are you? Kiwis are not
They're trying to
built
get the
for
rip
this.
up.
Kiwis are not built for this shit, man. Should we do this last week of winter? Then I need to go to sleep, probably, or something
Yeah, sure.
like that. I don't know.
That's something like that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Listen, at 9 o'clock at night, I was drinking a cup of coffee, and then I had a fucking Lucozade, which I have a sip of left.
Nice.
No
You're
more,
also
but
running on 4 hours of sleep, so like, how the
Oh,
fuck?
I forgot about that. Fuck.
Yeah.
Whoops. Oopsie.
Yeah. It sounds like you done fucked up.
Message will continue to arrive from 4 different locations. Fuck, man. When a timer appears, you have a message waiting from that location. Bot slam a button to swap to that message when the watch the clock at the time runs out. Oh, fuck.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
I'm not looking forward to this one. I'm just gonna say that now.
This is the same. That's like as bad, but with 4 now.
Yes. Okay.
Sub-Zero.
Bot slam. Sub-Zero. Caps. Yes. Go. U. B. Zero. Z. E. R. And send it.
Swap
butt
to
slam.
this motherfucker Belby.
Belby, fucking Belby.
Fucking Belby.
Fucking Belby, mates.
Bimby
Imagine.
from Belby. Where's the L?
Oh, it's mine. Whoa, something. Whoa, my whole screen is exploding. Hello.
Oh shit. Oh yeah.
No,
it is.
like in a
Look
good
at
way. Belby, send it. Ah! Pink!
Ah! Switch. Wins.
Wins! Caps! W's by me.
No cap.
No cap?
No cap. It's small.
Oh.
Sub-Zero
I is
wins.
there.
It's,
Oh, fuck.
it's still there.
Ah! Ah!
DS.
D. S. Send it.
Yeah,
Orange.
swap.
Shelters.
Shelters.
S. H by
H.
you.
E. L.
L by me.
somewhere.
T.
T.
Was at the
somewhere.
top, it's
Oh,
moved
everything's
now.
swapped. I got it. Yep. E
E.
is moved
It's
again.
R.
It's
And
over
S.
in- S is over there
Send
too.
it. Pink.
Swap to pink. Incoming. Cut the I.
N. C. O by you.
O. M. I. Oop, fuck.
Oh, ink for me. N. G by you. Done.
Send
Okay.
it.
Orange. Open.
Orange. Okay, open.
Open.
OP.
OP.
E. N.
E. N.
You have N?
Send it.
Yeah, okay.
Green.
Okay. Green, go.
Caps.
Du-
W.
Caps W. Where's the fuck's W?
Spinny.
Way over here, motherfucker. It swapped!
Swapped.
No!
Come.
Motherfucker!
Quick.
Hit it! Oh, A.
Okay.
T.
I got CH.
Nice.
Send it. Red.
Avoid. Big
A is
big
for
A.
me.
V.
V is by me.
It's next to you now, yep. O is in the corner.
And I is there as well.
I is here. D
D.
is
Okay. Swap to green. F.
4. F. O.
R.
Perfect.
Red.
Health. Yeah, go to red.
Glass.
Oh, God.
G. L.
A.
S. The stress.
Swap to green, I guess? Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Hailstones
L,
again.
H. A.
A. I's up here. L's over here.
S.
S.
T.
T.
O.
O. Nice. N's here.
E.
Yes.
S. And send it.
Good
Wah! Windows.
Windows. Got it. W. I. N.
Oh! Backspace. D.
D.
Nuts.
Where the O's over here?
I'm sorry. W's in the top.
W.
S. Oh!
Oh, fuck. Miserable.
Sorry. I think it's 50
okay.
swapsies.
Yeah. It did.
And send it. Oh,
Fucking
boy!
easy.
That was actually pretty good.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, shit, man.
Halfway through silver. Not bad.
Fuck. I think Ray came to offer me tea just now. And I was like, no, bad idea.
The best idea.
No milk. No milk.
No milk.
I mean, I had chocolate earlier today and I regretted it sorely because I was coughing like crazy. So I learned from my lesson.
You could just have plain tea. You don't have to have milk in it.
No.
That's a thing
thank
that
you.
millions of people do.
It stains your teeth so badly. So does coffee, to be fair, but
Oh,
I need
is it any better with milk in it?
slightly.
It's the same shit.
No, it's like slightly better.
It's just diluted.
No, like someone tested it and they said if you like having coffee or tea with milk in it, it's less staining. It still stains, but it's less if there's milk.
Okay.
I don't know why. The windsock will blow
windsock
when
will
freezing
blow.
wind is on the way. The mini lantern will protect nearby kiwis from freezing. Only one kiwi can carry it.
This is
Bring the
fucking
mini
dragon
lantern.
spine.
Yeah, it literally is. Bring the mini lantern to the big one to relight it. Wiggle to break free of ice much faster with the lantern nearby. Mini lantern and a double kiwi butt slam to fill frozen. Jesus fucking Christ! What is this hellscape?
Oh my god.
Fill the mug and dump it in the bowl. For hot cocoa? For who? For those ungrateful cassowaries? I think not.
It's for you.
Fucking hell, man. Yeah, I want it. Fuck the
Yeah.
cassowaries. Okay.
And now thousands of messages
Repairs
coming in.
needed in painted cliffs.
Oh, we have to double butt slam this.
I
Wait, is it
am?
not frozen?
I don't know.
I don't know. Fuck it. Whatever.
Okay.
Coom River.
I can't! Cool river!
Is that where Cumtree is? I don't even know what I'm looking for anymore. I completely
Cool
lost the
river,
plot.
apparently.
Oh my fucking god. Repairs needed in Painted Cliffs. Repairs needed. Holy fuck.
All I
Here's a
can
map.
think about is Coom River now.
Jesus
Ah!
Christ.
Ah!
Tap space.
Nah, bruh, this is some fucked up shit. Okay, well I've got Coom River. There we go, Coom River.
I can't, dude. I'm done. I'm fucking done.
I'm also done. Coom Tree and Coom River.
It just says Coom on the page. The fuck? Oh my god, okay. Here's out and bridge.
Oh, now this is... I think we both need to do it at the same time there.
Oh, it's frozen now? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, the windsock is moving? That means something, right?
Oh, what the fuck? Fuck this level. I'm going to bed.
Alright, see ya. GG's.
I don't even remember what these things said anymore.
Coom River bridge is out.
The Coom River Bridge is out?
Yeah, apparently.
I'm gonna solve things because oh!
Okay. I think I actually finished the Coom River one I did. It's done.
Okay, so I cracked it, but it needs to be like slammed.
Oh,
That makes
okay.
sense. There we go.
Nice.
It's immediately frozen
Nice.
again! What?
Yeah, I think it's... Wait, what?
I don't understand.
Fuck. I don't understand either. This thing's frozen too.
Okay, let's
Oh, I'm frozen. Jesus.
okay, so
Right.
wait, let's look at the things.
Repairs.
What is this? Repairs needed? Okay, this is not frozen, this one is. Oh, look.
Hey, perfect.
I'm just gonna take stuff off. My lamp is broken. I don't think we're gonna
This
need
one's frozen.
this. I'm just gonna take
All this
things
is
off.
fucking everything's frozen.
Yeah. Man, I don't think we've got one. Do you want to send one quick?
Yeah, we probably should, right? Or not.
Huh?
Wait, what's happening? Why is this not working?
You're spamming!
I'm not spamming.
You were!
Time's up. I was not.
Your kiwi was bouncing!
I was.
Do you want to try again?
Yeah, definitely. I was strategically waiting.
Is that why your kiwi was bouncing? That's the strategic
Obviously.
wait. Okay.
Yes, definitely.
Let's focus on one at a time because we can't.
Coom River.
Coom River. Anyway, we can't handle the Coom River.
You can't.
Coom River Bridge is out!
Too much. Yes, perfect. Okay, cool. Where did we get Coom from?
Wow. That's a conversation your parents should have with you, to be fair.
Bridge.
There's River.
Here's Coot.
so
Coom
Coom River Bridge
River. I think
is
Can we just steal these off of here so that we don't have to
yeah.
worry about them freezing?
Not everything will fit though. We need outs.
Out's here. I got it. It's done.
Oh. And then the next one, Bison.
Bison stranded in
Bison.
Salty Flats. Here's Strand.
In.
Flats.
Where's Bison? Do I need to defrost? Oh, maybe here.
Oh, it could be, yeah.
Trees. Down here.
Stranded.
None of these would be Bison though, I'm so confused.
We have sun. We need B. Oh, in B. We have to break in.
Oh, fuck.
Bye. Sun.
Bison.
Stranded.
Stranded, yeah.
In
In
Salty Flats.
flats. There we go.
Perfect.
That one's done, yeah? Okay,
Yep.
next one. Roof collapse in Belby. Coof.
Yep, to get oof. Here's apps for collapse. Oh, I didn't get it. Fuck.
Where's the lantern? Where is it? Up here? No? What? Oh, is it up here? Is there one here?
More, yeah.
Yeah. Roll.
Yeah, RO.
For roof?
Yep.
Okay, so is it this one? Yeah. Roof. Collapse.
We have apps. We need coal.
We have co.
Double L.
Ah! Co. Apps. In. God damn it.
Fuck.
In.
Double L.
Belby.
Oh, you did in. Jesus.
Okay, and then this one. Fallen trees in Gumtree Grove. Here's
So we have fall. Lynn. We never got
Grove.
trees.
Trees, I think, at the top there. So I just need
This
the
one here.
lantern.
The lantern. Trees.
Oh. So fallen trees
In.
gum.
Gum tree grove. There's more tree? Right? Yeah, gum tree.
Oh, lantern's gone out.
Fuck.
There is
Ah, nice. Perfect.
gum tree.
Perfect. Alright. Now send them all.
Oh shit. Okay. No. We need to time it. 1, 2,
Try to anticipate.
3.
Yeah, doing it on your 2 seems to work. Do I not have to feed this fuck? Oh, I have to give him hot cocoa.
Yeah.
Fucking Christ.
What is this?
I don't know.
Okay. Next one. 1, 2, 3.
It's just some annoying shit to pick up apparently. Oh fuck.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Shit. Worked anyway.
Yep.
Okay, fuck you.
The last melon. 1, 2, 3. What?
It's a bit early.
1, 2, 3.
Nice.
Fucking hell, man. That
Shit
was
gets
some
crazy, son.
A-grade bullshit right there.
I concur.
Oh shit! God.
Yeah.
Mama! Chicken macaroni, chillin' with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken macaroni, chillin' with the homies. Chicken wing. Welcome, Raiders. Chicken macaroni, chillin' with the homies.
Oh.
Mama Eve, happy
Everything isn't
birthday! Well, for yesterday, I guess. How was your stream? Did you have fun? What games did you end up playing? Tell me all the things, Mama Eve. Also, it's probably bedtime. But I hope you had a good stream and thank you for the raid. Ow! Oh! I don't know if you heard that. Something popped in my hand. What are you still doing here? I had
who fucking
caffeine
knows?
late at night, Mama Eve. Mistakes were made. Listen, I had 4 hours of sleep yesterday, and I'm currently awake at 2:30. I fell asleep at 4 yesterday. 4 a.m. I don't know why I'm here. You were playing Overwatch too? Shit. But did you have a good stream? Did you have fun? We just want to finish these last 2, and then we're gonna skedoodle. This seems like self-inflicted pain. Oh, 100%. Isn't that what caffeine's all about? Oh, tutorial, please. Okay, assemble care packages to help residents weather the storm. Yeah. The lists will tell you what goes into each crate. Okay. Pilot with your own mini hover crane and use it to pick... Oh, that's adorable. Okay. Drop lids onto completed crates. And then butt slam the send button. Okay.
I will trial and error as usual.
Fuck, yeah. Okay, so Wowder. Oh wait, you can't pick it up. Oh, I see.
Oh, we need the hover crane.
Yeah.
Cool.
So what else is there?
Water,
one can and a lantern.
Oh, I just got off of it instead of picking it up. Where the fuck did it just go?
Okay,
just
I
like
got the can.
Yeeted. I no longer have a crane. It just like, when I got off of it, it just left.
Do you know what you can do? You can tell me what it needs.
Okay, sure.
And then butt scoot it. So hit the...
No?
Is everything in it?
Water, can, lantern. Looks like it.
What's this? Batteries, radio, and whatever the other thing is.
I'm very confused. Oh, I need the lid. We have to put the lid on it.
Oh. There we go.
Now we can scoot. Perfect. Okay.
What does this need?
Batteries.
Oh,
that
thingy.
And that thingy.
The thingy! Wow, jargon! Very descriptive words you
battery and the
there.
2 thingies.
Ah! It was good. Had friends around all day. Oh, very nice. Did you eat cake? Oh yeah, I saw the Red Bull as well. Sleep is for the weak, right?
Can and 2 bread rolls. Bread rolls?
Bread rolls?
I can and 2 bed
but
rolls
that's
on
so
that
nice.
one.
What was this one? It was...
Can and 2 bed rolls.
Oh, I thought you were reading Mama Eve's. And I was like, no, she didn't get bread rolls for her birthday.
two Red Bulls.
No, 2 bread rolls, not 2 Red Bulls.
It's a battery, 2 batteries and a bedroll on that one.
I want to know where your thing went. You said 2
no, it
batteries
just fucking took
and
off.
a bread roll.
2 batteries and
Where
a
the
bread
fuck
roll,
are the batteries? Oh, there's batteries there. Hello? Can I not pick that up? Oh my god. there's a batteries here. And then
And
a
then a
lid.
lead. That one's 2 waters and a flashlight.
What? And a flashlight.
Torch.
Torch. And a lid. What did you
bread
say?
roll. Bread roll can water.
Bread roll. We got bread
roll
rolls?
can water. Love bread rolls.
Oh, same. My favorite, the cone rolls. Oh my god, so good. Debbie knows. She knows if she wants me to be happy with whatever she's making, she needs to buy the cone rolls. Hey, look at us.
That system worked out okay.
Damn, Mama Eve streams from 10 until now? That's worse than me.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been streaming for 6 hours. Well, this is fine. On 4 hours of sleep.
It's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
One more stage, right?
Yeah. This will be the last one.
Cool.
My bitch ass need to go sleepies. As much as I wanted to do spring, I should not. Because it is 2:30. I've got...
You never got spring in real life, so no spring in the game either.
How dare you?
Oh, we don't get no tutorials? Okay,
Oh,
cool.
fuck. Bring Zoe the hammer.
Bring Zoe the hammer. The hammer.
Oh.
Oh, we just have to push it.
Oh, hold on. I need you to body block. No.
It's too late already. Here? Yeah.
I don't
There you
know if that will work.
Oh.
There we go.
This is fine.
Okay, so... Block. I think.
Can you pull or no?
I can't.
It's pullable? No, it's not pullable. What the fuck?
Oh, body
Oh, I
blocking.
apparently can't
It's
body
not a
block,
thing.
yeah.
Oh, so it's just one of those
So you just gotta
puzzles
shove
where
it
you
around.
gotta...
Just a puzzle,
Oh,
yeah.
fuck off, you. Not you. the fucking crate.
GG's Teddy.
Who?
I don't know why that's so funny to me. That's super funny to me, though.
Oh, Taddy? I mean, listen, my nickname as a kid growing up was Ratty Natty and Tatty Natty, so like, not even offended. Rescue the envelopes? Where the fuck? How do I know where I'm sending it to?
None of them say anything. I have no fucking clue, dude.
Oh, okay, don't jump into the water.
Rip.
It is not indicating... Oh, hold on.
Oh, we just have to put them here? What the fuck?
Fucking... What a doers.
Jesus. No tutorial.
No tutorial.
And everything is just like a
Everything is just fuck you,
brand new
actually.
mechanic.
Jump in the cart!
Jump in the cart. Oh my god, this is like like an action.
What the fuck? Can I
Like the
do
word
my progress?
fragments.
Yeah?
All of them?
Oh my goodness. Hi, Hassan. Hello. GG's. Who's Tati, by the way? Do we need to give these to her as well? Oh my god,
Put them in
are
the
you
cart.
joking?
Yep.
Oh my god. This is some A-grade bullshit right there. Are we abandoning ship? Is that what's happening here?
It's seeming that way.
I like the
collect
help
this
sitting
envelope?
outside.
I can collect this envelope too. Hell yeah. Is that it?
I don't know. Is that up here?
Oh, can take the mug. Okay.
Oh, ouch!
Is there stuff under the snow? Maybe?
Yeah, you need to walk over the snow.
You need to walk.
Oh.
Oh, do we have to smash this maybe too? Frozen.
Coming.
Nope. Okay.
Oh, close the window. 1, 2, 3. Oh, jump in the cart. Run!
Go, 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 go.
Run!
Go, 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 go. Get fucking left behind
Oh
anyway.
my god. Fix the controls. We need to look for the broken bits.
The broken bits.
Yeah.
Can I even get up here? I can't.
Oh, we
It's
don't
not
have
good,
much
though.
time. I got stuck.
Oh shit, yeah, we're out of time, yeah. God damn. God damn.
Wow.
Rip.
Okay, well at least we know what to do this time, so it's okay.
Yeah, it's a little better. Not up to snuff.
That one was fucking rude, to be fair.
Yeah, they didn't give us any warning. All new mechanics.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Okay, it's fine. We know how to do this now.
Yeah, he's gonna shove this shit around.
Yep.
You got this, homie. There's a pink envelope on every stage so far, so I'm wondering if that's like a special thing.
Pink?
Yeah. It's punk.
Ponkaronks.
Smash.
Smash.
Smash, smash.
Wow, look how fast we can do this. Amazing.
I know, right? Fuck.
You're falling over, Mummy Eve. Yeah, go get some rest. Thank you so much again for the raid. Have a lovely sleepies.
Good night, Eve.
No,
Happy
it's not
birthday from
Eve.
America.
It's Mama Eve.
I don't
No?
say that. This is you.
Yeah? Well, fine. Fuck you then. God.
It's your special thing. I didn't
Yeah?
take your
Oh,
special
okay.
thing.
Oh, it's my word now? You can't. No one can use the word mama now. That's my word only.
Yes, correct.
Oh. That's very cool. Slip?
Can I pick this shit up?
No.
There we go. Pole. Just one on top of the radio thing.
Oh? Oh, I see him. Oh, Jesus!
Fuck. It's alright, just
Go to the
airdrop
window.
it.
Go to the window.
Oh, because we have to close the window.
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
I was thinking we had to exit again.
yeah. 1, 2, 3. 1. Okay.
think that one works
Mr.
if they
I don't spam, since they're spamming the fucking.
No, I think that those ones that's okay because it doesn't. The red light is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
The red light. It's the red light. I
Mm-hmm.
swear.
Walk over all of the snow to find
Oh.
the shit. By the way.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to do.
Whoa, my stomach just growled so
Bhutan.
loud. Did you hear it?
No, I didn't hear it.
God, it was so loud.
Where's this shit go?
Like, bitch, I'm hungry.
Is this the? Oh, the fucking. I need this pink envelope.
You've just been running around this whole time with a pink envelope in your mouth.
I was looking for the thing, but pink envelope.
So we
I
need
leave
an
the pink
M.
envelope behind. Hit the buttons.
1, 2, 3. Jump in the cart.
Jump in the cart.
Where's the cart though? Huh?
Great question.
Is she, oh, she's here. By the green
Another fun
lights.
question. Well, I took the pink envelope. Hopefully that counts.
Thanks. You never put it down. Maybe you need to put it in the thing.
Oh, I brought it with me. I mean, the previous two ones you put it in the cart, but.
Oh, we need to type a message. Okay, okay.
Please, Jam.
So. Oh, do we need to break them all before we can?
No, because it comes back, so we probably just have to type shit.
But what are we typing?
Keys jammed? Cannot shut down. Shut down, maybe? I don't know. Wait, what keys are jammed? It's giving us 2 seconds every time we break stuff, so I don't know.
It's up there. Oh, push the lever down. Jump in the cart.
Jump at the cart. Pink
There was
envelope!
an envelope. Got him. Put it in! Yeah. Shit, man!
I don't think we got the previous one, because I brought it with me.
Oh, you
Oh,
think
almost
so?
gold.
Damn!
So we just like escaped winter, basically.
I mean, I did get an achievement, so I don't know.
Oh, cool. Okay.
I don't know what that was.
Hopefully that was it.
Oh!
Watching a cinematic.
Now we're all warm and toasty. Mans is literally in fucking khaki shorts and a t-shirt. I can't believe this. This individual not dressing for the weather.
Cocky short.
Yeah, that's what they're called. Khaki.
Yeah, they're cocky shorts.
Not cocky. Khaki.
It's the same thing.
No, K-H-A-K-I. Khaki.
Yeah, khaki. Yeah.
Not khaki. Oh my goodness.
No, khaki shorts. Cocky.
I'm gonna block you. Block ban.
Block me where?
Everywhere.
Oh, okay. I'll see it then.
Just completely obliterate.
It's been real, homie. At least we completed winter.
We need to finish. What's that other one called? Pico Park. We need to finish Pico Park. We need
Pico
to finish
Park,
this,
yeah.
and then I can block you.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
What about Valheim? Can we finish Valheim?
Oh fuck! But that game's broken, man.
Maybe. Probably.
Probably. It's
Why are you
entirely
mocking me?
possible. Huh? No, I'm tired, homie. Thanks for playing. Huh?
That was it?
No spring?
Oh shit.
Shit, man.
Did we
Just speed run.
Yeah, apparently. How many tickets do we have?
Ticketto. Let's go look.
Tickets.
I like to watch the credits, but we're definitely
But
playing
it's
more of this.
almost 3 a.m.
It is. Oh my, I have 100 tickets currently. It says you have
100
243.
tickets. I have 137, so it says you have 217.
Oh, maybe that's a total. How do you
Yeah,
have
I
more
think
than me though?
Because I'm amazing.
What?
Duh.
Wow.
How do you get this one? Finding the glowing wishbone collectible. Lost letter collectible. Charged feather collectible. Cool.
I mean, there's lots of challenges and stuff, so...
Yeah.
Oh my god, there's a snowman head.
Love it. Oh, that's so fucking cool.
So it looks like we have all this stuff unlocked now. It's just a matter of bubble wrap
You
testing
do.
over time shift. Oh, you don't?
No.
That's so freaking weird. I don't understand how this works.
Oh, there's a shark fin? I love that.
Oh, here's overtime. We're not looking at that though.
No. Definitely not.
There was only the 3 seasons? I'm stunned.
It's unacceptable.
It is. Oops. Cancel. We're not starting that shit all over again. Alright. That's the end. I need to go to bed. Ow, my back.
Yeah, get out of here. I heard that one.
Oh my god. Alright, let me skiddy-doodle. I'm gonna just turn off the game because the music's gonna distract me. But let's see who's actually live at this hour, because this is not a holy hour to be live. Did I close my Genshin music? I think I did. Damn it! It's fine. Let me just pop this on, just so we have some noise for the brain. You know how it be. There we go. Immediately go into intense Genshin Impact music. This is fun. Why is Kai? Thanks for stream, Tati. Who the fuck's Tati? Am I changing my name? No, Tati Patati. Yeah, so I think we're definitely going to Kai. Let me just check that he is still live and streaming. Yeah, thanks guys. This is a lot of fun. This is very silly but very fun. Very amusing. Dinkum? He's playing Dinkum? Oh, he's like just started stream? Fuck yeah, let's go. Game was 10 out of 10. Jargon, we're playing that again. We're not done with that game. We need to get all the tiqueto so we can buy all the things. Yeah? Let's do that. Obviously not now, but you know. You know what? Dinkum looks like fun. Maybe that can be our next game. Screw Terraria. Alright. The thing is, okay, I don't have Dinkum, so Terraria, because I already have Terraria, we can play Terraria. That game's so long though! There's so much to do! You're a Dinkum. You're a Stinkum, Jargon! Ha! Got him! Anyway. Let's go share our let's go share our love with Kai. Kai is currently playing Dinkum. It looks very cute. It's very Minecrafty. It is 2:30. No, it's not 2:30. It is 10 to 3. I definitely need to go to sleep. But yes, thank you all very much. This was a lot of fun. I'll see you guys when I see you guys. I don't really know what's happening with load shedding anymore. You're gonna spam in Kai's chat? Oh god. Okay, let me copy my own raid message. But yeah, take care guys. I will see you. I will post on... I always forget to do this, but I will post on my Discord. Or perhaps on some of my socials if and when I go live again. Depends on, you know, power outages and stuff, so we'll see. We'll see when it happens. But yes, thank you all so much. Have a lovely day and or evening wherever you are in the world. And grab that raid message for Kai. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go give him some love. Bye guys! Now we're just gonna sit here awkwardly while the credits roll. Until we go to Kai with all our love. Bye guys! There's the raid message again. Quickly grab him! Grab. I'll see you guys. Bye!